we should be able to leave everything as it is, and then we'll just have Jesse get in our ear and say, okay, we're live on the radio.
Okay.
Because we might be brought up like mid segment or something like that. So, gotcha. What's up, everybody? Hey, just a quick test. David Hoshway, everybody, can y'all hear us like normal? Clear. Just give us the thumbs up.
Yeah, thumbs up or something to let us know you can hear us.
Yeah, just anything to let us know that you could hear us like normal. Yep. Shout out to Phil. Call me from the county jail, you stupid. Okay, everybody can hear us. All right, we straight. All right, securing the Bagley in here. Nice.
Securing the Bagley, what's good?
Could be a big day for you, securing the Bagley. Could be a big day. Okay, all right. So if we good, we good. Then we might not be on the radio to start the show. That's kind of the weird thing. There's a problem in the studio, but we'll just whatever. We'll just keep it.
Fight through it.
Yeah, it don't matter. We're here for this.
For 8 hours. So y'all ain't getting rid of us because of a couple minutes. That's just what it is.
Yeah, we told y'all we here, baby. Be here. We will be here, man. Believe that. Yeah, we ain't going nowhere. Let's go, Kings, indeed. Let's get it done. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, good luck. Now we're gonna have some fun. Securing the Wagner. Oh, Black Bottles is in here. We here.
Black Bottles 916. What's up, baby?
Securing the Wagner. Yeah,
I'm weak.
Billionaires Boys Club, you know what it is. Let's hope not. That means Bagley might be traded. Not ready to give up hope yet. Well, we'll see what happens with the Buddy deal, and then we'll kind of go from there. 8 hours. Let's get it in. Bryce, we see you over there on Twitch.
Keep the faith, securing the Bagley. Keep the faith.
Keep hope alive. Yeah, let's get in here, man. Let's get everybody in here. All right. I don't know what we're waiting for. Like we're going to start a show that might not be on the radio, so it don't matter. But we got a loaded show, man. It'll be fun. We might have to hit like a Nipsey Hussle beat just to make sure we follow protocols.
Coming in.
Yep.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's that McQueen in the Violet Fog gin right there. That's that McQueen hat.
Yes, sir.
That McQueen hat.
See, the thing about it is, I would be like, yeah, go cop that. You can't get these McQueen hats though, man.
Get that.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm just blessed. You see, Rose got that blue hat signed.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Oh baby,
them logos right there. Oh, look at them logos. Yeah, I got a hat. I put a hat on. What it do?
Damian putting the hat on. Everybody, let's go.
Wow, I don't want to hear that, man. Well, how come I hear myself? Nobody want to hear my ass.
Superstar, man. You're a superstar.
Nobody want to hear me.
Hold on one second. Let me mute myself real quick.
There we go. Black Bottles. I meant to take these to Casey's house. Like I know Casey will rock these. I'm just not a hat guy. I look stupid in them. Look like an idiot. My big ass ears sticking out of a hat. And it messes up my hair. And quite honestly, I got to keep rocking my hair as long as I can because, to be honest, there's a point where I'm not going to be able to rock it anymore. Might as well show it off while I can. 1 minute till the fictitious showtime start. There you go. Sip that cream, that bamboo cream. There you go. Man, that blue hat is clean. That's the shade of blue that I wanted to wear this weekend, man, but I couldn't. I know these shorts I got on would be so dope at the party, but I ain't wearing shorts to Rick Ross's house.
Yeah, that blue, that blue, that's the blue, right?
That's there. The blue I wanted, man, but it wasn't happening.
Can't nearly find it. Ooh. Actually, I take that back. I found a couple of blazers, but there ain't no pants on.
97 degrees, bro. Hey, it's 12 o'clock, man. We could hit this theme. We'll explain. Hey, here we go. Hey.
At about noon.
All right, let's get going here. Here's Mark Stein's latest tweet as the show gets underway. The Lakers talks with Sacramento on a potential deal headlined by Buddy Hield and Kyle Kuzma are the most serious so far, league sources say. But San Antonio is also believed to have interest in Kuzma in a possible sign-and-trade scenario involving DeMar DeRozan. We're screwed. We're screwed. Kyle Kuzma over DeMar DeRozan. Let us explain what's happening here real quick as the show gets underway on Twitch and YouTube. The show, I don't think, is underway on ESPN 1320 or the Odyssey app. There's an issue there in the ESPN 1320 studios, but that's the beauty of being live on Twitch and YouTube. Don't really matter. You can still catch the show. We ain't going nowhere. I would cuss. I would cuss if I knew for sure that Jesse hadn't, potted us up and that we're off and running. But man, we're here. We're on the live stream. We're with you for the next 8 hours. And I love the fact that Mark Stein tweeted about Buddy Hield the second our show is started. So there is a lot to get into today. We've obviously got the draft beginning at 5 o'clock. We will carry the draft live for you. We'll be with you commercial free from 5 to 6:30. We'll be with you commercial free from the time the draft starts to the time the pick is selected. And then well past that, Bryant West is going to join us. Jill Adge is going to join us. Deuce and Mo are going to be with us. Drake Yu is going to be with us. Mr. Haliburton.
Yeah.
John Haliburton is going to be with us. We met him 1 year ago. Well, not exactly 1 year ago, but we met him last draft when Tyrese Haliburton was selected, and he's going to join us here today. I imagine it's a little bit different of an experience for him here today, but man, those Buddy Hield at Los Angeles Lakers rumors are pretty hot, but it looks like San Antonio has jumped in the conversation to kind of throw things off here a little bit.
I don't know what the process is necessarily, and I'm not sure what was going on. Maybe they were waiting for Montrezl Harrell or whatever, but I'm going to assume that's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and say they were waiting for Montrezl Harrell. Because if they weren't, they were just kind of sitting around, all right, playing it cool. This is why you don't do that.
I got to imagine that they weren't like, I can't imagine that was the case. That they were just kind of hanging out, playing it cool, waiting to see what happened. I can't imagine that that's what they were doing.
Well, I can't imagine that either. But wasn't there a report that the Lakers had to sweeten the deal with 22?
Well, I mean, isn't that solid work by? Isn't that solid work by?
It's solid work if you get the trade done. It's solid work if you get the trade done.
Well, so the 22 pick has no relevancy to you at all?
No, it's doesn't matter if he goes to San Antonio.
No, I understand that. But that's why I'm asking you. Does the 22? But if you can sweeten the deal a little bit and get the 22nd pick, I understand it. If San Antonio gets involved,
right?
But couldn't that be the case with every trade?
I mean,
you got to say yes the first time. The first
no,
call
not the first time. But I'm just saying. My whole point, Damien, is it a good job and is it sweetening the deal if you don't get the deal done?
Well, no, absolutely not.
That's all I'm saying.
But maybe the deal wasn't worth it to Monty McNair without the 22nd pick.
It should have been.
Maybe it should have. But maybe Monty didn't feel that way.
So if he
maybe
gets
Philadelphia's still on the phone.
If he gets it done with 22 and all this other stuff, great job by him. Great job. Getting 22, Kuzma, Herald, whatever the case. Great job. You got to get the job done. Get it done.
It could, and we talked about this yesterday or the day before. I don't know. The days just kind of run together here on D-Lo and KC. We talked about this though recently, in that if Montrezl Harrell was a focal point of the trade and not necessarily a throw-in piece of the trade, that's something that they didn't have any control over.
Absolutely not.
So I mean, if it's them pushing, maybe it's the Kings talking to Montrezl Harrell's agent. Maybe it's them trying to get a feel for what Montrezl Harrell's going to do. Maybe the Kings have to sell Montrezl Harrell on this. Maybe maybe the Lakers have said, okay, we'll go ahead and do this deal. We just don't know the status of Montrezl Harrell, and because of the collective bargaining agreement, we can't trade him. So you have our permission to contact Montrezl Harrell's agent and see if you can figure this thing out. Maybe that's what part of the delay was.
That absolutely could be part of the delay. All the wording or the reporting, it states Kevin O'Connor in the Ringer. He states, I wish I had her in front of me right now, but he said the Lakers were sweetening the deal by adding 22.
Mm-hmm.
To me, that says there was a hang up, whether it was Montrez or what. If they got to sweeten the deal, it sounds like the Kings.
Okay,
just the wording, right?
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So
absolutely.
If it was,
hey, what's up, ESPN 1320? Welcome to the show already in progress. Those on the Odyssey app, I know maybe you had a slight panic attack, maybe a little worried, like, hey, where's dealing with KC? We were told they were going to be on for 8 hours. Well, we are on Twitch and YouTube. On the radio, we were going to be on for 7 hours and 55 minutes because apparently there was we had to reset everything in the studio to gear up for a really, really big day. And so for those who are listening on the radio, you may not be aware of Mark Stein's message here. The Lakers talks with Sacramento on a potential deal headlined by Buddy Hield and Kyle Kuzma are the most serious so far, league sources say. But San Antonio is also believed to have an interest in Kyle Kuzma in a possible sign and trade scenario involving free agent to be DeMar DeRozan, who everybody is aware of. DeMar DeRozan is very interested in joining the Los Angeles Lakers. So radio audience, you're now caught up with Twitch and YouTube, and Kenny Caraway is now going to rail on Monty McNair for not getting this deal done yesterday. Kenny, it's all you, buddy.
Well, look here, man. I'm gonna just tell you guys right now. You probably could tell by the way I started this show, by my tweets earlier. I'm a little agitated.
I can see that.
This is the complete opposite.
Mac Jones all over again.
No. Damian, this is the complete opposite of NFL draft day. Do you remember how I came in NFL draft day? I was like, let's go.
Oh, I remember.
This is going to be a great day. Let's get it popping. This was at like 9 a.m. I was like, let's go.
Yes.
Today, I'm a lot more agitated.
This is Kenny Caraway the day after the Mac Jones news gained steam. And he came in dejected. He had Kyle Shanahan moving out of his house. He had fired John Lynch. He had, I don't know. I don't recall what happened to Jimmy Garoppolo. I think he had turned in his 49ers gold card. It was a lot happening.
This isn't even dejection.
Oh,
this is just what the hell is going on in the NBA? A lot of news, a lot of rumors, and nothing's actually happening. People just walking around dragging their feet. Let's make some moves.
Okay. Well, they're working on it.
Are they?
Well, at the rate we're going, we're going to have the entire draft for you before the draft actually even starts.
That's another thing. Woj, you better stop that nonsense right now.
What part of me is waiting for is Shams to get pissed off and tweet who Toronto is taking.
Oh my gosh.
And then Woj gets pissed off and tweets Toro. I genuinely think we're going to know who the Sacramento Kings are going to select by like 1:45. This is like 1:45. We'll be on with Duce and Mo, and it's Adrian Wojnarowski. The Sacramento Kings plan on selecting Franz.
I did some more deep dives on Franz again, and let me just say, it's not the same feeling I had after going back and watching more Haliburton. I'll just say
Franz Wagner. Okay, if his name, and I credit to the crew over at the Dan Patrick Show for this, Franz Wagner, right? That's it's exotic. If his name was like Franz Wagner, would he be like a 27th pick? But Franz, Franz, he's got to be good. Mo Wagner, Franz Wagner, he's got to be good.
He should be a 27th pick anyway. Now, let me explain to you the level of the reasoning behind why the NBA has me so agitated today.
Okay.
So I was reading something earlier. No, I was listening to something, and they were talking about how one of the big dominoes to fall is Bradley Beal, right? There's reports out there that Bradley Beal is trying to figure out, does he want to make a trade request? Does he want to stick it out in Washington? And Washington is kind of waiting for that. Reportedly, the Warriors are holding up everything because they want to make a big play at Bradley Beal. We're 7-14 or whatever. They don't want to draft, but they want to make a play at Bradley Beal. and everybody is waiting on Bradley Beal to figure out what's the move.
Sure.
What are we waiting for?
Yeah,
you've had these thoughts for a month. You've been out of the playoffs for a month. They chose a coach 2 weeks ago. Why is it 12-10 and we're sitting here still waiting for you?
Can I just remind you, it's 12-10. Fam, we got 7 hours and 50 more minutes to go. You got to pace yourself. You're coming out the blocks hot.
Bradley Beal. Look. Bradley Beal.
Burn out by 3:30.
Bradley Beal is 12:10 Pacific, 3:10 Eastern Standard Time. You really don't know what you're doing right now? You have no clue what move you're going to make? You have no clue what you're going to do? What are these people dragging their feet for?
A question in the back.
Mr. Marling.
Thank you, Professor Caraway. Why do I have to wait? Like, if you're the Golden State Warriors, why do you have to wait to see what Bradley Beal tells the Washington Wizards? If you want Bradley Beal, call the Washington Wizards. Because
the Wizards aren't doing it unless Bradley Beal says, I want out.
Then the Wizards are stupid.
Everybody's stupid right now.
Okay. Well, they might be, but the Wizards certainly are. Because if you've got it, and this is a similar conversation with Dame Lillard. If you got a player that's on the fence, and it doesn't matter if it's a Dame Lillard or a Buddy Hield, it doesn't matter if it's a Bradley Beal or Hassan Whiteside. You got a player that's on the fence. Oh, I don't know. Move on from him. Move on from him before it's too late. Obviously, guys like Hassan Whiteside don't. Oh, you want to move on? Okay. Well, girl, bye. Buddy Hield. Okay, you probably work a little bit, but the other two, you need to get ahead of this. Portland, take notes as to what's happening right now. You need to get ahead of this because you're going to find yourself, and this is the same thing that idiotic football team in Green Bay is going to deal with next year. You're going to be in a position where you have to trade a player who through the entire year, no matter how well Aaron Rodgers plays, no matter how well Bradley Beal plays, no matter how well if Dame Lillard plays, everybody knows if they fall short, they're going to be back on the market and their value is going to go back down. Or I shouldn't say go back down. Their value is going to go down. If you're Washington, if you're the Golden State Warriors, just call the freaking Washington Wizards and try to get something done.
Now you're feeling me. What do we do? Portland, Philly, Washington. Deals should be made like now. And especially if I'm the team trading for these guys or if I'm Philly, Washington, all these guys, I want the picks today. That's the same thing the Packers did earlier. They waited till after the draft. Yeah, now they can't get nothing. I want the picks today. Let's make a move. I need to figure out who I'm getting. And why is everybody not using that as an example? They didn't get anything. The Green Bay Packers are going to get nothing out of this. Now you've got teams who have drafted quarterbacks. Now you've got teams who have moved on. Now you're going to have it severely limited. It doesn't matter what Aaron Rodgers wants to do next year. He's not going to be able to pick a spot. The same thing is going to happen with Bradley Beal. The same thing is going to happen with Dame Lillard. Their market is going to be more limited if they don't act now. And for Washington, they could really, really get ahead of this thing because Portland, maybe we're fine tuning. Let's put this thing together. Let's see what we could figure out. But with Washington, no. I mean, and I'm a fan of Bradley Beal. I'm a fan of Russell Westbrook. I was a fan of Scotty Brooks. He ain't there no more. But I was a fan of all that. It's time. Like, come on, y'all scrapped and clawed to get into the play. It's time. It's definitely time.
We're here with you for the next 8 hours. My partner thinks we're going to commercial. We most definitely are not. We are here with you. We ain't going nowhere.
We're here 8 hours. I can complain for even longer. I don't care.
Pace yourself. You got some water? You got an energy drink by you? I know everybody is out the house.
Some water. I definitely got some water.
You got the Caraway staff to take care of you. You're gonna need some help today, man. There's a lot happening. Let's run this through here for the radio audience who may have joined us a little bit late. Mr. John Haliburton is going to join us coming up at 1:20. Duce and Mo will be with us for their weekly visit coming up at 1:47. Drake Yu is going to be with us at 3:20. The draft show will begin at 4 o'clock. We'll carry the NBA draft live at 5. We'll bring you all the picks. Of course, Cade Cunningham is going number 1. Jalen Green is going number 2. Evan Mobley is going number 3. We already know that because Woj got a little trigger happy on Twitter today and decided to tell everybody. So
everything, Usher, everything that they've been doing is all bad. Everything, all bad in the NBA today. Everything. I don't know what these people are doing. The hell are you doing, Woj? It's 10 a.m. What are you talking about the first pick in the draft?
well, to be fair, it's 1 p.m.
You want me to get on your head too?
I mean, you can. It's 10 a.m. our time. It's 1 p.m. where Woj is. Woj is in New York.
Man, these people tripping, man. They tripping today. Everybody need to get their mind right. Make some deals happen. Woj, stop leaking. Shams, don't join him. Everybody need to get their mind right.
So, and here's a question: Can the show ignore Woj? Yes. As a matter of fact, we will to a certain degree. The idea when we do draft shows is we won't spoil it. Like we'll carry Adam Silver announcing the picks live. It gets a little dicey when they're announced 6 hours early, because then it's like NBC trying to be on the Today Show and not acknowledge Simone Biles is not going to be in the gymnastics all around tonight. It's like trying to ignore the biggest story in the Olympics and just be, tune in tonight in prime time and see what happens. Like in the moment when the draft starts and Shams and Woj start trying to one up each other and announcing the draft picks, we'll ignore those. We'll let Adam Silver announce them. There's one caveat, though. If a trade involving the Sacramento Kings before they select is made, we're going to bring that to you live. We're not going to wait till it's announced on television or whatever it may be. As long as Woj is on top of something that involves Sacramento, we'll bring it to you. But just standard protocol with the number 1 overall pick, 2, 3, 4, 5, we'll bring those to you live. We'll ignore it. But again, when you announce them 6 hours before the draft starts, it becomes a little disingenuous on our part to pretend like we didn't see Cade Cunningham is going number 1 and everything that's shortly there. And I'm fine with him announcing the number 1 pick. That's not terribly unusual for us to not know who's going number 1. But then he followed it up with with Jalen Green going to Houston and I think it was Evan Mobley going to Cleveland. He followed it up with that, and it was kind of like, oh, okay.
That really is true.
So what's Shams doing right now? Like, is Shams like hounding Toronto, trying to figure out what they're doing? But that's our day today. Bryant West is going to join us. Bryant's going to join us around the time the Sacramento Kings make their selection. We're planning on 6 o'clock. Could be a little bit earlier. Could be a little bit later. But Bryant West of the Kings Herald, draft analyst for the Kings Herald, is going to be with us. And Jill Adge, the host of the Hoop Ball podcast, covering the Sacramento Kings, is going to be with us at 7:30. So that's the plan right now. If you were with us last year, if you were with us during the NFL draft, a lot of times we've got unplanned guests who jump in here and hang out with us, and that may very well be the case here today. But we're with you for the next 8 hours on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that if you're not a subscriber yet, you'll become one. We hope that if you're watching right now, you'll hit the thumbs up. You'll get comfortable. You use the DoorDash app, the Grubhub app, whatever it may be. Have your food delivered for you. When the draft starts, you could 2-screen it, have D'Lo and Casey on the laptop or the iPad or whatever it may be, and have ESPN on your television in front of you. But we have got you covered as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. And as my partner just very eloquently and calmly explained to everybody, really like to see some moves done today. Would really like to see some trades done today. And I know you're feeling a little pessimistic about that happening, but there's Buddy Hield now, who has a number of suitors. Unfortunately, it looks like Kyle Kuzma now has a number of suitors as well. Sacramento Kings being one, the San Antonio Spurs being another. But Buddy, perhaps more than Marvin, is the player to watch today?
I think so. I mean, the Buddy deal, from all reports, it was right there on the doorstep. So that one should be taken care of, to be honest with you.
And to be clear, Mark Stein says that's still the strongest. That's still the strong. Kings are in the lead there.
Look, to be completely honest, I mean, if I'm the Lakers, I don't know. I mean, DeMar DeRozan's a better player, but for what they're trying to do, I don't know if he fits. So I still might, if I have my pick, I might want to go with Buddy Hield.
The Buddy Hield thing feels like did DeMar or did LeBron go to Rob Pelinka and say, I want Buddy Hield?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I mean, Buddy Hield is respected as, one of the top shooters in the game right now. So it's not inconceivable for LeBron to look at the landscape and say, "Yo, we need a shooter." Buddy Hield should be on that list if he's available. So that could have happened, but I don't think he's pounding the table saying, "Give me Buddy Hield."
Couple of more notes here from Mark Stein. Hield would be a promising acquisition given the Lakers' many roster constraints, but a deal with Sacramento to secure Hield's shooting could hinge on Montrezl Harrell's willingness to bypass free agency by picking up his $9.7 million player option, something that we've talked about extensively over the course of the last couple of days. Acquiring DeMar DeRozan via sign and trade hard caps the Lakers, which could complicate further roster upgrades more than they already are, suggesting the Hield scenario may be more enticing for the 2020 champs.
Yeah, I think so too. I think the Lakers and Pelinka are trying to, along with maybe the Kings, are trying to convince Montrezl Harrell to get this done, because I don't think the Lakers want Montrezl back. While they may look at DeRozan as the better player, and in a perfect world, they would want DeRozan. They want to move off the Harrell money to allow them to do other stuff, possibly in free agency. Maybe even sign DeMar DeRozan as a free agent. So I think the Lakers and Rob Pelinka want to do that deal, to be honest with you. So, but look, can I get upset again? Can I get upset again?
Yeah.
Montrezl Harrell, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? This rumor has been out here since last week, and we're 12/21 on draft day, and I don't know what I want to do. What? What have you been? What?
Well, but DeMar DeRozan's job isn't to make things easy for Sacramento or even
Montrezl Harrell.
Montrezl Harrell.
You said DeMar DeRozan.
Oh, well, DeMar DeRozan's job is not either.
It's not even about making it easy. It's about how you just not know? I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I don't know who I am. Malcolm X movie. I don't know. What have you been doing?
Are you really going to be like this all day?
If they drag their feet all day, I might.
Oh, man.
Seriously. What's the holdup? Like, how does Montrezl Harrell not know what the hell he wants to do today?
Maybe his agent is talking to other teams trying to gauge his market. You asked the question. You laugh at me for answering if you want to, but
I'm not laughing at you. I'm saying, okay, well, this is the agent's job. What has he been doing since Saturday?
I don't know. I'm assuming, I don't know who Montrezl Harrell's agent is, but I'm assuming Montrezl isn't his only client. Like, I don't have an answer to any of these questions. I don't know. Normally, I'm the one asking the questions. I'm a broadcast journalist, but I don't know what to do with this. I think I'm going to need a break. I'm going to need a nap here coming up pretty soon. Kenny's a little bit too hot for me. I could just sign off. It could be 8 hours of the 13th round here with KC throwing all the punches. But Montrezl Harrell's job, he has until, what is it, Sunday night? Saturday, Sunday to figure out what he wants to do. That's his ability. That's what he has the ability to do.
He absolutely has the ability to do that.
And if he says, I'm opting into my $9.7 million deal, then great. A deal can be done. If he says he's opting out, Kings and Lakers better figure out something else, or the Lakers got to find another, not just trade piece, but something probably in the vicinity of $7 to $9 million to throw in with Kyle Kuzma, and that's not even exclusive to Buddy Hield. That would include something if they try to do something with DeMar DeRozan, which again Mark Stein said it's not super likely, but it is out there. I'm
gonna check this out. How much money does off the top of your head? Do you know how much KCP makes?
I don't. No, I've been focusing on Montreal's like 9.7 and then the 13-ish.
Because maybe it's not as simple as this, but if Montrez is such a hang-up, I would think KCP makes around 10. Why not?
Are we sure the Lakers want to move him?
Oh, he's been in these talks.
He has, yeah.
He makes 13. So I don't know if maybe
how many do you have do you have the years for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope?
He's got 2 years left. So he's got next year at 13, and this other one looks like some type of option, maybe.
Okay, so that's
that's at 14.
So that's bringing back more money than Montrezl Harrell, because Montrezl not just 9 to 13, but Montrezl is the 1 year. He's
Right.
9.7 to, and that's it. He's 9.7 for this year, and that's it. Nothing else. That could be a potential hang-up. That could be a potential reason. I think Montrezl Harrell is a better fit here for Sacramento than Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, but that extra year with the extra money on top of it could be a potential stall for Monty McNair.
But if I'm Monty McNair, I'm looking to get the deal done.
I understand.
This is a good deal for the Sacramento Kings.
I think so too.
I think it's a deal that they should be really pressing to get done. And like I said, Will Z might be in here. Other people, Bryant West might be in here and can explain it. Jill, but if the hang up is Montrez and waiting on him, I wonder if Monty was just like, man, forget that. Let's do KCP and Kuzma, because let's just get this deal done. I don't need San Antonio swooping here and doing something like that.
So it looks like
Kuzma in the 22. Let's make it happen.
Partially guaranteed in the 2022-2023 season. It becomes fully guaranteed if he's on the roster June 28th, and it's $14 million if it gets to fully guaranteed. So that's similar to who else? We were
Bledsoe.
Eric Bledsoe. It's similar to Eric Bledsoe with the partial guarantee, where whoever picks up Eric Bledsoe this year, because the belief is he's going to be on the move again, he's only going to be on that team for a year.
Yeah,
because it's going to cost them too much money. Even if Eric Bledsoe plays well this year, it's going to ultimately cost them too much money, and I think they're going to be off of that. So these are the things that we are watching here today. Buddy Hield is the focal point of all of the trade conversations. Of course, we've got the draft tonight. We've got the Kings selecting at number 9, and that's one of the interesting things, is talking to our man Cody Starks over at in Coco.
Shout out to Cody. Shout out to Coco.
Courtney Dempsey over on Good Day Sacramento, and it we were talking about, Cody asked me the likelihood of Buddy being moved today, and it felt like until this morning or late last night, I guess, when Kevin O'Connor posted that report, that nothing was attached to the draft as it pertains to Buddy Hield and the Los Angeles Lakers. So I didn't feel like there was any sense of urgency for this deal to get done. Now, obviously, you want to get the deal done, but the Lakers, they're thinking about the draft. They're thinking about their roster. They're thinking about their salary cap situation. Kings are doing something similar, and if you believe what's out there, there's the Marvin Bagley stuff that's out there as well. There's probably a few other irons in the fire, so to speak, if you're talking about the Sacramento Kings. But now with the 22 pick allegedly attached to it, then now all of a sudden it becomes, okay, if this deal is getting done, then it's going to happen while we're on the air here on ESPN 1320. The only caveat could be maybe not, is the Lakers select for the Sacramento Kings and the deal gets finalized later. Or as James Ham was talking about, the deal gets announced, or the deal gets announced by like him.
Right. The writers have it.
Right. The reporters have it, but the Kings and Lakers don't say anything because they can't. But it's out there, and whoever the Lakers ultimately select at 22 is there for it's part of the Sacramento Kings deal. Should a deal come to fruition.
Yeah.
If you want to be a part of the show, you can. 916-349-1320. What is the fate of Marvin Bagley? That's going to be another conversation here that'll take us throughout the day leading into the Sacramento Kings probably selecting at number 9. And that's going to have a lot to do perhaps with what happens next with Richaun Holmes. Can the Sacramento Kings clear a little extra cap space and make Richaun Holmes a slightly more enticing offer when free agency begins on Monday? Marvin Bagley, you and I have often packaged with Buddy Hield. We have packaged Marvin Bagley. We've basically treated Marvin Bagley like Montrezl Harrell. We've treated Marvin Bagley as like, okay, he's a player, but really we're trading the contract. We're trading the $11 million. We need to up a contract. And that's when we had conversations about Ben Simmons or Bradley Beal or whatever, home run swing we were hoping Monty McNair would take. Now it looks like perhaps Marvin Bagley could be traded on his own, not a part of any, salary add to a Buddy Hield or a Harrison Barnes. Is there a fit in the league for Marvin Bagley? Like, let me rephrase that. Is there a place for Marvin Bagley to go where he's going to have an opportunity to prove himself and potentially earn a second contract with that team.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of places in the league. I mean, plenty of places. Like off the top of my head, go to Chicago, you go to OKC, you go to Minnesota, you can go to a number of different places.
How are we going to feel if Marvin is healthy next year? Like, in all seriousness, like if like Marvin hasn't been healthy since Adam Silver called his name.
Mm-hmm.
But are we going to feel some type of way if my man is healthy next year and plays 75 games?
I mean, we shouldn't. You know, it's just one of them things, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of them things. It's like Bogey. You know what I'm saying? And him playing in Atlanta. Like, we saw him injured often here in Sacramento. He goes there, gets part of a playoff team, you know, stays relative. Well, you got hurt earlier, but after he got hurt, stays relatively healthy. And, you know, he's playing in the playoffs. Just one of those things. If anything, it'd be one of those things where, you know, that's just what happens with ex-Kings players or something like that. But, I mean, I feel like to a certain degree for a long time, because remember, I talked about it. I felt like Marvin Bagley was trying to fight through things earlier in the season. Mm-hmm. He had the thumb. You know, he'd shake it off. He didn't want to talk about it. He played through it. He wrapped it up. So I don't think at that part, now you can say, I don't know what happened in the last week of the season or so. That's the one where I can't necessarily defend him. But earlier in the season, it wasn't like he was using every little nick to stay out. Like, he was trying to fight through it until he ultimately broke his hand. And, you know, at that point, he thought he was done for the season. So if he goes somewhere and he's healthy the entire season or most of the season, me personally, I would just look at it as just one of them things, man. You know, one of those things where, you know, he ended up getting somewhere and staying healthy. Sucks that it wasn't here, but
yeah,
that's how it goes.
Well, you talked about players getting away from the Sacramento Kings, and I feel like that's a conversation we're going to be having about Buddy Hield. Which reminds me, just you know, in case Buddy's moved, and hypothetically to the Lakers certainly in the playoffs next year. Mm-hmm. Is everybody happy for Buddy? Are we doing that thing all over again next year? I'm so happy to see Buddy on this stage. Oh, Buddy deserves it. Are we giving Buddy the bogey treatment?
They probably won't do it as much. I will be just as happy for Buddy as I was for Bogey.
Which was like a smidge bit.
Well, I was happy. I felt it was cool. I didn't feel the need to tweet about it every time he made a shot.
Am I just a bad person? I didn't care. I don't know. I guess I'm just a jerk. I did not care. Oh, Bogey's on this stage. He deserves it.
I liked Bogey, you know, while he was here, and it was cool. It was good for him to be on a playoff stage. Contrary to some beliefs, I don't have a problem with Buddy. Buddy is, we say all the time, when you're around the team or in the locker room or behind the scenes or whatever, Buddy Hield is fine. He's never been rude or disrespectful, at least to me. You know what I mean? He's been a cool dude. I've talked to him, pleasant interaction. I have no issue with Buddy personally. Don't really have much issue with him as a basketball player. I just think what he tries to do doesn't fit what the Kings need right now. So if he went on somewhere and he got into a better place, it's good for Buddy, man. Absolutely. And I want him to play well wherever he's at. I ain't got no issue with Buddy Hield.
I'm not talking about having an issue or even rooting that they're playing well. I'm just talking about the incessant, oh, we're so happy for this player. They got out of basketball.
That ain't happening. That didn't happen for me with DeMarcus Cousins. So it definitely ain't going to happen with Buddy Hield.
There's a line from Kevin O'Connor's column last night that I want to bring to your attention. And it ties into what you were just talking about a second ago when you were talking about Marvin Bagley. Mm-hmm. And this is in reference to Buddy Hield, excuse me. This is in reference to the conversations about Buddy Hield being traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. Again, this is from Kevin O'Connor's column in The Ringer last night. Quote, if the 28-year-old were playing on a contender, his defensive efforts and focus would improve. But there's no question about what he can bring on offense. Now, obviously, I want to focus the conversation on the first part of that. Mm-hmm. If the 28-year-old were playing on a contender, his defensive efforts and focus would improve. The thing about that when I read it was, yeah, that's accurate. Mm-hmm. But why? Like, why is that the case? Because I feel like it's something we all subconsciously know, and it's something that we all think about. And sometimes it's not subconsciously. Sometimes we just flat out talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
Why do it's people's fear with Marvin Bagley. Marvin Bagley's going to be better when he leaves the Kings. It's people's fear when a particularly a young player leaves here, and it's just this feeling, that Isaiah Thomas feeling. They're going to be so much better when they leave. Mm-hmm. And there's this feel, oh, well, he looks lost on defense. Well, he's going to be better now that he's off the Sacramento Kings. Why is that?
I mean, for me, I've always felt that's an individual, a reflection on the individual. You know what I mean? Like, if your effort and your focus and your intensity improves when you get in a different situation or what you deem to be a better situation, that's cool for the team that you're with. Mm-hmm. But that's just my outlook on it. That's a reflection on the individual, because it's easy to do stuff when things are going good for you. When things are hard and when the road is tough, and then it's an uphill battle, that takes a different level of focus. That takes a different level of commitment, a different work ethic that maybe that person doesn't have. You know what I mean? So there's that. The other thing about that is they could be given the same amount of effort and intensity and just have better people surrounding them. You know what I mean? I think sometimes we fall into the hole of saying, oh, this guy's working hard now that he's on a better team. Well, mm-hmm. Maybe he's working the same. He just has better teammates around him and better parts around him. Sure. He'd be doing the same exact thing, have the same exact intensity level. He's just in a different situation. These are like more important games. So there is a heightened sense of focus. And that, I don't think, is a character flaw, right? Like if you're in the playoffs as opposed to game 55 in the regular season, sure, there's a different level of energy and focus that you're going to have. That's just natural, because more eyes are on you and things of that nature. So that, I think that happens more often than people realize too. Like they say, oh, he's trying more now that he's in a different situation. Well, he's probably just got a different cast around him, a better cast around him.
Okay. I'm fine with that. And obviously this is just the wording of one particular individual. Mm-hmm. He just phrases it as defensive efforts. Like effort is what you're willing to put out. Mm-hmm. And again, I'm not knocking Buddy Hield for this, because we feel it. It's basketball hell, right? It's part of that whole mystique. It's not just that the team is bad. It's all of the different things that fall into it. You feel like, I know Kings fans still get upset. You bring up Marco Bellinelli's name. Marco Bellinelli was good in San Antonio, mm-hmm. signed to play in Sacramento, really bad, left Sacramento and managed to be good again.
Right.
And so, like, I think there's this constant, players come here to Sacramento to get paid and die. As a player, you come here to get paid and die. Mm-hmm. And now you see Buddy getting the opportunity to get out of here. And we've asked for months, do we in Sacramento view Buddy differently than everybody else? And you can frame it as national media or fans of other teams. You can frame it however you want to. But do we view Buddy differently than everybody else does? And the emphatic answer is yes. Mm-hmm. Everybody sees a completely different Buddy Hield than we do. We know what Buddy does well, but we're also very, very familiar with Buddy's shortcomings. Now, maybe these other fan bases, maybe some of these writers aren't as familiar with Buddy's shortcomings past the defensive effort and focus. Right? There's nothing written in Kevin O'Connor's column about Buddy not going to the free throw line, ever. There's nothing written in Kevin O'Connor's column about Buddy not attempting to get to the free throw line like 30 some odd times last year.
Right.
Like that stuff isn't talked about nationally. That stuff we're watching on a more, micro level here in Sacramento. But it's just fascinating to see him involved. And Lakers fans, we put something up on ESPN yesterday at ESPN 1320 on Twitter. and it was quote tweeted by a lot of Laker fans who had the same tone you did as it pertains to the Kings portion of this now that the San Antonio Spurs are involved, because I tweeted a note about the Philadelphia 76ers.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, oh, great. Well, Rob, will you get this done? Come on. Like, they had the same Kenny Caraway tone to start the show. They're like, and like, they want Buddy Hield in a Los Angeles uniform. And it's like, wow. And look, Buddy's cool. Like, Buddy's not trash. You know what I mean? Like, he's not even remotely close to it. Like, Buddy is a fine player to have on your team.
Yeah.
But it's funny to hear Lakers fans like calling for him, like, Rob, you got to get this done. Philly's going to swoop in here and take him. Wow, man, what a different outlook.
And you know what? It's also pretty interesting how you view Buddy Hield, because how you view him in the role that he plays almost changes everything about him. I don't think Buddy Hield is a starting two guard in this league by any means. And if he is, like, you got to have a strong team around him. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? He's not the guy that's going to carry you at the two guard position. But if he's a scorer coming off your bench, possibly somebody that can finish games for you, depending on that closing lineup, he's real good at that. He's almost, I want to say he's overqualified, but he's close to overqualified at that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a good role for him. So it depends on how the Lakers are looking to bring him in, man.
I mean, he's starting on the Lakers, isn't he?
Yeah, he would.
I mean, if Kyle Kuzma's part of the trade, you've thrown Dennis Schroeder out of California.
Well, that is he a free agent?
Schroeder?
Yeah,
I believe so.
Because what was the deal? They were trying to think about involving him in trade packages.
Sign and trade. So the Russell Westbrook thing. That was a sign and trade.
Well, if you don't have them, if you don't have Schroeder, you need a point guard. Maybe they think THT is ready to go. You know what I mean? Maybe that's something they have going there. But what I was going to say is, if you got THT or Schroeder there, in my opinion, you can't start Buddy Hield. You got to start KCP, because you would have a terrible defensive situation in your backcourt. Who gonna guard Dame Lillard and CJ McCollum? Who gonna guard Steph Curry and Klay Thompson?
LeBron.
No, LeBron ain't doing that.
I don't think he is either, but I'm just trying to answer your question.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think if I'm the Lakers and I'm
because it ain't Buddy,
right, and I'm Frank Vogel, and I preach defense as much as I do if I'm Frank Vogel, I got to start KCP if he's still there, and try to bring Buddy off the bench. Kuzma was coming off the bench.
Let's take a quick breather on the radio. We're going nowhere on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We are with you till 8 o'clock tonight. 7 more hours, 15 more minutes. We ain't going nowhere. You will not find better coverage of the Sacramento Kings or tonight's NBA draft, which we will carry live for you, commercial free until the Sacramento Kings selection. And then we'll dive into the breakdown of that right here on ESPN 1320. You want to connect with the show, hit us on the phone lines, 916-349-1320. And we're back here with more on this 8-hour NBA draft special on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. I hope. Jesse, you got it? Oh, man. I was like, my God, are we on the radio? All right. Man, that was a hell of a start. Holy smokes. What's that? Yeah, right? For real. For real. Oh, man. Boy, y'all in here. Welcome. Appreciate y'all.
Bryce and the Blood Ninjas, I have not talked for maybe 10 to 12 hours. I'm fine.
Man, he can't go too hard in the paint. You can never go too hard in the paint. Fam, did you just tune in? Like, we literally just spent the last 44 minutes on that. Like, what are you doing? It's the guy who comes late to class and then asks the question that the whole lecture was about. That's all right. We got you. We're gonna talk more. We're gonna talk more about it.
Brian, this is C Web. This is a T-shirt, man. It's C Web, man.
Is that is the pin on the shirt, or did you put that there? Are you feeling patriotic today? Oh,
I was gonna say something. I'll just say no. I'm not.
I was about to say, like, man, you moving to Roseville?
I was about to say something. I'm gonna just keep that to myself and say no. This is already on here.
Kenny moving out to Placer County with me. Let's go. Let's go. I met. I should tell the story. I'll tell the story on the air.
Did you meet your neighbors?
I did.
Ooh,
I did.
Did they know who you were?
I'll answer that for you. And it's not even like neighbor, like right by me. It was like on my walk to the park this morning. Yeah, so I'll we know it's and believe me, I very, very, very much know. Oh yeah, I like this Placer County Caraway right there.
I ain't never gonna say never. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I move out
County Caraway.
Maybe I move out the mean streets of Elk Grove one day. I don't know.
Man, it'd be too hard to move that whole compound. Man, easy, Bryce. Like, take it easy. Hey, still real to me, damn it.
Oh, I don't know if they're in here. I don't think I see. I know Bryce is in here. Met up with Bryce and Rich yesterday, man. And it's good to meet some of the day one supporters, man, out here, man. Had a nice little conversation with them, man. So
that's good stuff. That's good stuff. I know Rich is heading back soon. I didn't mention this, but got a chance to have dinner with Rich the other night, man. So glad we got to connect, Rich, while he was out here in Cali.
Yes, indeed. Oh, and Bryce, by the way, I didn't mention it. I don't know if he listens still or he tries to get into the chat, but like I said, we spoke man to man, my guy Ben. So if he's still blocked, you can unblock him. Maybe he doesn't want to ever comment again, but
Ben's good. He'll jump in here.
Unblock him.
Ben will jump in here. Yeah. I don't even think that's Bryce. He was YouTube. That might be Ramsey. And I don't even think Ramsey was here in the moment because I didn't see him. So Ramsey was probably tuned into a baseball game,
a Cubs game.
Yeah, something more random.
Twins and Tigers.
Yeah, right. He was tuned into the Twins and Tigers game. I really need to hear from Phil. I got to be honest. We really got to hear from Phil.
I wonder if he knows he was a sensation yesterday.
Man, for real. Jesse, we can't. All right, but hey, as Jesse said during the commercial break, it wouldn't be D'Lo and KC unless someone was having a problem. There's no problem with D'Lo and KC today, but the problem is in the ESPN 1320 studios. No problem, fam. We got you covered. I was mentioning this here real quick. I kind of teased it on the live stream. I met some of my neighbors today. Shout out to Chris and Nikki. I was walking. Nikki was pulling out of the driveway, and I think I had said hello to Chris before. He's at a house right by a park that I walk to, and hey, good morning. And he says, hey, I recognize your voice. I said, oh, like I do some work here on our ESPN affiliate. He goes, 1320. I said, yeah. He said, your name's Davion. I said, yeah. He goes, I love Kenny. I
like, okay. Not say that. You're lying.
I was like, all right, Chris.
I'm calling Cap.
I was like, all right, Chris. It's great. It's nice to meet you too. Like, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy Kenny. I'll pass the message along. So,
well, if Chris knows who I am at all, because that story is Cap.
He knew.
How you doing, man?
He knew. Chris and Nikki. We appreciate it. And I swear to you, that's exactly what happened. He said, ESPN 1320. Go, Davion. Yes, I love Kenny. Like, all right. Like, okay.
Chris and Nikki, what's going on, guys? How you guys doing?
There you go. But appreciate you guys. It was wonderful meeting you. If you want to take part in the show, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can get in on the phone lines too, 916-349-1320. It's fine. Like, I'm used to it by now. I'm used to it. Like, it pretty much happens. I'm waiting to get to Georgia this weekend and Rick Ross come up to me and say, oh, I remember you. Where's Kenny? Like, He was stopped somewhere. I don't know. He's probably talking to the CEO, working out, some other deal. I'm just fully expecting that to be my identity now.
I don't know who D-Lo is, man. They don't say KC and D-Lo. They say D-Lo and KC. They know what it is, man. It's Damian Barlin out here.
I ain't get that, man. It's like, I love Kenny. I know I like you too. Oh, I love Kenny. It's like versus love. And then, I love you too. This is what I got at the company party. This is from a coworker. I love Kenny. No, I love you. I love Kenny. Like, okay, good. All right. Well, I'm glad you love Kenny. Appreciate it.
These my people, and this is why we got the best show in the city, man. I'm just saying, I'm staking the flag right now. We got the best show in the city. We love our people. Our people love us back, man.
We got the best show in the city because of the 200 some odd live viewers here right now on Twitch, on Twitter, and on YouTube. Go check us out. Hit the thumbs up. Tell your friends about us. Hit the subscribe button as well. We're here every day from 12 to 4. We are here today from 12 to 8. We'll be carrying the NBA draft and the picks live for you. Picks 1 through 9 once the Sacramento Kings select. We'll dive into whoever it is that they select. We'll attempt to get coaches on the line. We'll attempt to get players on the line. We'll try to get Woj on the line, for God's sakes. Hell, if we can get Adam Silver, we'll get him too. Who knows?
I'm going to give Woj a piece of my mind if he gets on the line too.
I bet you are. If you follow Woj's accounts, you know that the first picks of the NBA draft have unofficially already been made. But it appears more so than the draft tonight, more so than pick number 9. We're locked in on what potential deals could be done over the course of the next few days or over the course of the next few hours. There are reports that the Lakers have thrown in pick number 22 in tonight's draft in a potential deal for Buddy Hield that includes Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell, who holds a lot of control of this particular deal in his hands, because if he opts in, the deal can be done. If he opts out, the deal cannot be done. So we'll all kind of find out together here what Montrezl Harrell's thinking is over the course of the next couple hours. And if no deal is executed with the Sacramento Kings tonight, I'm going to assume that part of the hangup is Montrezl Harrell. I'm going to assume that the hangup is Montrezl Harrell. So we'll see.
I was looking at Kyle Kuzma game film last night, and the young guy, I think he's 26 years old. Could be wrong. Still relatively young, but he's almost 30. Kuzma's 26.
I mean, he's 28. Just to be fair, I love the Buddy Hield joke too.
I thought he was 29.
I don't think he's 29. I'll double check if I'm wrong. My bad.
I was looking at that.
He'll be 29 in December.
Okay, he's got time. And maybe this adds to, or is the reasoning behind my angst. But I think the Kings need to get this deal done. They need to make this deal happen.
So you're in on Kyle Kuzma as a Sacramento King?
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely. And if it was a situation where 22 was in there as well, I mean, I'm not saying that he isn't. I'm sure that he has. He's doing his job, but I would explore if this can be done without Montrez. Like, let's figure out, because I want Kuzma, I want 22, and I want to move on off of Buddy Hield.
Yeah,
Kuzma would help this team a lot, especially if they're moving on from Marvin Bagley. Kuzma would be a nice pickup.
I'm sure people are aware of this. I'd like to just point it out. And I feel like this is going to irritate people, but I feel like it's worth pointing out. Luke Walton, he's been the coach for the last 2 seasons, right? Both the 72 game seasons, which means he was the Lakers coach in 2018, 2019. Kyle Kuzma averaged 18.7 points per game in that season.
No.
I don't know. I just felt like pointing that out. I mean, he averaged 18, and I understand that wasn't the best Lakers team. I think that was LeBron's first year there. Luke's last year was LeBron's first year, so that adds up.
We always got to put out the caveat. They were good till LeBron got hurt.
they were. I know everyone says the 4th seed. Because someone, what was their record that year on December on Christmas Day? What was their record? Could someone look that up and tell me that? Because we always use that damn line, but I don't remember them being that good. I know they were the 4th seed.
They were, from what I remember, they were starting to come together, and it kind of culminated.
I remember that
on that Christmas Day game,
which was just a blowout of
Kevin Durant Warriors.
Yeah,
beat the hell out of them, and LeBron got hurt in that game.
He did. Okay. Let's get to resident Lakers fan. I'm always curious what Big Al has to say. 916-349-1320. What's up, big fella?
Hello, be kind, my man. Be kind. I have my lady of 42 years here, too, so she doesn't want to hear you just,
Big Al, you're one of our favorites, man. Tell your wonderful lady like we love you. You're a huge part of the show here.
Now, let's focus because I'm happy to have you. You'll be happy, and I'll be happy. Kuzma. But you're right. You keep saying it, and you're right. And everything I've read, you're right. It's all up to Montrez. And does Montrez really want to come to Sacramento? And of course the 22. And I saw the comeback is then the Lakers get the second king, which is 39, something like that. The 39 second pick would be part of that deal too, which I know the Lakers would really like. They got to find somebody. They believe they can find people in that second round. They're in need of some other help. So yeah, good for Kuz. I think by the way, the Lakers are up like 6 or 8 games above 500 in that point that you're talking about.
Okay.
They were
well.
Officially, both you guys, they were 20-14 at the time. Oh, that win put them at 20-14.
Okay.
20-46, 6-8. I'm on the bottom of my margin target. Okay, very good. So anyway, and Kuzma, you're right. Kuzma, some say we talked yesterday. Some say, LeBron might have kind of hurt Kyle Kuzma's progress. Because it's been So do I think Kuzma can do well for the Kings? I don't hate the Kings. You know that. I have far more disgust and disdain for those GFWs than I do.
Oh, yes, of course.
Oh, my.
Yes. I'm with that.
Absolutely. And of course, my team rivalry, which of course is those Clippers. And who knows? You haven't even talked about them lately.
That ain't even a rival for you. That ain't even a rival for you.
What? I think he's coming back. Well,
I think he's opting in. Yeah. He may not play, but he's opting in for the Clippers for sure. Big Al, we love you, man. We hope you have a great one, and give your lady of 42 years. Yeah, give your lady of 42 years our love, and we always appreciate you, man. We'll be excited to hear from you tomorrow, Big Al, and if the Lakers do anything. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines.
And Damien, you tend to do this a lot. Other people tend to do this a lot.
Oh, dear.
You can't tell me what a rivalry is. If I don't like you, I don't like you. It's a rivalry to me. Laker fan, this ain't no rivalry with the Kings. You never even won. I don't give a damn if I don't like you. Y'all gonna tell me I ain't a rival with you. You my rival. I don't like you.
That sounds like a grudge more than a rivalry.
Call it what you want. I don't like you.
Talk amongst yourselves. I just need to look up the definition of rivalry. So competition for the same objective or the superiority in the same field.
Or being the key word. So it don't have to be superiority in the same field. So it literally could be a rivalry between the Thunder and the Timberwolves. Competition in the same field.
Okay.
Now, the one thing about that is like how. Rival. So, do you think Red Sox and Yankees was a rivalry?
Sure, they play 4 million times a year.
Well, before 2004, was it a rivalry to you? Because according to you, it wasn't a rivalry.
Sure, it was.
It absolutely was a rivalry.
Sure, it was. Yeah,
it was a one-sided rivalry, but it was a rivalry nonetheless.
Didn't the whole it doesn't Brother Babe in the whole birth of the Red Sox Yankees rivalry? Doesn't that have a lot more? Because how do they phrase Babe Ruth going to the Yankees.
The curse of the Bambino.
No. Have you? It's they didn't trade Babe Ruth.
Oh, they sold him.
Think about that. Think about that. Think about our revelations of Babe Ruth over the course of the last month or so. In sports,
all coming together.
In sports, you trade a player. But the Red Sox sold Babe Ruth. You want more evidence that our theory on Babe Ruth is accurate? Wow. There you go. History has told us forever. In baseball, in sports, you trade players.
Crazy.
Except Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth was sold from the Red Sox to the Yankees.
Wow. Yo, this is crazy.
I feel like Martin and Boomerang. If you know, you know what I'm talking about.
This is crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
The white ball knocked the black ball off and the game's over. And the felt is green because it's the earth. See, we here.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I just don't get caught up in rivalries. It's hard for me to. I just don't look at a rivalry as a rivalry because you play them a lot. You know what I mean? Like, of course, that's an element, and sure, absolutely, bad blood is a part of it. What is a good rivalry in the NBA right now?
The best rivalry in the NBA today. Let's see. Let me think about this because it's hard to say if we got. I mean, Clippers Lakers was a good one. People were like, "You never beat us in the playoffs," but that's a good rivalry. That was like kind of an arms race. Warriors Lakers. I guess that's a good one. John
Warriors Lakers.
Be new the whole time.
They did.
That's why they're like no. That's why MLB is like, oh no, these numbers are valid. You guys talking about it wasn't integrated? No, you're wrong. These numbers are 100% valid. Okay.
Jesse says the number one rivalry in the NBA is LeBron James versus the Truth. LeBron James versus a book. LeBron James versus the Godfather. Number one rivalry in the NBA.
That is a good question, though. What is the number one rivalry? We don't really have since LeBron. I mean, the answer is LeBron versus the Warriors. That's kind of probably the
so
answer.
not Cygnus says here Cavs versus Warriors, and he uses past tense. That was fire, but it's just LeBron versus the Warriors?
It's LeBron because it shifted over. There was no Lakers Warriors thing until LeBron got there, and now it's LeBron versus the Warriors versus Steph, I guess you could say. But
James Harden versus Clutch Time. Sorry.
See, it's uncalled for.
Bad host.
Completely uncalled for.
I apologize.
Yeah, that's a good question. We don't have no rival.
I don't feel like there's what game do you like? Oh, I got to see this. Like, I know Lakers Celtics is still a thing, but it's not. I mean, is there? I know we're fans of the Kings, but is there an opponent where it's like, oh yeah, is the Warriors Kings still something that fans get up for?
No,
I guess Kings Lakers is, whether I agree with it or not. But
yeah, Kings Lakers is definitely still something here. But I mean, even they beat our ass all the time.
Oh, it's a good one. That's an individual one. Rob W says Dame Lillard versus Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, and I feel like that one died down after the playoff series.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to come back from.
Yeah,
it's tough to come back from that shot that Westbrook took.
That was tough.
That's tough.
I was on Team Westbrook and Lillard. He wore him out that series.
Yeah, that was tough.
So that was tough to see. I'm trying to see. And this may be a player versus organization one.
Okay, tease it for a second. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers. Elk Grove Dodge, 1 hour down, 7 more to go. We are going nowhere. We've got you covered as it pertains to the Sacramento Kings. Any trade news that comes your way, we got it. And, of course, the NBA draft. We'll be carrying it live tonight beginning at 5 o'clock.
I was going to say Kyrie versus Celtics.
Kyrie versus Nike.
Oh, man.
That's
I'm already knowing Kyrie, who's my guy. Kyrie was cool. Like, he is cool. Like, Kyrie was cool. Those days are over. He's not gonna have that Nike cosign no more. He's leaving Rock Nation.
Oh yeah, that's a sneaky big story.
Yeah. He's just not gonna be as cool as he was no more. It's okay. We'll always have the earlier years Kyrie.
That's tough, man. That's your guy.
Yeah.
That's your guy.
Yeah, it's my guy.
If
You
you're
always have the earlier years, Kyrie.
if you're the Nets and you're looking at next year, and we've talked about running it back. We've talked about running it back with the Kings and the concerns about that a number of times. We've talked about the disasters that some teams could face without making any changes. The Lakers, obviously, given some of the rumors that are out there, the Lakers are attempting to not just make one change. The Lakers are attempting to make multiple changes. Can the Clippers afford to run it back? Can what was it? The Portland can't afford to run it back. We're looking at these different teams. We talked about Brooklyn, and Brooklyn, obviously, the caveat is always, well, the guys were they were never healthy at the same time. They were never playing at the same time. But isn't Kyrie such a wild card where you're looking at it like, yeah, we really don't. Even if he's healthy, he might not play.
Yeah. I mean, you're looking, but I mean, I get your point there, but you can even go a step further. And as much as I like him, you got to look at it as a situation. He's not going to be healthy. Like, oh, Kyrie's just healthy. He ain't been healthy in like
long
5,
time.
6, 7 years. Like, he's always hurt. So he's going to be hurt. You just got to hope it's not at the most crucial time of the season. And this year it was.
Yeah.
He was hurt the year they won a championship, I think. He didn't play like 82. So, he was able to pull it together for the NBA playoffs. It's my guy, Kyrie, though.
I know it is.
He played 70. Is this the same year? Yeah, 72 games.
I may have referenced something some of you didn't see. Kyrie went at Nike in an Instagram post about them releasing a shoe without a Kyrie, like a line in his shoe without his approval. And apparently he has, I don't want to say veto power. That's the wrong word, but he's supposed to collaborate with Nike on everything he does. Kobe's very, very famous for that and working, hand in hand with Nike and what they create. But he put out, and it wasn't like a sentence. He put out a lengthy post.
I'm laughing because he said, shoes are trash.
It's exactly what he said. And it's like,
come on, man.
Probably should have gone about that a little bit differently because Kyrie's he's part of the rarefied air in Nike. And that's just,
he's their highest selling guy.
But you look at immediately it's like, oh no, it's Kyrie. Oh, okay. Nike has to know something like this is going to happen. Like that, you can't be like shocked by it. Like you've just got to kind of deal with it. And like, all right, what can we do, Kyrie? How can we fix this?
The thing that I learned about Kyrie is nothing lasts for long, right? With him, he's gonna he's gonna always be moving. He's gonna zigzag here and there. Nothing. It seems like nothing's gonna last for long with Kyrie. So that's probably what's going on with Nike. He whatever the contract is, he's not going to be a lifelong Nike guy. I don't think.
He certainly isn't now. But money talks every time. And Kyrie's, you mentioned this before, 120 for the shoe.
Yeah.
120.
The kids love the Kyries.
It's the fly knit material. Like he's a
kids love the Kyries. He's got, I don't know if it's still the case, but I know for 4 straight years or whatever, he had the number one selling number one shoe in the game. You know what I mean? So he Nike's going to have to make a decision. Are they going to deal with Kyrie and kind of him zigging and zagging here and there, or are they going to put their foot down at some point and move on to somebody else? My guess would be they would move on to somebody else because Nike feels like we can make another Kyrie. Maybe that Kyrie will be De'Aaron Fox.
Well, I know, boy, you want that to happen so bad. Well, you know who it might be?
Marks.
It might be the I was going to call him the reigning MVP. He's not. It could be Giannis. Giannis's shoe. Did you see the video
does go? It does.
Did you see the video of PJ Tucker getting Giannis's shoe?
Yeah, I did.
And Giannis hadn't gotten it yet.
I did. That was pretty funny.
That was
I ain't even got my shoe yet.
Even if that was a PR move by Nike, it was so flawless.
Yeah, that was perfect. And Giannis's shoes do sell really well. Speaking of Giannis, can we talk about Alex?
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
Could you explain that to me?
So yesterday after the show, the Kings formally announced their roster or some of their roster for their summer league. And they got Louis the King on there. They got Jamias Ramsey. They got Robert Woodard. And then all of a sudden, Alex Antetokounmpo is on their summer league roster.
Yep.
Alex Antetokounmpo is eligible for the draft tonight. But the Kings have him on their summer league roster. I was talking to our guy and my partner, J Street Vibes. It's not dead. Don't worry about it.
Allegedly.
It's not going nowhere. Okay. And I asked him because he was like the first person I saw that tweeted out. I said, yo, how did this Alex thing happen? Like, what the hell is going on? He said, I don't know. I just report what's given to me. So nobody really knows how this happened, what had happened. I know James Ham said later he had a caveat. He said Alex Antetokounmpo is on the roster, barring he doesn't get drafted tonight. I don't even know how that works, but yeah.
What? Well, at that, why didn't you just announce? Well, Cade Cunningham, Jalen Suggs, Jalen Green, they're all on the Kings Summer League roster. They're all on the Kings California Classic roster. You know, if they don't get drafted tonight.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before.
And it's funny because the other day I saw a video of Alex playing, and they were like, yo, I think he had a workout with the Pacers or something like that. And I was like, damn, Alex, like it'd be crazy to just get him here and then all of a sudden, like, yeah, he's on the summer league roster. And I ain't gonna lie, I'm this guy right now. I ain't saying I know for a fact he ain't never gonna be Giannis. But I'll say this: if you can, just sign him, put him in Stockton for 2 years, give him a two-way, and I will take my chances. I'll take my chances.
Okay.
Sign Alex.
Get us an Antetokounmpo at all costs. We're fine with it. We're fine with it. I caught that yesterday. I was like, wait, I missed this. And then I started following the thread. It was like, oh, apparently everybody is confused by this acquisition. Did you see the, I want to mention this to you. Did you see the, and I'm curious if anybody watching or listening got any, what are they called? The digital, the NFTs? Did you see the tickets that they're doing? Yeah.
I heard about them. I haven't seen them. I haven't seen the tickets.
So I'm curious if anybody got one of those, because I know like a select number of fans for the California Classic is getting them. I'm curious if anybody watching or listening were able to get their hands on any of those. I thought that was a pretty neat thing. We'll talk about that. We'll get you updated on anything that comes our way here as it pertains to Buddy Hield and any potential trades involving the Sacramento Kings. And this is all leading to the draft tonight here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
Cool.
Sorry, fellas. Like, squad, there's only, I appreciate everybody being on top of that. John, I know you're in here. I can't, that's your suggestion. I can't do right now. It's a long story, but I can't, at least I don't think I can. Let me see. Let me see.
They got a sick little I'm old, y'all. They got a sick little throwback concert on Labor Day in Ontario that I might have to go to. Let's see if,
Ontario, Southern California?
Yeah. Let's see if any of these names interest you. TLC, Keith Sweat, Escape, Jodeci, Genuine, Montel Jordan, and 112.
Man, 112. What
That's
song?
right.
What song? Oh, did you ever remember? Did you have Allure? all cried out with the 112.
Yeah.
I was listening to that the other day. Man, that 112 had such like a special sound.
Yeah.
Shut up.
I thought one time they did an interview, and that's a group. All those guys can sing in their own right, and I thought it was pretty cool. I forgot which one it was. He was like, we can all sing, but we kind of made the decision that Slim is going to be the lead, right? Because just because of his voice, like it's distinct, it's a signature style, and I thought it was cool that all those guys kind of put their egos aside to be like, this would make us stand out more than anything. He's going to be the number one, and it worked.
Slim.
That's right. 112. Cue Mike and the run.
What do we got here? Oh yeah, Only You is the jam. All day.
Oh man.
All day.
It's crazy. Those guys, they were kids at the time. They were like 17 years old. Having a song that big.
Yep. I mean, that bad boy vibe.
Special.
John, I think I figured something out here. I'm sorry y'all have to see them bots that come in here. I know we're on the full F them tip, but I still don't like that you guys have to deal with that.
Yeah.
I think I made a change that could help us a little bit. I just sent Danny in San Francisco a message. He's probably going to want to kill me, but Danny goes home to. Okay, just give me just tell me to go if you have to.
Tell me when to go. Tell me when to go.
Does it really, man? We don't. That's crazy, Bryce. We don't see the Twitch ones. Maybe there's a filter. Bryce, hey, we're back here on ESPN 1320.
That boy Dave did a LeBron in the box seat.
Hey, welcome back to the show here. 8 hours. It's going to be an eventful 8 hours of draft coverage. We assure you of that. At this point, we're just happy we're on the air. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. You want to be a part of the conversation. Many ways you can. The phone lines are available for you, 916-349-1320. You can hit us up there. You can hit us up on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Over 200 people watching right now. We appreciate all of you being here. Make sure you hit the thumbs up and the subscribe button as well. And if you're listening on the Odyssey app, man, we sure do appreciate you. You can discover hundreds of new exclusive music stations available now for sports and music fans by sports and music fans. We talk a lot of music during the commercial breaks over there on Twitch and YouTube. The new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. We're just sitting here waiting for the Buddy Hield traded to the Los Angeles Lakers tweet to come through. It has not, but if you're just tuning in, we'll give you a little update here on everything. We're going to be with you till 8 o'clock. We're going to carry the NBA draft live, spoiler free, within reason.
Yeah.
Of course, we already know who's going number 1, 2, and 3, thanks to Adrian Wojnarowski, who obviously takes his job very seriously as Buzzkill. But we'll carry those picks for you live up until number 9, similar to what we did with last year's NBA draft and what we're did with the NFL draft as well. And Jesse, can you give me a confirmation? Is Mr. Haliburton going to join us here in a few minutes? Awesome.
Nice.
Mr. John Haliburton is going to join us here in a couple of minutes. Of course, we talked to him last year when the Kings selected Tyrese Haliburton. Obviously, that was an incredibly eventful day for him. And I imagine today's a little bit bit more relaxed, yet a little bit less exciting. And he can now gear up, getting ready to watch his son play his second season in the NBA. So we'll talk to Mr. Haliburton coming up here in just a few minutes, who's become a huge favorite of us here. Of course, Mr. Haliburton was the one who declared the playoff drought is over.
I can guarantee you that's over.
Now that wasn't Kenny's love of Tyrese Haliburton that Mr. Haliburton was talking about right there.
Never stop.
That was the playoff drought.
I can guarantee you that's over.
That's a guarantee. That's a Mr. Haliburton guarantee. You could take that to the bank. Duce and Mo are going to join us as well in about 20 minutes and some change. Drake UU coming up at 3:20. The draft show officially starts at 4 o'clock. Let's bring in our good friend, Mr. John Haliburton. Mr. Haliburton, how are you today?
Oh,
I think Mr. Haliburton has Kenny's internet coverage.
My internet been cooking lately, man. Y'all gotta come on now.
It's only my internet that's been a problem. We'll get things squared away with Mr. Haliburton and get him back on here in just a heartbeat. But Tyrese, obviously, a home run last year, had everyone excited, had Kings fans excited. I think dating back, I think it was like one game in. We're one game into the season, and it was like, oh my God, we've got something here. And the Kings were cooking. The Kings were playing really well. And then Tyrese had like a little setback, and the Kings lose a couple, and it's wow, Tyrese Haliburton is the single most important player in the history of the Kings franchise. Let's try this again. Mr. Haliburton, how you doing today?
I am doing great. What about you?
We're all right, man. Good to hear from you.
I like to hear that, man. I like to hear that. I appreciate you guys for allowing me to join you guys today. My pleasure.
Oh man, we love having you on. I gotta imagine today is a little bit less stressful than last year's draft was for you.
It's kind of like it's one of those days that went by, and it went by real fast. It went by so fast, and it's like, here we go. We're gonna do it again.
Yeah. Do you look back at that day and just think this was the way it was supposed to be? This is the best possible outcome. We talked about it before you came on, but your son Tyrese, absolutely beloved here in the city of Sacramento, and he's in a situation where it helps his game. His game fits well with what this team is trying to do, what this organization is trying to do. I know everybody likes to go as high as they possibly can in the draft, and there was projections of him going top 5, top 7, or whatever. But looking back at it now, did this work out perfectly in your eyes for what ended up happening?
He's happy, and it's a great thing for him. I mean, this worked out. It couldn't have worked out any better, to be honest with you, because there was no pressure put on him. He got a chance to step in the lineup, step in the game, show what he's all about, and show what he can do, and enjoy it.
Yeah.
So this day right here was like a beautiful day for him. When the Kings selected him, that's why they were high-fiving, because they knew exactly what they were doing. They knew they got it.
Absolutely.
I think back to that conversation we had last year, Mr. Haliburton, and I remember you said a couple of things that, you stand out. You were obviously a proud father in the moment, but looking back and you talking about a player who's going to give his all, you talk about a player who's going to be willing to learn, you talk about a player who's going to hold his teammates accountable. Man, all of those things came to fruition really, really quick when Tyrese stepped out on the floor for the Kings.
Oh, sure, if it helps.
I tell you what, I was on the when I was watching when he came out, came on the court, and I said to myself, it'll never be the same after this. Everybody's going to see exactly what I've been trying to tell them all along. That when you put this kid on the floor, it's kind of hard to get him off the floor, because not only does he give you his all, he really, 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 really look out for his teammates, trying just to make them better. And those guys were really having a lot of fun with him when he was on the court.
Yeah.
It was a joy.
Yeah. Mr. Haliburton, the Team USA, who, they've gone to Tokyo, whatever the case may be. And I know that Tyrese got invited to the select team. And, people started to drop out and, look like some guys can't go. Was there ever like a thought within the team Haliburton that, hey, He might be going to Tokyo here. He might be on this Team USA. Or does he know that it's a little bit more of a process and he has some years coming? Was this something that everybody was prepared for?
Well, to be honest with you, I said they need to take it.
I think they do too. To be honest with you, Mr. Haliburton need that point guard.
I think they need to take it because let me tell you something. I know, and I can tell you this with all my heart, that if they would have took it, I mean, if a lot of things would have turned out totally different. You know what I'm saying? Because I just feel like that he would have. Here's the deal. You know, you got, and nobody can say that we got our best players over there in Tokyo because we really don't.
Mm-hmm.
We got some very good players over in Tokyo.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but the thing is that I just feel like this right here that if Tyrese would have been part of this, it'd went like this right here. It'd have made the guys want to win.
Mm.
It made them want to put an effort
Thank you.
into being the best they can be, and not just watching them play. It just seemed like to me that they were just like, we're good. Here we go. Let's do it. It'll work out.
Yeah.
And when it did work out, it was like, whoa. We need to really take a look at ourselves because the world is watching.
Yes.
I mean, I just feel like they should have took it. They really.
He gonna get there though, Mr. Haliburton. He gonna be an Olympian. He gonna be on Team USA at some point. Yes, indeed.
No doubt. He's looking forward to that because, it's nothing better that kid loves to do to represent his country. You know what I mean? And I think it's a wonderful thing that he feels that way. So without a doubt, I just feel like that he'll get there. No doubt about it.
And the experience playing with those guys, I'm certain, is certainly really valuable for Tyrese as well. What are the things that you're hoping Tyrese can do better? Obviously, he was really good in virtually all facets of the game last year, but what do you want to see him take to the next level as this season gets underway in a couple months?
That's a very good question. And I tell you what, I have thought about that. And what I would like to see is something very, very simple. And I tell him this all the time. I tell him this, I like to see you smile more. Because when you smile more, your whole game becomes complete. Because you're having fun. I just think that he just, I really, to be honest with you, I think that he really, 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 really know how to put himself together when he get out on the floor. Whether it be passing, shooting. My main thing is always dribbling because I always say that nobody has to dribble the basketball. You don't have to move the basketball. And so I just like to see him smile a lot more. I really do. I mean, when that happens, it just shows your teammate and the people outside that you really enjoy yourself and that you can have that much fun. Come on, let me do it with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're going to motivate me. Come on, I'm going to do the same thing you do. Come on. If you're happy and this thing seems like it's all, I think I can do the same thing.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I want to do the same thing. So, I want to see him smile more. But I can tell you this, King fans, let's get ready because it's playoff time.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yes,
yeah.
sir.
That's what I'm
Yes,
talking about
sir.
right there, Mr. Haliburton. We ready, baby. We ready.
Get your house party on because it's going to happen. I'm telling you, it's going to happen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I hear you, man. I'm ready for it. I'm absolutely ready. Mr. Haliburton, can I ask you, we talk a lot of basketball outside of basketball. Are you a Packers fan?
No. Absolutely not.
You're a Bears fan?
No. What?
Are you a Bears fan? I'm just saying because that's that area of the country that you guys are from.
He said a what?
I'm nowhere close to the area.
Okay. Who you rocking with?
Them Cowboys.
Oh, hey, Mr. Haliburton, it was nice talking to you, brother. You know what I'm saying? It was good talking to you. Well, you're talking to a Niners fan right now, Mr. Haliburton. So absolutely.
I like that. the Cowboys play them, I'll be like,
You know, I had a prediction. I think we're going back. Both teams are going to meet in the NFC Championship game soon enough. I can't wait for that. And then you got to come on and we got to talk that week leading up to that game.
Bro.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. I'm positive, Mr. Haliburton.
Right? You don't want me to be on that side, okay?
He laughed you out the room when you asked him if he was a Packers fan.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
You know, that was funny because I started laughing. That's when they asked Kyrie when he was on the 3-part. They asked him was he a Buck fan. And Kyrie said, what?
I saw that.
And I just fell over because it was like, so true. So
Yeah.
true.
Oh, man.
All right. Well, we got to stand an appointment though, Mr. Haliburton. When the Cowboys Niners playing in the NFC Championship game, we might just have you live in studio out here. We didn't even get you out here to Cali because you know we're gonna have it's gonna be a home game because we're on the number 1 seed, and then we'll get you out here. We'll talk about the game, man.
Yeah, let's do just that because I would love it. You know, I would love to look at your face. I would love it. I would ride you for a while.
Oh, man. Mr. Haliburton, it's always a pleasure talking to you. Thanks for carving out a few minutes with us and sharing your memories of last year's draft day and talking a little trash, man. We appreciate you.
Take care, Mr. Haliburton.
Anytime, fellas, anytime.
All right.
All right. That's our guy, Mr. John Haliburton, of course.
Yeah,
Wow. He laughed you out the building when you asked him if he was a Packers
He was
fan.
laughing so hard it made me laugh.
Oh,
His continuous laugh was cracking me up.
I thought he was going. Is he going Bears? He's going.
Yeah, I thought he was
He
going to go Bears.
He ain't going Detroit. Like he's got to be going to division rival. How about them Cowboys, huh? More. So there's a lot of there's some chatter out there right now. This one just popped up on Bleacher Report. Warriors turned down Philly's steep asking price of Wiggins, Wiseman, and 4 first-rounders for Ben Simmons. We talked about this yesterday. I think James Ham co-signed it. The Philadelphia 76ers is lost their God bless in mind.
Come on, man. What is Daryl Morey doing?
No one's going to take them seriously.
Daryl Morey out here. What is he doing? So, I mean, at some point, like I said, this is the question that I'd always ask Daryl Morey, that I ask all the time. If you think he's that valuable, that he's worth all that, why are you getting rid of him? Yeah. And he would have no answer.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous, man. Daryl Morey needs to stop, man.
There's James Ham was talking about the way you're doing business, man. I'm telling you, they're burning teams right now where teams aren't even going to. Hey, Daryl's calling. Yo, just hit the decline button, man, because we ain't talking to that dude, man. Leave him on red. We ain't interested. This coming in from The Athletic as trade rumors continue to ramp up here. We're hearing a lot of chatter about a Thunder Cavs trade for the number 3 pick, which would allow OKC to select Evan Mobley.
That would be huge.
Thunder have the assets. How badly do they want to move up? They definitely have the assets. They are one of the interesting teams to watch. Obviously, there are a number of interesting teams to watch. Oklahoma City is just loaded, but the Warriors have multiple picks tonight. Orlando has multiple picks. Orlando needs multiple picks tonight. There are a number of teams with multiple picks in the first round that you start looking around going, okay, what are they going to do here? Are they going to move up? Are they looking for a player in the league? Are they looking for an established player? Is there a particular player in the draft that they really want to get their hands on? We've kind of felt like the top 5 might, but really the top 4 for sure. Scotty Barnes kind of made it the top 5. But we've kind of felt like that might be the top 4 might be untouchable. But here we are with a report that Oklahoma City's getting aggressive with Cleveland trying to get into that number 3 spot.
First of all, Franklin Floyd, he said earlier, and I agree, Daryl Morey definitely needs to
man's is this?
Oh,
That's first and
man.
foremost.
Goodness gracious.
I don't know what he's
Goodness
talking about.
gracious.
Second of all, I mean, that's a big move for OKC if they can do that. I saw something where I heard something or saw it, and I think this is right. They have 36 picks over the next
7 years.
36.
Yeah.
And you know what I thought about? Because I'm always, maybe I'd be a bad GM just because I'm always looking to stick it to somebody.
Yes, you are.
I'd make sure to never trade for one of those picks. I'd make them pick all 36. I ain't trading for none of your little assets. You're going to have to cut people. You're going to have to do something. You're going to have to make all them picks. That's how I wouldn't trade for none of them assets. But
Oh, man.
obviously, I mean, the Cavs look at it and they say, hey, maybe, I think they would be probably moving back to, what do they have? 6? The Thunder have 6, the number 6 pick. So Cleveland will be moving back to that. Plus, you'll probably get some future firsts and things of that nature. I guess. I mean, I'm not as crazy about the Thunder's picks as other people are, because a lot of those are like Clippers, Heat types. So those are late 20s picks.
Sure, but it also shows that Cleveland maybe isn't enamored with Evan Mobley. I mean, if you're willing to, if you're willing to trade him,
you gotta be saying, hey, we're willing to move on, which would make sense when you just locked up Jared Allen, or at least have him as a restricted free agent.
I'm sorry. I listened to everything you just said. I'm still laughing at Daryl Morey. I can't get it. He wanted the 7 and the 14 this year, plus James Wiseman, who was what, the 2? What was Wiseman last year?
It was the 2.
He wanted the 2 from last year, the 7, the 14, and he wanted Andrew Wiggins, who was the number 1. This is spectacular.
Out of his damn mind.
God bless him.
Once again,
Hey, who man's is this?
We gotta, hey, what's we're just curious. What's Jazz think about Daryl Morey's behavior?
He's a clown.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
He's a clown.
Thanks. That was Las Vegas Jazz chiming in there. Holy smokes! This deal is never getting done.
No.
They're never getting. It's gonna. Ben Simmons has been traded for peanuts, and not even salted ones at this point.
He tripping, man. Like, come on.
Gracious.
Like, he talking about, once again, the simple rebuttal to everything he said. You want all this. If he's that good, why would you trade him? I know they talk about a James Harden-esque trade. James Harden wanted to leave. James Harden wanted out of Houston. That's why they made that move. What's your excuse for trading Ben Simmons like this? It's craziness.
Craziness, but it is comedy, especially when you don't care the outcome. It's funny.
No, to me, it ain't funny because I'm tired of hearing about him. Me. I'm tired of hearing about Ben Simmons.
Bro, you're looking at this the wrong way. I can't wait to see what he says next. We've had the Toronto deal. We've had now we've got this Golden State Warriors deal. Like, I can't wait. I can't wait. He wants the statue of Michael Jordan, ownership of the United Center. Like, I can't wait to hear what the other potential. We knew that he wanted De'Aaron Fox. I can't wait to hear what's next.
And all he's doing in this, and this is to your point as well, is he's just like devaluing not only the market for Ben Simmons, but the perception of him. Because there's some people that are probably willing to make a deal for him, but they're like, yo, he ain't that good. And now that's in their head. Like, before, what was in their head was, yo, he's 25, and, maybe you could rehabilitate him or whatever. Now, the first thing that, they tripping. He ain't that good. Like, he cool, but he nice. Like, maybe we just don't even deal with him at all.
Bruh, I'm just scrolling through the timeline. Literally, everyone is laughing at him. Everyone is quote tweeting that deal from one account or another and laughing at Daryl Morey for that alleged proposal. Like, does Daryl Morey see this and think, hey, man, maybe we should change our strategy a little bit? The entire NBA universe has been laughing at the Philadelphia 76ers since they were eliminated. Like, you've got to be a smidge bit self-aware. Or maybe you don't. maybe Daryl Morey believes there, like you do. Maybe Daryl Morey believes there is a sucker out there.
Well, I don't know if there's a sucker like that though.
Oh, not what they proposed to Toronto, or certainly not what they proposed to Golden State. Holy smokes, man!
Can I talk about another rumor that's out here?
Please do.
Evan Massey, he's got a blue check mark. He's reporting that per league source, the Pacers and the Hawks have had conversations centered around Cam Reddish and the number 13 pick. And I said something yesterday, and I mean it again today. I'd love to take a shot at Cam Reddish.
I know you would.
I'll go as far as to say I'd love to take a shot at Cam Reddish involving the 9.
Okay.
And if that meant I wouldn't like just not have a first round pick, but swapping picks with Atlanta and Cam Reddish and maybe a player here or there, I'd absolutely like look into that.
Okay.
I'd take a shot at Cam Reddish.
We got Atlanta at 20.
I'd take a shot
Swap
at him.
9, 20.
If you could get Cam Reddish, get to 20, make the deal with the Lakers. Now you got 20 and 22 and Cam Reddish and Kuzma. Come on, man. That's moves being made right there.
I need you to throw in Montrezl Harrell, man, because that's the intriguing part of the deal to me. I know you like Kyle Kuzma. I like Montrezl Harrell, but you're of the point, get the deal done no matter what.
Yeah, I think so.
Get the deal for Kyle Kuzma done no matter what.
I think Kuzma's the real prize. Montrez is dope. Montrez has looked funny in the light the last couple of years, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? And I like him. I would love to have him here in Sacramento, but it's not. He ain't been the Montrez that we saw 2 years ago when the Clippers made the 8th seed and played the Warriors, and he hadn't even been the Montrez more times than not that we see in Sacramento when he plays against the Kings. He couldn't even play in the playoffs. Vogel said, we can't even play you. Our season is dying. We can't play you. It's crazy. I think he should have got some tick, but I mean, damn, he couldn't play. So.
But why? Like, because Montrezl Harrell couldn't play, Andre Drummond couldn't play.
Defensively, what the Suns were doing, especially with the pick and roll and everything, that was a bad situation for the Lakers. Montrez couldn't handle the pick and roll. Andre Drummond couldn't handle the pick and roll.
Right in here. Fit right in. It's no problem.
Make no bones about it. I want Montrez. I absolutely do. But I think Kyle Kuzma is the true.
Woj, we're begging for a bomb here. Woj, let's go, man. Or Shams or Mark Stein.
Stop ruining the draft and actually tweet about some trades, Woj.
Somebody do something. I know what we'll do. We'll grab Duce and Mo. They're going to join us here next as D'Lo and KC continue 8 hours of draft day coverage, whether it's drafts, whether it's trades, no matter what it is. We are your home for real Kings coverage here with D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Man, I forgot to send this invite out.
Sweetie collabing with McDonald's.
Right?
She does some crazy stuff with her food. But quite frankly, Sweetie can do whatever she wants.
We got Bryant, Jill. Drake will be on the phone. Deuce and Mo already have the link. That's everyone, right? That's everyone.
Drake will be on the phone. You say Drake?
Yeah, I said Drake. Drake's on the phone. I'm sending the link out. I want to make sure Bryant and Jilly have the link.
Jilly, not from Philly.
Yeah. Jill doing the Hoop Ball Draft live show tonight. Oh, Big Al's in the chat.
Talking about Big Al, but I didn't.
That's not the. Wait, where's Big Al?
There he goes.
Just trying to represent. What? No way. Is that the real Big Al?
It's even.
There's no way that's Big Al. Come on, man. Seriously? This is the best day ever.
So I got it. He's saying the YouTube house. I thought he was saying the White House.
Oh dear.
Say yo.
Oh
Yo.
dear. That's okay. Okay. Speculation that Big Al does not have a computer. Big Al's got the original Apple. Oh man. Oh, I just want to believe that this is actually Big Al.
Big Al.
I gotta believe that this is actually Big Al. Let's bring the squad in here.
He saw it the same way.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
How we doing, man?
And we're an hour 44 in, baby.
With like 7 to go.
6 and 15. 6 and 15.
Duce and Mo in the building.
Let's go.
Look what
And there are flaws in the state. Oh, hey now. Hey, maybe we can get Morgan to sing a song for us.
Yeah.
I was
What? Why is this in the printer?
I didn't know if I was going to use it or not. I don't need it now, so
Okay.
we're good.
Just wanted to let everyone know that I just found that.
I'm a prop comic.
Oh, dear God.
I like that. Well, that's it. I noticed Morgan's not wearing her glasses today, so you can't
Dude,
rip them off her face.
I was
Do you wear contacts when you don't wear glasses?
no the glasses. So I have
They're for show.
What the hell? You don't even know my eyeballs. So get out.
Even know my eyeball.
It's a solid show title. You don't even know my eyeballs.
You don't. You don't. Kenny, I have some magnified for reading, and then the other ones I use is because we have these bright lights and I'm staring at computers and everything. Are the blue light glasses? But
Yeah.
Gotcha.
yeah.
I remember one time I know I need glasses, obviously, but I'm just like slow to get to them. I'll get to them when I can or whatever. And one time I put on my mom's glasses. I put them on and I said, "Oh my gosh, this is a whole new world. Look what I can see."
Kenny's like blind over there.
Hang on, guys. We don't have any music to rejoin, so Jesse just comes back and says, "Start talking." So hang on. Are we close? Okay, 10 seconds, guys. Hang on. We're really throwing this performance together here today. Hang on. The D'Lo and KC Draft Day Marathon rolls along here on ESPN 1320. Happy to be joined by our dear, close, long-time personal friends, Duce and Mo, Deuce, Mason, Morgan, Reagan. Before we dive into all of the Draft Day stuff, we've all got our phones in front of us, and we're all prepared for a Woj bomb, and we're hoping to get Morgan to sing us a song here before too long. We posted a job on ESPN 1320, and we've kind of thrown it out there like, yo, if you have an interest in getting in the business, like, apply for it, right? Like, try this out. And Kenny told the story about how, like, yo, I was a caller. Like, that's how I started. Like, everybody has, like, an in. Deuce, you started calling radio stations. That's how you got into radio.
Yeah, I kind of started bugging stations, and I got in, like, as a 16-year-old to come in, and they're like, hey, you could sit down and watch the show. It was Monty Till Midnight was the show. It was 9 to midnight. And I sat there, and then eventually they're like, yeah, you could stick around. And I just hung out. I just shut my mouth and watched how things went down, learned, and worked my way up.
Morgan, you started as an intern.
Yeah, I was going to say I took every free internship I could take, and I was living at my parents' house. So they were nice enough to not make me pay rent, and I would steal all their food. It was wonderful because getting paid $0 led to something that I loved so much, though. So it really was the internships that got me in the building, helped out, and it was great.
So the point I was trying to make, because a lot of people hit us up about that yesterday, was you've got to start somewhere. Apply for the job. Like, if you have an interest in this business, apply for it. We'll work everything out. A lot of people tweeted, "Oh, Duce and Mo's job." No, Duce and Mo aren't filling hosts. We've got other plans for Deuce Mason and Morgan Reagan. So just everybody hang tight on that one. But if you have an interest in doing radio, apply for that job that we posted on.
Shoot your shot.
Yes.
Like, I don't want to, just shoot your shot, man. Like, you got to start somewhere, and yeah, why not learn from people like you guys? Like, go for it.
Dude, we had people, we were on Twitter Spaces yesterday, and we were just, talking it up and everything. And there's a few people who are like, hey, like, you've motivated me to get into this business or want to do this or that. And it's like, these opportunities are the ones that you just got to shoot your shot, apply for, do what you got to do, because you just never know. believe in yourself.
Yeah. Absolutely.
100%. And you get the chance to work with Kenny Caraway. So when he comes in hot and he's screaming, he'll be yelling at you this time and not me. So it'll be cool.
I'm glad you brought that up, Kenny.
NBA been crazy, man.
You need to settle down a couple of.
No, the NBA needs to settle down. This is damn
It is
ridiculous.
2021. I'm sorry. We're not going to wait until, hey, at draft time to announce it. If the news is out, we tweet it out. And if you don't like it, shut your phone down, turn your computer off, and do it the old school way. But guess what? People like me, we want to know when it's happening. Do you not want to wait for a trade to like Woj to be like, hey, sources, there's Kings are working on a trade? Or are you going to wait until I want to wait for the team to officially announce it? Come on, Kenny.
Sources, Buddy Hield, 22. Oh, here's my think piece on why this is a good deal. And let's talk about this for 5 hours. This is a good deal. Oh, wait, the deal hasn't happened? It's not going to happen? I can't get those hours back in my life.
It's fun, though. It's rumors. You got to talk about it. It's something.
And then I do have one more question. Are you wearing a jersey?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jersey.
This is that
Jersey.
Trevor, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Morgan's favorite player ever right there.
You just won me over with that, Kenny.
It's a little bigger than I normally like it, but it works. It's whatever.
You're rocking.
Oh man. Speaking of since we're all laughing, let's continue with the trend. Did you see Daryl Morey's latest offer to the Golden State Warriors?
Oh, Daryl Morey needs to settle down. You had your head coach like throw Ben Simmons under the bus after the playoffs, and then you're like, hey, we want your entire team and draft assets for the next 10 years.
And your firstborn.
The Raptors one got me too. Is like Lowry, Van Vliet, OG, the fourth pick, and I'm like, what? They're gonna gut their entire team for Ben Simmons. Stop it.
It's shocking, right? It's I don't know where that confidence comes from for one human being, but I think it's confidence, but at the same time, you kind of look like a moron, right? In some ways, I think some people go, wow, I really dig the confidence. Like he really knows.
I love that we all have voices that we go to. Like Deuce has already done a voice. Morgan just slipped into a voice. I love that we all have voices when it comes to something we're being sarcastic about.
I just picture like the stupid rich people at the top being like, oh, this Daryl Morey guy really understands what he's doing. He understands what Ben Simmons is worth. When really there's like basketball minds out there that are like, yeah, no, he is a moron that is just trying to throw a whole bunch of things out there saying that this is what this guy is worth, even though it's not at all.
I mean, I don't think his value is as low as some people think, but it's definitely not what he's asking for right now. And it's like, all right, do you really want to move him? Like, because it sounded like Rich Paul and the Sixers were working together, according to Woj, to find him a new home. But how seriously are you trying to find him a new home if that's what you're asking for? Like, that's just not happening.
See, Deuce, these are the things that I'm talking about. These are the things that, we're trying to move Ben Simmons. I need 5 first rounders in your top. Oh, why are we? If I was Woj, I wouldn't even report this. I wouldn't report it. I'd be like, I'm not even reporting this trash. I'm not giving it any traction.
What else are we talking about?
The only way I report it is to make sure everybody laughs at you. That's why I report it.
Well, let's talk about a deal that matters a little bit more. A potential deal that matters a little bit more, at least for those of us here. Buddy Hield, the Los Angeles Lakers, this thing with Kyle Kuzma, potentially Montrezl Harrell. Now, according to the Ringer, potentially a number 22 picks. San Antonio and DeMar DeRozan have inserted themselves into the conversation. Mark Stein has broken down the difficulties of that. What do you think about a potential acquisition of Kyle Kuzma and potentially, and he has a lot of control over this, Montrezl Harrell?
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. I'm not like going crazy over it. I don't think Montrez and Kuzma were in the best situations last year. I don't think Montrez is as bad as he played last year, and it wasn't good. There are legit concerns with him. Like, I think he would help the Kings, especially if he was coming off the bench, come in, score in the pick and roll with Haliburton. It looked pretty sweet. But when it matters most in the playoffs, the Clippers got to a point where they went, we can't play this guy down the stretch. The Lakers, they had issues with AD. They had Drummond. Like those guys weren't playing down the stretch. And he played like 4 games against the Suns of the 6 and played under 10 minutes a night. So there are concerns there, but he also had other stuff going on in his personal life. He was talking about in his exit interview with the Lakers that like he's still dealing with the loss of his grandmother, and it hurts him to this day. So he's got a lot going on, but I think for him, it would be the perfect fit here. If I'm Sacramento, I just want to make sure that they have a legit big up front that's starting, and Herald's coming off the bench, and Kuzma, it's worth a look. They need length. He's 6'10". He could score. He's frustrating at times, but he's still youngish. And I think he would fit better with this Kings system.
And when we were talking to James Ham the other day, it was like, well, there could be a way too that they find a way to keep Holmes. So then if you did have Herald, Kuzma, and Holmes, I would feel more optimistic after losing some shooting with Buddy Hield. Now, get this, Kings fans. Buddy Hield is going to go somewhere else and thrive. It's going to happen because he's going to be, if he ends up with a team like the Lakers, they have one of the greatest playmakers in all time in LeBron James, who is going to drive and dish. All he's going to have to do is spot up and shoot. And you know how fun that is as an elite shooter? And again, I call him an elite shooter saying his shot, his actual shot, the rhythm, the flow, the fundamentals, the mechanics to it. There's a lot to it that is elite. But when you can't make it in a game time situation, then I shouldn't be describing him as an elite shooter. I think he can be more of that elite shooter if he was on a team where he could just spot up and shoot like the Los Angeles Lakers, especially when there's a threat down low like Anthony Davis, and that's going to suck. But I think for the Kings as well, you had someone 26 years old and Kyle Kuzma, who, again, a lot of people say have been LA-ified, right? Like he's all swagged out in LA, dating Winnie Harlow, like loves that life. But not to say that he can't be convinced or persuaded by playing with De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton, being like, this is fun. I actually like this. You guys remember him on the young squad with Luke Walton when he first started,
18 points per game. Yep.
He also had a lot of freedom then. You know, that Lakers team was young. They were just running up and gunning, and that's fine. I mean, I'm cool with it. Like, I'm not down on him, but I'm not going, oh man, the Kings won this trade. You start throwing in that number 22 pick, it's even more intriguing because maybe then you take a swing at like Zaire Williams if he was there at 22, or there's going to be talent in that range. That's cool. I wouldn't mind KCP instead of Harrell if they did that. I think KCP could shoot the 3. He's a pretty good perimeter defender, come off your bench, understand his role. It'd be a good fit. It's interesting. I'm very curious, like who's pushing this trade out there. How much of it is Rob Pelinka leaking this stuff out, and the Lakers really want this to go down? Because I do think if you listen to some of the stuff that's out there, the Kings are talking to a few teams about Buddy.
Mm-hmm. There's 2 things here, guys. Number one, I agree. I think this is a good spot for Buddy Hield. I think that he'll do well with the Lakers. The one thing that I would say is I don't think like he's going to play well, but I don't think it's going to be, oh, Buddy about to go off in LA. I don't think he's going to get that opportunity. I don't think the Lakers are trading for Buddy Hield as a big 3 to go with LeBron and AD. They're going to go get somebody else, whether to try to get Chris Paul, DeMar DeRozan, or somebody of that ilk. And Buddy will be like the 4th option, maybe even coming off the bench in some situations. If they can't move KCP the way Frank Vogel plays, the way the Lakers play, and depending on who they have at point guard, they may just start KCP at the 2 because they're going to need somebody to stop someone on the perimeter and have Buddy Hield take the Kyle Kuzma role and be the 6-man guy. So, like, I could see him playing better and more efficient, and his points per game maybe going down. His touch is going down. So I see that. The other thing about this is I may be in the minority. I like Kyle Kuzma, and I like what he could be here in Sacramento. I like giving a different opportunity, giving a different setting.
I'm with
what
you,
he could be. I think that's a good move for the Kings, like a real good move. Like I don't want to say stealing him. I don't want to say stealing Kyle Kuzma, but yeah, I can get off of Buddy Hield and you want to give me Kyle Kuzma, and then 22 is a steal at that point, in my opinion. So I like Kyle Kuzma a lot more than only me and Morgan like Kyle Kuzma more than people realize.
Yeah. Look, Kuzma, there's definitely talent there. He's got some scoring ability, and he fits a need for the Kings. They don't have any long players, right? Like they could use more length. I think he's improved as a defender. It's not consistent. I mean, I'm watching him against the Suns, going back and watching the game 6 on YouTube. They had some of his possessions. Man, LeBron was staring him down so many times, and Kuzma was making poor decisions. And
basketball IQ wise,
sure,
Buddy and Kuzma, you're trading for the same basketball IQ.
Yeah, but I also think there is it's just different when you play with LeBron and AD. Man, Kuzma was fit well with running up and down the floor, free flowing, instead of stopping in the half court and setting stuff up. I mean, he can cut, he's a good cutter, slash to the basket, but I don't feel like this system was great for him in his development in LA the last couple of years. So yeah, I again, you get Herald and Kuzma, it's not bad for the Kings, and I think they're not going to be as bad as they were last year.
26, guys, 26 years old. I think sometimes too we look at players and we go, he is what he is. Kyle Kuzma is what he is. Even Herald, 2 seasons ago, he's 6th man of the year. And there was a lot of things happened for a lot of people last year, not just it being COVID year, but the whole his grandmother passing away really hit him hard. Hard. And he still has a hard time talking about it. Again, not to say that should. What?
Lakers center Montrezl Harrell is opting in to his $9.7 million player option for next season. That's according to Adrian Wojnarowski. Montrezl Harrell is opting in to his $9.7 million player option. Come on, Woj. Give us one more, baby.
Hands like bird.
Give us one more. Didn't mean to interrupt you, Mo, but that was an important part of what you're saying. Montrezl Harrell has opted into his $9.7 million deal.
And he had until August 1st to do it. So doing it now, and I watched his end of year press conference with Lakers reporters. He was done there. He didn't like it there. He looked at the situation where there's 800 bigs with Marc Gasol. They brought in Drummond, AD, Kuzma, LeBron's playing forward. It was tough for him. And I know he's not a perfect player, but I do think there's this narrative about him acting as if he's a bum because of what happened last year. No, there are defensive things for sure, but having a guy that could come off your bench and score the basketball that way, and energy guy, add some toughness. These are things that we haven't seen in Sacramento. So yes, he doesn't solve the defensive issues that Sacramento has had the last 15 years, but he could still be part of helping this team, especially coming off the bench.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're listening or watching D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. We welcome those watching on Twitch and YouTube. Over 300 people watching live right now. We welcome you in here. We hope you'll hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button as well. We welcome those listening on Odyssey, and of course, those listening on 1320 AM. Duce and Mo with us, of course, the Duce and Mo podcast, as we continue to monitor the breaking news in the NBA here on draft day. I feel like the draft and the number 9 pick is kind of at the bottom of the totem pole. Here is another tweet from Adrian Wojnarowski. He said, with Herald opting in, Lakers are able to move towards completing a deal to acquire Kings guard Buddy Hield for forward Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell. Sources tell ESPN it absolutely now feels like, guys, this deal is going to get done, and it feels like it's going to get done today.
Yeah, damn it. Yeah, damn it. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Let's go.
Morgan, is there
made? Let's go.
Is there a song you would like to sing for those who are listening?
Yes. There's no bomb like a Woj bomb, like no bomb I know.
It's actually not bad. I did not know. I had no idea where you're going to go. So
Morgan got pipes, boy. She can sing. She can't sing. She can sing.
This is like singing too. She's like the little mouse and sing. Did you sing all the show tunes? I love that movie, by the way.
Like a broke version of that mouse and show tunes. Yeah. I like it, guys. Thank you.
I want to know if the 22 pick's going to be thrown in there too. That would feel great.
It's worth pointing out that was not included in Woj's tweet right there. Again, I read that tweet in its entirety. With Herald opting in, Lakers are able to move towards completing a deal to acquire Kings guard Buddy Hield for forward Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell. Sources tell ESPN. That's the end of the tweet. There is no talk of the 22 pick that was thrown in Kevin O'Connor's column last night on The Ringer. Is that KC Deuce? Does that matter to anybody here? The 22 pick not being included?
No, not as much. I mean, I definitely think that would be like the cherry on top, though. You know, for the Lakers to give that pick up. So, look, it's tough too, because now Sacramento. Let's be honest about it. We could be critical with Buddy all day long. The shot selection, some of the decision making. He could shoot the ball. He, 39% from three, taking 10 per game. And Woj just saying the trade still needs to be agreed upon, but there's been momentum toward its ultimate completion. So we'll see. But yeah, I mean, they need some more shooting now. I mean, Hield was important to spacing the floor for Fox, and Hield, even though we could be critical, he always played. So it's going to be tough. But at the same time, I like the additions of Kuzma and Herald.
Whether Buddy was consistent or not from shooting beyond the arc, teams planned and prepared that he was going to be that threat, right? So that did help open the floor up, especially on that offensive end, to allow De'Aaron Fox to have more spacing to attack, because that is what a shooter does, whether he's making or missing it. Again, 39% from beyond the arc. So it's something they're going to be missing now.
Can I play a little devil's advocate?
No, go ahead.
You've got a guy like Tyrese Haliburton who maybe he's not perceived as being the type of shooter that Buddy Hield is, but you know what I say, when them feet are set, if it's a catch and shoot situation, that boy Tyrese, he's wet. He's wet with the jump shot. So you can have him now starting at the 2 instead of Buddy. And potentially Kuzma instead of Marvin, that's also a better shooter. So I could make the argument you got the same or maybe a little better shooting around De'Aaron Fox in that starting lineup.
Yeah, and Haliburton took about 5 threes per game last year, 40% clip. So you could see him launching 7, 8 a game this year. So yeah, I'm with you. If he could show to be consistent, then it may not be that big of a deal. And look, Kuzma is talented. There's no doubt about it. The thing that I get concerned with him a little bit, I feel like he's got that Willie Cauley-Stein confidence where you're like, hey, let's settle down. All right. You don't need to be like, I could be an all-star averaging 25 a game. And that's the one thing I get nervous about with Kuzma a little bit is he looks at coming to Sacramento. I was like, this is my chance. I haven't been able to do as much now. I can prove that I'm the guy. And, it's like, no, just prove that you could fit with this team, because I think he'll benefit tremendously from playing with Fox and Haliburton. And the Kings are going to be able to use his size. And he's shown growth defensively. His rookie year, he was a train wreck defensively. And he's gotten a lot better on that end. It's not consistent, but it's going to be different. And I think they got to a point with Buddy where it just wasn't going to work out here. I don't think they viewed him as a starting shooting guard. He was getting paid like one. And, it was clear he probably didn't want to be here. And at some point, you do have to move on.
Yeah, I can also say real quick, Damian, Montrez will be the new wrap our arms around Montrez guy. Like, we're going to go crazy for Montrez Harrell.
He's going to be love.
Center. He's going to be Michael the Anthony Smith, or Michael the Animal Smith, Quincy AC, Cooley, all rolled into one.
I hope so. I hope so. Like, this is me, Negative Morgan here to bring everyone back to reality. I just always go, let it go all the way through. I just remember last season talking about DiVincenzo podcast after podcast. And I'm just like, I'm excited about this right now. And that's why I'm like,
we did like 3 podcasts talking about DiVincenzo. So yeah, you're right. And then it all fell apart. So who knows? But yeah, Montrez, like Morgan said, the guy won 6th man of the year like 2 years ago. It's not that far away. It's not like he's a bum now.
You can have a down season.
He could score. Back. And, I don't need to be posting him up all the time. I thought the Lakers did that sometimes. You're going, what are we doing here? Let's get him, run some pick and rolls, being a lob threat, attack. He's going to be fun. And I think you're right, Kenny. He's going to be a fan favorite here. Now, when you start getting into a deeper conversation of what does that mean for Richaun Holmes' future, and if Richaun's not here, you don't want to be starting Montrezl Harrell, a 6'7" guy, because that's just not his role. Like, play to his strengths. If you could find someone, whether it's Richaun, maybe a Miles Turner, someone to man the middle, and then you've got something here. And I think he'd be a huge spark coming off that bench.
It's not the trade deadline, by the way. It's the NBA draft. We're obviously focused on this trade, this potential trade with the Los Angeles Lakers involving Buddy Hield. But as we mentioned, there is a draft tonight. What's your gut tell you, Mo, about the number 9 pick? Do the Kings make the selection, or is this one of potentially a couple of deals that we see from the Kings today?
So my brain says that they make a selection at number 9, but my heart wants it to be something else, whether that's packaged something with Marvin Bagley, and then you get another player that it has experience and has been anything new.
Keep going.
Okay.
That's the state we're all in right now. Is like, what was that? Was that the Woj alert? What did that mean?
It was a Woj alert, but
it was.
Yeah, Landry Shamet going to Phoenix for Javon Carter on the 29th pick. Actually, great move for Phoenix. I love Shamet. Sorry.
I like Javon Carter, by the way.
For the Kings, the number 9 pick. I mean, I know we keep hearing the Franz Wagner being there, and that's who they were feeling confident in. But I honestly have no feel. I have no feel who's going to pick who before the Kings. So are a lot of people just going to be dropped and be there? Is Book Night going to somehow be there because the Warriors go with Giddey or the Warriors go with Franz Wagner? I have no feel for that, but I feel like they are going to pick at number 9, even though I'm sure that they're still right now looking to seeing what else they can do.
The thing that was curious for me yesterday was Ham coming out and saying that the Kings actually went to Vegas, interviewed Josh Giddey, and they saw him play for the Australian team. And I'm like, okay, is that a smoke screen? Are they really interested, or are they saying that because of what went down with Memphis moving up to 10 and all the talk about Memphis wanting Giddey? And could Sacramento maybe just trade down a spot and get their guy and maybe get an asset out of it? So there could be something like that. I think they're going to make the pick. I do. I think they're going to make the pick. Who's it going to be? I don't know. I feel like there's so many smoke screens right now. All of a sudden, it's like, hey, Golden State, I think they're going to get Wagner at 7. I'm like, okay, so where's Moody going? Is Moody going 8? Does Kuminga drop? Does Book Night drop? I mean, Book Night drops to 9. I know you don't need more 6'5" guys, but I think you take.
You'll figure it out.
Yeah, you'll figure it out. You take them. You take
the best player available there.
And then you're starting to hear a lot of noise about Şengün, and I don't know how much of the Şengün stuff with the Kings.
I'm with you, Kenny.
But I don't know how much of this talk are these mock drafts guys just going, hey, he's an analytics darling. Monty McNair's super into analytics, so that's someone that they would take a swing on. So I don't know what to believe there. I don't know if they truly like him or not. They brought him to Sacramento. He was here. They got a chance to talk to him. Look, I know you guys shake your head. There is definitely some intriguing aspects to his game offensively.
Absolutely.
But for a team that's so bad defensively, he's not helping that end. And if he does, it's not going to be next year, the year after that, probably the year after that. Like, it's going to take him a while. He may never be a good defensive player.
You have to be able to switch in this league, and the fact that he is not switchable, he is not switchable. Again, it just
Montrezl Harrell isn't either.
A little bit. No. He at least has experience in switching in the NBA, where Şengün wouldn't have experience yet in the NBA.
He also, let's not get twisted. The guy just turned 19 and was a Turkish League MVP. So we can't.
Again, I'm not acting like he's going to be a bum. I am just frustrated when I do think about that aspect and think about what the Kings are acting like they want to do this next year. You putting someone in Stockton isn't going to give you the success quickly like you want it.
Now, I will say this, Morgan, and I agree with you 100%. However, being able to pull off, and I think James Ham said this yesterday on the show, but being able to pull off a Kuzma, getting a Montrezl Harrell, getting guys in there like that may give the Kings a little more leeway to keep the pick and take a project. Because when you get better in that aspect, that gives you the leeway to take a guy that you could coach up, you could build up. I don't like
for those listening on the radio. Morgan just died. Casey, go ahead.
I don't like Şengün, but I mean, I don't know. He reminds me of Enes Kanter, and that's not a bad thing, but
no, it's not. It's and again, I am being dramatic right now because he can turn out to be. I mean, think about when everyone in New York was booing and crying about Porzingis being there. Again, Porzingis isn't.
What is happening right now?
Whoa. Jams dropping his own bobs. The Lakers and Wizards engaged on a trade that would send Russell Westbrook to the Lakers.
Oh, Nelly.
How you feeling?
Oh, Nelly.
Wow.
We've got some bombs going here today. That's my Keith Jackson. You guys like my Keith Jackson?
It's not bad. Rest in peace.
That was solid. And I mean, this is you left this part out. I guess this is a bit of news. I don't know that it's surprising news. Westbrook wants to move elsewhere, and the Lakers are his preferred destination. So now, all eyes. If Shams is reporting this, Lakers and Wizards, they're working towards something. This is going to have to. The only way that this works. This shows two things. DeMar DeRozan Spurs that Mark Stein wrote about, that's dead. Mm-hmm. Dennis Schroeder now has to be factored into this as some sort of sign and trade. Monty, get this deal done for Kyle Kuzma and get that part executed. Now all eyes have to shift to Bradley Beal. The Warriors' ears just perked up.
That's done.
The Warriors' ears just perked up like, okay, Russ is out. Let's start moving and see what we can do with Bradley Beal.
This is what the hell I'm talking about. Let's go. That's what I've been talking about all day. Let's go.
You're right. The Warriors' ears perk up. I think Miami too. Those are like the two teams I think are really in on Bradley Beal. So, it is heating up.
I like that. But that shooter drop was Montrezl Harrell because that was the one like, okay, now we can free up the space or do what we have to do to get Russell Westbrook over here and everything else. And this is what I talked about earlier as well. Buddy Hield going to the Lakers. Buddy Hield ain't going there to be the third option.
Yeah.
Buddy Hield going to be your fourth, fifth, maybe your bench guy. You know what I'm saying? That's a good bench guy. He's kind of an overqualified six man. He's a tweener, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, that's a good look for the Lakers if you got him coming off the bench.
Jill Adge brings up a good point here.
Whoa.
Bombs.
We got conflicting information, won't you?
Hey! Hey!
The Lakers and Wizards discussed the trade that would send Kyle Kuzma, and Kentavious Caldwell-Pope for Westbrook. The Lakers' number 22 pick of the draft could be in play here too. So we got Shams going head to head. Who do we believe?
Shams just gave a straight up middle finger to Adrian Wojnarowski in front of the entire world. Oh my God.
Yo,
this happens to nobody except for us.
I'm speechless.
This is crazy.
You've got to be kidding. This isn't Montrezl Harrell, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. Oh, hell. So that's 13, 26.
My goodness. So now who the hell knows what's happening, right? Like, again, who's pushing this information out, right? Because now we're to the time that it's like, all right, stuff's
just pissed.
Woj beyond heated
that's what he did. He shouldn't have been leaking the draft picks.
Oh,
Shams is sitting back like, go ahead, tweet about number one, tweet about number two. Go ahead.
Oh, wow.
What do you think, buddy?
And so now it brings up, okay, did Sacramento not really want to do that deal, or did the Lakers not? That's the thing. Like,
they're probably working both of them.
Yeah.
And think about this.
They are.
Unbelievable.
We were just talking about Herald, like, oh man, the Kings fans would love him here. And then I stood up and made the point that, remember the whole DiVincenzo thing?
You did.
So let's not get cute and talk like that anymore.
So where's Buddy going?
You're right, Morgan.
Buddy's getting moved today, right?
I know where Buddy's going. To the Golden One Center. That's where Buddy's going. He's going to the Golden One Center to shoot 14 field goals and 13 of them being threes.
Well,
and Deuce is going to ask the question, hey, Luke, is that on purpose? Yeah. Yep. That's on purpose. We want him to shoot threes.
I will say this. We have Avatar Watch. I don't know when this happened, but we have Abby Watch. John Bull says Buddy Hield's Abby has changed to just him.
Wait,
sitting
what?
on the stairs. And he's got some nice little dunks on, by the way. I think those are off whites. Very nice. But the Abby has changed. We have Abby Watch. You know, we watch Abby's around here.
You're funny. Yeah, I don't even know what to say now, because this is we're breaking that down for a while now, and now it's like, okay, it doesn't seem like it's happening. It's great. The Lakers are really improving their 3-point shooting with Russell Westbrook.
Okay, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that.
My God. That spacing's gonna look great out there.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're
man.
gonna have.
I just need to know. I need to know what the Lakers can they make both deals. I don't know if they can make the Westbrook
Can
deal.
you trade
That's a
Kyle
great point.
Kuzma?
This could be a 3-team deal.
Well, who the hell would the Kings get?
Yeah.
I don't know how they make the salaries work. I'm just
Bradley Beal?
good market.
Okay.
All that.
Okay.
There's a chance.
This is wild.
Maybe
this is
Kuzma
wild.
can play for 2 teams this season.
Dear God. Okay. So if you're just tuning in, Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted that Montrezl Harrell has opted. No wonder Montrezl Harrell opted into his deal. He's like, oh, I'm just going with a bunch of my teammates to the nation's capital. That's no big deal.
That's not a good thing.
Yeah, I guess basketball wise, it's not. Adrian Wojnarowski 15 minutes ago tweeted that Montrezl Harrell had opted into his deal. He also tweeted that with Montrezl Harrell opting in, the Lakers are able to move towards completing a deal to acquire Kings guard Buddy Hield for Montrezl Harrell and Kyle Kuzma. Bleacher Report pushed that out. ESPN pushed that out just a few moments ago, 4 minutes ago to be exact. Shams tweeted out, the Lakers and Wizards are discussing a trade that would send Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, and Contavious Caldwell-Pope to the Washington Wizards for Russell Westbrook. The number 22 pick is in play. Now, a long time ago, when I was going to bring up something Jill Adge asked, I was going to point out perhaps the Wizards are trying to acquire that 22nd pick, and that's why it wasn't mentioned in Adrian Wojnarowski's original tweet. But now apparently none of that matters because Buddy Hield is going to be a Sacramento King for the rest of his career.
Hey, I'm buying in. Hey, I believe in you, buddy. Let's we can bring you off the bench. You cool with it? Let's go.
Never doubted you for a second, but
Well,
seriously,
I'd always want to bring him off the bench. That's always a good look, but he don't want to do it.
let's pretend all of this is just scratch it all, right? And let's say Buddy is here. All right, Buddy, you got to buy in like a sixth man, right? Okay, hold on, just listen. And you know how we're talking about how the Lakers team with these playmakers could really – he could benefit from them, right? And they add all this talent, or they have all this talent that he could benefit from. I told Deuce this. I said, man, if the Kings somehow did keep Buddy and did add other threatening offensive threats to this squad, and he could be more of a straight up spot up shooter, then Kings fans would be happy.
I don't know. Does he want to be here? We don't know if he wants to be. That's a big deal. Like if he doesn't want to be here, that's the thing. Like that's,
Well, they could come back and they could say, well, buddy, look, we tried to trade you. It didn't happen. What you want us to do? We tried to move on.
or we're just getting all worked up over nothing, and LA is going to end up with both Westbrook and Hield. And
that is the move. If I'm the Lakers, that's the move. That's what you should be trying to do. I don't think it should be one or the other. They should be trying to figure out a way to get both of them, because like I mentioned a couple times before, Buddy Hield by himself doesn't change the fortunes of the Lakers. They need a big fish, and Russell Westbrook would be a big fish to go along with Buddy Hield.
Shout out to the homeboy and fellow Black Bottle Boy Bonte Hill, 95.7 The Game. He says, listening to Damian, Kenny, Duce, and Mo react to these trades live is pure comedy. we
appreciate you, Bonte.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
Do you feel like if the Lakers had added Russell Westbrook that they would be a championship team next year?
Absolutely.
Yes, they would.
Both of you are like a very confident yes.
I mean, because they were a championship contender with Dennis Schroeder as the point guard. Russell Westbrook's better than him.
But were they a championship contender?
I mean, until they weren't.
Nets and Lakers in there. They were up 2-1.
Davis's career is identified as being injured and not available.
Very true.
So
yeah, very true.
I mean, that's my only thing is, okay, so is he not going to stay healthy another year?
That's my biggest concern with the Lakers. I just LeBron aging, AD always hurt. I'm like, okay, I don't know if I trust it. But then again, the West to me is so open next year. It's still open. I mean, Kawhi's going to be done for the year. We don't know when Murray's coming back in Denver. The whole Chris Paul thing hanging over. Will Robert Sarver be a cheap ass, or is he going to pay Chris Paul and Bridges and Ayton and bring that team back? There's a lot at play.
You want to print money? There's 50,000 ESPN channels right now. You're making us pay $7 a month for ESPN Plus. You want money? Put a camera on Woj right now.
Oh, yeah.
Put a camera on Woj the day of the draft or the day of the trade deadline and have him. You think our reactions to these trades are funny, Bonte? Let's see what Woj is doing when Shams tweets that Lakers and Warriors are in serious talks on Russell Westbrook.
I would pay
Let's see that.
pay-per-view. Like, I would pay lots of money to watch that all day long.
Behind the scenes, he's throwing his phone down, pissed off.
Let me ask you guys a question, and this will probably be in the category.
We're never letting you guys leave, by the way. So just
this will be in the category of probably overvaluing Kyle Kuzma. But I had a thought last night. I was like, if the Kings did get Kyle Kuzma, that would open up my mind and my heart to moving on from Harrison Barnes. And that's a whole nother avenue of what you could get. Kyle Kuzma at the 3 with Haliburton and Fox. You find the 4. I'm not saying it's got to be Montrez or anything, but you
What's
find
the deal, though, man? What's the deal? I don't want to move Harrison Barnes for like some crap from Boston.
You know, I'll say
You know?
me neither, right? But the whole thing, at least here on D-Lo and KC, was I don't want to say he's untouchable, but we're not moving Harrison Barnes. I'm not. We ain't moving him now. You come with the right package. I ain't saying we're Daryl Morey out here, but you come with the right package. All right, I'll listen to you now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not anti-moving Barnes in the right deal. You know, Kuzma.
Yeah,
He's on the ultimate prove it thing this year because of the last couple of years. It's been pretty much the same. Decision making hasn't been great. But like I said, I think he would fit better in Sacramento. Woj.
Oh God, poor Woj. The Lakers are near a deal to acquire Washington's Russell Westbrook for Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, and a 2021 first-round pick.
Damn.
Wow.
Can get played again. Yo, you got Monty got to stop getting played.
Okay, stop it.
Monty,
Stop it. What are we doing here?
You got to stop getting played out here. This is the second straight year he done got played.
No, you know what's funny? This is why Montrezl Harrell opted into the deal. Because he's looking at it like, I'm going with 3 of my teammates and a draft pick to Washington, where, as of right now, Bradley Beal is. Now, whether he's there in a couple of days is an entirely different story. But he's thinking, I'm not going to Sacramento, so it's fine. We all got played.
I mean,
we all got played.
I don't even know if it's played. I mean, look, this is what happens this time of year.
Played, Deuce.
Stuff gets leaked out, and that's the danger of it, right? If stuff gets leaked out, it's like advanced talks, and sometimes the stuff gets leaked out to motivate other teams to make a better offer. And I don't know. I'm not. Let's see what happens with the Buddy deal. Like if he does get moved somewhere else today, and maybe it's the Kings that were like, you know what, we're not doing that deal because we believe we can get more out of Team X. So who knows? I mean, that's why. Hey, you're on for 8 hours today. This is why we're on for 8 hours. Is because you don't know.
Lakers beat the Kings again.
But let me ask you this: Washington didn't get leaked out. I'm not blaming Monty, but if I'm him, I got to be like, yo, we need to negotiate in good faith.
Well,
are you playing me? Is something gonna get leaked out? Because like I said, the Wizards, we ain't heard about the Wizards. They didn't get nothing leaked out.
Is it possible? Is it possible that Pelinka was leaking out his talks with the Kings and LeBron was leaking out his talks with the Wizards? Maybe
that's
LeBron
very possible. That's very possible.
Give me Westbrook. Give me the former MVP. We're not playing around.
You guys are on for the draft at 5. Night chat returns tonight. How much cold brew, just real quickly, have you guys had this morning?
I need more.
Okay, we'll get it.
I'm ready to go. It's going to be fun, man.
It absolutely is. We appreciate you guys so much. Deuce Mason, Morgan Reagan, YouTube, Twitch. Make sure you're following them. 3 screen it tonight with Duce and Mo as the night chat returns. We're back with more here on Odyssey. We're back here with more on Twitch, YouTube, and we're back here with more on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage, ESPN 1320. Oh man! That was flawless. That was so good. That was so good. That stuff happening while you guys were on the air was so freaking good.
This is crazy.
But yeah, my heart hurts a little. I think.
Oh God, yes.
You said, "Hey guys, let's settle down."
I didn't say it.
So it's Morgan's fault.
It's all my fault. It's all my fault. I take all the blame.
Morgan's fault.
I hate my life.
Hey, Kenny, look, man. I'm an emotional guy too. All right,
But-
just let's see how it plays out tonight.
Let's see how it plays out.
You're freaking out right now. I could tell you're like, Monty, man, he's on the clock now. What the hell? He didn't make the move.
I'm just saying, they can look. I'll be honest with you. The Kings are getting played every time. Every single time they get played.
Kenny, I can't wait. I can't wait till your guys' show tomorrow. I cannot wait. I know you're going to be on all night, but I think
They getting played.
sleep to like really gather his thoughts.
He's
So
gonna.
y'all don't think they use the Kings as leverage? Like everybody?
It's gonna
You
be
don't think what happens?
when Davion posts a clip later tonight of Kenny going, I love Monty. I trust this guy. Best trade ever. Let's go.
No. So when I say they're getting played, it's not an indictment on Monty, but they're getting played.
Why do you
once again, nobody heard about Washington.
That's fine. Nobody, there's a lot of deals that we don't hear that are talked about, man.
So we hear about the Kings all the time. The Kings.
Well, I'm sorry. Did we hear about DeLon Wright and Terrence Davis and Imani?
No, I'm talking about these big ones. These big ones. I'm talking about these big ones with
the Kings. With this one here,
this one here, the DiVincenzo thing. I'm just saying, Monty. I will say this about him: when he talks to these GMs, and maybe he's doing it, like, yo, I didn't got burned a couple times, man. Like, we got to make sure that we're negotiating in good faith here. Even if you are working on another deal, that's not my business. But don't use us to bolster your next deal.
And it's possible you're right, but it's also possible that the Kings were like, we don't want this deal, and we're going to keep searching elsewhere. The fact is, we've been hearing this deal for a couple days, and it hasn't happened. So why did it happen today? I don't know. Maybe the Kings pulled out. Who knows?
That would be a fail on Monty's part. I will blame Monty for that.
All right, guys, we're coming back. All right. Bye. Wow. We're back, man. The conversation, by the way, it just continued. The conversation missed a beat over on Twitch and YouTube. We appreciate everybody who's watching. If you're new to the show over on Twitch or YouTube, please subscribe, hit the thumbs up as well. Over 300 people watching live on YouTube right now, 350 watching in total across our multiple platforms. The Odyssey app is popping right now, and everybody listening on ESPN 1320, we appreciate you so much. What an eventful 45 minutes it has been. Montrezl Harrell opting into his deal, us believing that was the final piece to execute a deal between the Sacramento Kings and the Los Angeles Lakers that would send Buddy Hield to the Los Angeles Lakers, bring Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell, potentially the number 22 pick, here to Sacramento. That was all reported by Adrian Wojnarowski. Shortly thereafter, Shams reports that not so fast. The Los Angeles Lakers are in conversations with the Washington Wizards. Those conversations have escalated to serious talks now. The Lakers and the here's what Woj tweeted just a moment ago. There's no agreement in place and work still to be done on a Westbrook Lakers deal, but talks with the Kings on a possible Hield deal had also been going on, sources say, but the Lakers are near a deal to acquire Russell Westbrook for the same Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell that was supposed to be a part of the Buddy Hield deal, and Contavious Caldwell-Pope in a 2021 pick. That's a good haul for Washington.
Yeah.
I don't know how that deal doesn't get done.
Yeah, I don't know who.
That's a good haul for Washington.
That one. Both teams are kind of fulfilling their needs with that one. So yeah, that's
Golden State. Are you listening? This is what I was telling you about. Stop waiting for Bradley Beal to ask out. Call Washington now. Have you heard about Russell? Have you heard about Russell Westbrook asking out? No, you didn't. Shams tweeted a couple of moments ago, Westbrook would like a new destination. He would like a new place to play after he had reported this news. Don't wait. Call them now and get it done. Or whoever wants Bradley Beal, call Washington now and get it done, because Bradley Beal's reading all the Shams tweets too. He's like, man, he's going to say the same thing. Get me out of here. I don't care how loyal he is. Loyalty can be tested. We've seen this with Dame Lillard. Loyalty can be tested. But all it boils down to is the Sacramento Kings either got played or they got beat by the Lakers again.
Well, now this also goes back to what I was saying earlier. Bradley Beal isn't reading this and like, what the hell? He ain't doing a DJ Khaled where he's sipping and he stands up and he's like, they're trading Westbrook. These guys knew this stuff was in the works. You know what I mean? He ain't, and this goes probably to your point. We don't know what Bradley Beal wants to do. Bradley Beal knows what he wants to do. The Wizards know what he wants to do. All right. All this waiting around, all this.
Then Golden State or whoever wants Bradley Beal needs to do it, because in about 10 minutes, we're going to get a tweet from Shams that says the Los Angeles Lakers are also in discussions with the Washington Wizards to acquire Bradley Beal. Going to be Bradley Beal and Russell Westbrook to the Los Angeles Lakers for Kyle Kuzma.
That would be crazy.
Okay, that's not happening, by the way. Or a sign and trade with Dennis Schroeder, I guess, gets worked into play here.
But one of the things,
gosh almighty,
and Deuce disagree with me. I want to know what you think about it here. The Kings seem to be getting played and used as leverage a lot in these situations this offseason, and that's got to stop.
I understand both of your points. I understand your sentiment and I understand your frustration, and it's very possible. I think we even speculated on that. We talked about that the other day, that the Kings are, the Kings get used in conversations like this.
I said clout, but leverage.
Yeah. No, we do, but it all ties into the same conversation.
Yeah.
I gotta believe they were in legitimate discussions. Of course, now it feels a little bit more frustrating if the framework of the deal didn't change. And again, I guess this all boils down to Montrezl Harrell.
Mm-hmm.
If Montrezl Harrell, if all of this is legitimate and Montrezl Harrell was important to the Kings, they needed him to opt in.
Yeah.
And he opted in today, right before the Russell Westbrook story broke, like minutes before the Russell Westbrook story broke. It was all
part of the whole deal. And when I say they're getting played, that's not necessarily an indictment on Monty McNair. But I feel like Monty, when he talks to these guys, and maybe he already does this, I have no idea. But he says, look, man, let's have negotiation in good faith. And if we're having that, don't use me as leverage to bolster the trade package for another team. If we having real talks, let's have real talks. And I don't know if that's always going on with the game. Like, it, to me, with Pelinka, agents, all this other stuff, this was not something that was in the works or a possibility 15 minutes ago. Like, this was something that at least 24 hours ago, Westbrook didn't, once again, do a DJ Khaled, wake up and look around. He was, this was at least a day ago, 2 days ago. Yo, I think I want to go to LA. Let's talk to my agent. Let's see if we can make something happen. What needs to work to get to LA? But at the same time, somebody is leaking stuff to Kevin O'Connor like, yo, this move is the move. Buddy Hield, Kyle Kuzma, da-da-da-da. Somebody's leaking that out. I'm assuming it's not Monty's side.
I don't think
I'm saying it's the Lakers side.
I hear you. And they're using it as leverage. I got you. I think the point's valid. I think it's absolutely valid. But that's I guess that's the line, right? Monty's getting played.
Mm-hmm.
Not to any fault of his own, because if this stuff isn't getting leaked by Monty McNair and his team, and it's getting leaked by the Los Angeles Lakers with the idea of enticing the Washington Wizards, or perhaps with the idea of getting this deal done, before the draft starts tonight, or getting this deal done before Monday, it's like, hey, look, and I forget it. I forget the general manager's name in Washington. I know he was Tommy Shepard, right? It was Ernie Grunfeld's guy.
The only reason I know that is because Tommy
the fighter.
No,
right. Oh, that's right. It's to entice him. Like, hey, we've got offers on the table. We like Buddy Hield a lot. We need 3-point shooting. We can get 3-point shooting for Buddy Hield. We'd rather have Russell Westbrook, but if we can't get this deal done here today, well, that's just a shame for all of us.
Yeah.
Or actually more, it's a shame for you, because you're going to have to deal with Russell Westbrook wanting a deal. And if he wants to come back to LA, or perhaps he just wants to get into a different destination, that's really going to limit who can acquire him. We can acquire him, and we want him, and we want to do it now.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, do your thing, because we've got the framework of this. We're just waiting on Montrez. We're mulling over the 22nd pick. you've got a couple minutes. You've got to do it before. Shoot, that might be why the 22nd pick was thrown in last night.
Mm-hmm.
Look, Washington,
we'll give you a 22nd.
Well, or you've got to get it done today, because we've now there's a pick involved. Before there wasn't a pick involved. Now there's a pick involved. We've got to get the deal done today. And Tommy Shepard and Ted Leonsis, they said, okay, let's do it. Let's start this conversation. Let's get this going. Or maybe not start the conversation. Let's accelerate this conversation.
Yeah. And the other thing about this, and this is once again, none of it is a shot at Monty or the fault of Monty, but kind of feels like they're picking on the rookie. They're playing the rookie. These GMs, these agents. Oh, we got a rookie in here. Let's go to work on him.
Kevin O'Connor, who's been all over this story, tweeted a moment ago, Lakers fans, who would you rather trade for? Seeing a lot of mixed opinions on the timeline, so got to ask. 11,000 people have voted right now. It's the two options are obviously Russell Westbrook or Buddy Hield. 11,000 votes so far. 67% say Buddy Hield.
Damn. They like Buddy in LA.
More from Adrian Wojnarowski. This is a trade, obviously speaking about the Russell Westbrook deal. This is a trade Washington wants to make with Bradley Beal in mind, creating some salary cap flexibility for the future talent to add to the team around him. The idea of returning to his Los Angeles roots has been appealing to Russell Westbrook. I felt like it was only a matter of time before that story popped up, the returning to Los Angeles. I'm good with it. I'm fine with it. Shout out to Marshall Harris, who just texted us. Kangs. Marshall, good to hear from you, buddy.
Marshall, what's good? He kind of got the night off. I don't think the Bulls got a pick.
Yeah, I don't think he does either.
Chilling, just watching.
Oh, man.
That's a trip, man.
It's not the trade deadline. It's draft day.
Yeah.
Today is the NBA draft. It's not the trade deadline, but this is more active than any trade deadline I remember, or at least I can think of in recent memory.
Yeah, man. And what's going to happen now is Monty's going to have to, suck it up. They treated you like the rookie. Might have played you for a little bit of leverage. You gotta eat that, and you got to go out and see what else you can do to get this team better tonight. Whether that's not just the draft, but seeing if now you can make a move for Buddy Hield or whatever the case may be. You got to pick up the pieces from here.
There's a saying somewhere, I don't know where, pivot, don't panic.
Yes.
Well, Monty McNair has got to pivot. What's next? Because it looks like this Buddy Hield, and it may not be dead. The Buddy Hield to the Los Angeles Lakers deal may not be dead. I can't imagine how it's not dead, because I can't imagine why the Washington Wizards would want to walk away from that haul that they're going to get because this is for the Lakers. This is better than any John Wall for Russell Westbrook nonsense that was pulled a year ago. And it's wild to me. Russell Westbrook is going to be on his fourth team.
Yeah. Wow.
Okay. Y'all don't appreciate greatness.
So here's
take a breath. Let's step out. We'll come back. There is so much more to talk about. Kenny's got something on his mind. He's ready to unleash. And now, if this Buddy Hield deal with the Los Angeles Lakers is dead, Philly is still out there, allegedly.
Philly ain't got nothing.
Well, way to kill the tease. More D'Lo and KC coming up here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Oh, 13th round today, guys. We got a long day.
We got a long day. Let me run down and get my smoothie though while you talk to everybody. Nobody go anywhere, man. We still here.
I'm right here. I'm
right back. Just got to grab my smoothie.
I'm right here, y'all. Well, Bryant, I take that back. Philly don't have nothing that they're going to give up. Not for Buddy Hield. Not that I wouldn't. But Daryl Morey, who knows what's going on in his head? Who knows? Robbie, Everybody that says Thibault. I understand. I want Thibault too. Why on God's green earth would the Sixers give up Thibault or Maxey for Buddy Hield? No, Brian. I mean, yes, that's a great deal. Why on God's green earth would the Sixers do that? They would be fools. They really would be fools to do that deal. There's gonna be a lot of stretching today, baby, but we good. As long as they keep having moments like that, that'll push us through the whole day. That'll push us through the whole day. That was some good stuff. Nice. One of them days, man. The crazy thing about all this is, see, I feel like the Lakers getting Westbrook is a good move, but the Lakers, they still need some shooting, especially you giving up Kuz and KCP. I don't know what you got. You ain't got no shooting. They got none. You know, I still want IT to be here in Sac. You know that. Appreciate you, Tone. Shout out to McQueen and the Violet Fog Gym. Black Bottles 916. What up, baby?
I miss anything? Anything crazy happen? Dodgers finalizing a trade? I don't even give a damn.
They ain't getting Scherzer, so that's okay.
That was Padres, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, Marcus Thompson. Okay, Brinket News.
Mm.
From what I'm hearing, Bradley Beal is opting to stay in D.C.
Mm.
Okay.
Like stuck now. I am the Warriors stuck. They got to make a pick they don't want to make.
They sure do. Oh, man. Holy crap. That's why we apply for that job, man, for days like this. This is fun.
This is fun. Like I said,
being able to just be a sports fan and react to this stuff live together is a freaking blast. As frustrating as some of it may be. And welcome to everybody who is watching for the very first time, man. We appreciate you so much.
Yes, indeed.
All right, 5. Hang on, guys.
We might have music.
Fam, we just warming up right here. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We're with you till 8 o'clock here on the radio on ESPN 1320. We're with you till 8 o'clock on the Odyssey app. We're with you till 8 o'clock on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. Shout out to Duce and Mo for being with us earlier. Drake Yu is going to join us coming up at 3:20. Mr. Haliburton was with us earlier as well. A couple of notes during the commercial break, and again, what an eventful hour and some change it has been. Buddy Hield made more threes last season than LeBron, Russ, and AD combined. Buddy Hield made 282 threes last year. LeBron, Russ, and Anthony Davis combined made 216.
Well, see, and this is what I was thinking of during the break, and I was talking to the people about. Is I like Russ to the Lakers. I like that for the Lakers.
Sure.
But you have a huge spacing issue in LA. And the shooters that you did have, you just moved on from them. You just moved on from KCP and from Kuz. Now you're left with Wesley Matthews and Schroeder, I guess. I don't know what kind of deal you're giving them. They still need shooting. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to still make a deal for Buddy Hield. The Lakers are, but I don't know this. So here's what I was going to say before the break. We're seeing all this stuff, and I think the deal gets done. But if we're doing all this was probably 20 minutes ago at this point, 20, 25 minutes ago. What's the holdup? Why isn't it announced as this is a deal?
I don't know. I mean, it's there could still be some negotiations. I mean, obviously they're far enough in the process to put it out to Shams for the first time, because this wasn't out there before. So obviously they've gotten far enough in this process, especially with Montrezl Harrell opting in, and maybe that's all the Wizards were waiting for.
Right.
Let us know that Montrezl Harrell's. By the way, I mentioned this to everyone watching on Twitch and YouTube. I want to repeat it for the people listening on 1320 and on Odyssey. Marcus Thompson covers the Golden State Warriors. Tweeted that Bradley Beal, from what he's hearing, Bradley Beal is going to stay in DC. Yeah. So do with that whatever you will. Adrian Wojnarowski just announced another trade. The Cleveland Cavaliers are acquiring Minnesota Timberwolves guard Ricky Rubio, a 2022 second round pick in cash for Taurean Prince.
Okay.
Again, the Cleveland Cavaliers are acquiring Ricky Rubio, a 2022 second round pick in cash from the Minnesota Timberwolves in exchange for Taurean Prince.
Look at Woj scrambling now.
Oh, yeah.
He wasn't on his P's and Q's. Too busy tweeting out draft picks at 10 a.m.
Shams, you've been defeated. And I'm going to be honest, Shams.
Woj.
Woj, yeah. Woj has been defeated. Sorry, I don't know where my head's at. Woj has been defeated. Yeah, and I think you're 100% right. When you decided to start tweeting the second and third overall pick tonight, even though we knew who was going probably in the top 4, even in the top 5, this is what you get. You got hit with the 2-piece, and now you're Mike Tyson in Tokyo, picking your mouthpiece up off the canvas, putting it back in, tweeting about Ricky Rubio.
Dr. David, put that on a shirt.
It's unbelievable.
Shams
dropped his ass in front of everybody.
Y'all thought I was overreacting at 12:05. I said, if you don't quit tweeting out these draft picks and give us something, look at that. Wasn't prepared.
He wasn't ready. Wasn't ready. Let's get our man Manny in you.
Oh, real quick. Jill Adge on Twitter says, does Rubio being in mean Sexton is officially out? Is that another shoe that's going to drop later on? I think so.
How many years does Rubio have left?
I don't know.
I mean, God bless it. Ricky Rubio been in the league like 27 years, hasn't he? He's been in the league a long time, man. 916-349-1320. Let's get to the homeboy Manny, the Serial Connection. What's good, baby?
You think you're feeling bad? I got to deal with that and the Bulls signing shooters to like $150 million contract.
Oh,
well,
right there.
That's tough.
Yeah,
that's tough. I don't.
That could happen. Man.
I don't think so. But
I hope not.
Who knows?
But I was like, what's going on with the Kings now? Like, I remember, like, this was after Jordan and all the bad press and everything. This was the MO of the Bulls all the time. Was they were supposedly in every single talk of every big signing, and somehow fell short every single time. They were used as leverage every single time for a free agent to go somewhere else, and it's so madly frustrating.
Manny, what are you doing right now?
I am trying to understand. I don't know what I'm doing.
No, Manny, what are you physically doing right now?
I'm driving.
Oh, please, God, tell me you got a Bluetooth on.
I do, but even if I didn't, they can't catch me.
Okay.
Oh, no.
All right.
Manny,
Manny, don't do that. Manny, stop it. Stop it. Just knock it off. We do. Phil, if you're listening, could you just call Jesse? Just call the studio again and just let us know. Just let us know you're out.
Yeah, Phil. Come on, man. Because people have been worried about you, Phil.
Phil, literally everybody who, even if people who weren't watching yesterday who saw the clip on social media are worried about you. Phil, just check in with us, fam. We just want to know that you're good. And if you're going to call the show, we'd love to hear from you. Love to hear from everybody. 916-349-1320. Just if you're driving, do it through the Bluetooth. You know what cracks me up is when you drive past somebody and they're talking through speaker.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but they're holding the phone, like they're talking through the speaker of their phone, not the speaker, like the car speaker.
Right.
And I'm wondering, do you think that that's hands free? Because you're not talking into the phone because you're talking through the speaker. But you're holding the phone in your hand.
It's literally the same.
It's exactly the same.
Both situations, you have a hand free. Whether it's to your ear or you're on the speaker, you have a hand free.
Yeah.
Not hands, plural, though.
I got you. I appreciated the game 916's reference, who said Shams is stepping over Woj like he's AI.
Oh, man. Is he ever?
Allen Iverson was drafted 25 years ago.
My guy.
Number 1 overall.
My guy. 1996 draft. The greatest draft of my lifetime. It's top 3, of all time. When you talk about 84, 96, and what was LeBron, 03?
Yeah.
So those are the top 3 of all time. Marvin Bagley and DeAndre Ayton think that this is the they're in the best one of all time. Remember Marvin said that?
He did.
DeAndre said it, then Marvin co-signed, I think we got the best draft of all time. He then came back and was like, all right, one of the best.
Okay.
It is a good draft, though.
How about all of you settle down? It's very good. It's very, very good.
Top 3, though.
Crazy. Let's see. Brad Turner covers the Lakers, can confirm reports. Lakers are closing in on a deal to acquire Russell Westbrook from the Wizards for Kyle Kuzma, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, Montrezl Harrell. Talks ongoing about the Lakers' number 22 pick in the draft. The Wizards are sending the Lakers a 2nd round pick. There is some framework of a potential draft, a potential trade that could be announced here at any minute. And now that you see these picks involved, obviously this is a trade that will be announced tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like Monty's got to pivot. Monty's got to go back to the drawing board. It looked like Buddy Hield was on his way out. Morgan Reagan was with us at the time and said, hold on, not so fast. Do we all remember the great year or the great 3 days that Dante DiVincenzo was a member of the Sacramento Kings? Let's slow down. Let's let it develop. Let's see what happens. And I believe Morgan talked this into existence as shortly thereafter Shams tweeted that the Lakers are closing in on a deal for the exact same players that the Kings were closing in on a deal for, with a few added in Russell Westbrook in return. So
I'm wondering where the Kings go from here. You got to move, buddy. You got to find everybody out here talking about, we just, hey, buddy, we were just playing. Nah, you got to move them. I don't know if it's going to be tonight, but you got to move them.
You mentioned this a moment ago, or I mentioned it a moment ago. You put a, bullet in it before we even got to it, but there were reports that Philadelphia was also involved in conversations. This was from The Athletic, I believe, that the Philadelphia 76ers had at least engaged Sacramento in trade talks regarding Buddy Hield. Now, I don't know if everybody looks at this and goes, Buddy's value just dropped because we just saw the Lakers turn their back on him. But, pivot, don't panic. Does Monty got to get a hold of Daryl Morey and see if he sends back any ridiculous trade proposal like he did with the Ben Simmons stuff?
That guy, Daryl Morey, he's turning into a guy that I would never even want to deal with.
I hear you. I hear you.
That is his boy, allegedly. Yep. We always just assume that. We assume that's his guy because they work together. Maybe he hated his guts.
But they worked together a long time. It's tough to work with someone you hate that long. I mean, you could get by for a couple years, 2 or 3. Once you get above that, it gets tough. gets tough running into each other in the hallways.
I mean, man,
Want to trip a 60-year-old man as you walk by. It's not the easiest thing in the world.
I would think, yeah, you call up, you call around, you see what you can do. But yeah, man, I don't know. He's got to find a way to get back out there, see what he could get for Buddy Hield, see if there's a Marvin Bagley domino out there, and see if he can make a move. Because this is turning into a bad draft night for him.
Yeah, I was trying to think. I apologize for laughing. I was trying to think, hey, what did he do when the DiVincenzo thing fell apart? And that's right. Nothing. It was, and that's not, I swear that's not a shot at money. There wasn't much that he could do at that point. It was kind of this way, and the circumstance was entirely different.
Yeah.
There was far more of a, there was a very firm timeline. There was a very strict deadline in terms of that particular situation. So yeah, man, I don't know. I don't know what Monty does now.
And look,
I really don't.
Terrence in the chat is saying KC ready to get the tiki torches out. I do not have a tiki torch.
We don't do that.
Let's not go there at all. But I get what
wrong show.
I get what he's trying to say. And I'll say this. I meant it when I said the heat is on out here, man. Like
da-na-na-na-na, da-na-na-na-na. You don't even get that reference. It makes me
a
sick.
little bit. The heat is on.
And what movie is that from?
Wait. Is it Beverly Hills Cop?
Yes, Kenny. It is Beverly Hills Cop.
So the first thing that came to my mind. Tell the people where we're at first.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge, 3 hours down. 5 more to go. The official draft show. I don't know what this is, but the official draft show starts 1 hour from now. I guess this is just a Thursday edition of D-Lo and KC. We'll be bringing the draft to you live beginning at 5 o'clock. We'll bring the first 9 picks to you live. You'll hear Adam Silver make the selections, and then once we get to 9, we'll react to what the Sacramento Kings will do. Bryant West will join us around 6 o'clock, right around the time the Sacramento Kings select Jill Adge, who's in the chat right now. She's going to be on a podcast later as well. She'll join us at 7:30. Drake Yuyu, by the way, is going to join us in 20 minutes. We'll get his thoughts on everything that has happened here today, and we'll get his thoughts. I feel like we really haven't talked about the draft, and I guess that's not the focal point right now. The focal point is the trade that wasn't. But please go ahead. That's where we are.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about. But I was gonna say, you said Beverly Hills Cop, but the first movie that came to my mind, what was the movie? And this is like crazy now, where the 2 white guys ended up. It was like almost like a blackface situation.
Oh dear God, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh man, and it's like in the vein of it's an 80s movie. It's not Ferris Bueller, but it's like one of those type of movies, maybe a little later. And yeah, it's crazy.
I'll think about it.
Yeah.
We'll get back to the deal. It's gonna bug me. I'm gonna figure it out.
Yeah. Soul Man.
Yes. That was terrible. That wasn't that was a full-on blackface situation. C. Thomas Howell was his name. Oh yeah, that's terrible.
That's where
that was bad.
On. That's where I thought that
was bad. Yeah, no, that's Beverly Hills Cop fan. Crazy. But the point was the heat is on.
The heat is on money.
The heat is on money.
This is a pressure cooker here in Sacramento. A pressure cooker. Things need to get done. Wins need to happen here on and off the court. And they need to make the playoffs. They ain't it's not really his fault or whatever. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. It ain't Luke Walton's fault that he has a bunch of guys that don't play defense. Nobody trying to hear that. He need to get something done. He need to figure it out. Same thing happens with Monty. Same thing happens with these players. This is a pressure cooker. I need things to happen now.
That's Kenny clapping as he talks, for those who couldn't put that together. If you're not watching, 916-349-1320. I think we need some positivity. Let's bring our man Disco Tim in here.
Let's go, Tim.
It was a big day, fellas. Appreciate the time and energy that you're putting in for the Kings fans today.
Oh yeah, man.
It's our pleasure.
The power of Monty McNair, who he's been making good moves. I trust him, and he's not going to let LA take our pocket until he can be a clown show for the whole league next year. LA doesn't pull out anything because he's not playing. That's why he lets the whole thing get played out in the press. He doesn't care. He's a rookie, but he's got it down. I believe, and if he makes a good move, or just looking for a little bit, we're looking forward to making the playoffs. Not a play-in, but the playoffs. And I'm going to stick with you guys all night long. It's going to be crazy.
Disco Tim.
My man.
Let's go. I got to give that boy some air horns.
Give him, yes.
I got to give that boy some air horns, man. I appreciate it, man. And I can't calm down, Disco Tim. I can't calm down. Look, I love Monty.
You've been hot. You've been running hot all day.
Because this is a pressure cooker. The heat is on out here, man. People up here talking about, Kenny ready to fire. I can't find it. Oh, yeah. Steven said, fire Monty right now, Kenny. I ain't saying he fired. I'm not saying that. But this ain't it's okay. It's okay. Hey, you're trying. You're doing what you're doing. To hell with that. It's time. You need to understand the sense of urgency up in here. I don't know if you understood that when you took the job, but you need to understand it now. There's a sense of urgency that started months ago. That started when they got eliminated from the playoffs this past year. So you out here getting, to no fault of your own, but it is what it is, getting played out here left and right. I need some players. I need a playoffs.
Okay. Well, I think Kings fans feel exactly the way that you do. And this is just, it does feel like this happens with the Kings. Like, who else does this Buddy Hield story fit with? It fits flawlessly with the Sacramento Kings and nowhere else. It's just more, it'll be on the jump tomorrow.
Yeah.
The Sacramento Kings attempting to execute a deal to send Buddy Hield there. It'll be a footnote to the, it'll be the ha-ha after the Russell Westbrook deal is announced, checking back in on Kevin O'Connor's poll. Lakers fans, who would you rather trade for? Seeing a lot of mixed opinions on the timeline. So got to ask, 26,000 votes. 67% say Buddy Hield. 32% say Russell Westbrook. Do you think the Lakers take Kevin O'Connor's poll into consideration?
Absolutely not.
Should ESPN 1320 start their own poll? Did Monty McNair get played? That's the poll. Oh, I'm posting that. Did Monty McNair get played?
So one thing, people are saying, I need to calm down.
No, you don't need to calm down.
Well, look, they're saying that one thing that will make me calm down and it will make me laugh is the people, the draftees, whatever you want to call them, the players, the young men that are being drafted, they have arrived, or they're arriving in Brooklyn as we speak. And I just retweeted it. Jalen Green is in the house. Jalen Green is in the house looking like a member of the Jackson 5.
Okay. Let's take a look at Jalen Green here. Jalen Green. Yes.
He's a dancing.
He is.
Watch him get down.
Ooh, man. Jalen Green. Okay, fam. Hey.
I ain't mad at him. I'm always for, for creativity and
That's
trying
that
to
Gordon Cottrell right there.
Gordon.
Yeah, we'll put that on the we'll put that on the screen for those watching. But yeah, Jalen Green looking sharp out there.
He's a dancing machine. Watch him get down.
I did want to ask Mr. Haliburton earlier if he thought anyone would show up, any father-son duo would show up better dressed than him and Tyrese did last year, because they was looking pretty solid last year.
If I was at the draft, I would win. Ain't nobody gonna outdress me. They're gonna outdress me. That doesn't mean people can't look as good as me.
Yeah, for sure.
They're gonna outdress me.
Yeah, no doubt. Even if you've got to wear a blazer in 97-degree heat and 90% humidity,
we had some women to wear 5-inch heels. right?
That's fine.
To look good, you got to do that if you want to look good.
I hope you don't get dehydrated out there in Georgia. Mark Stein tweeted official completion of a Westbrook to the Lakers trade, like the recent Memphis-New Orleans trade, can't happen before August 6th when the 2021-2022 salary cap year begins. As Jake Fisher and others have noted, that gives time for the trade to expand beyond the Lakers and Washington. Interesting. Sacramento, perhaps, could get involved in that. I don't. You would be. I mean, you'd be getting. I don't know what you would even be getting in that case or
the scraps. That's what you'd be getting.
Pretty much. Pretty much as we show those watching on
Twitch and
YouTube.
Boy Jalen Green.
Jalen Green, definitely.
Dancing machine. Watch him get down. Watch him get down.
We will be carrying the draft for you live beginning at 5 o'clock here, and we'll be here with you till 5. We'll be with you here till 8 o'clock. Excuse me.
Mrs. P on YouTube, as I think she's 100% right. She says they still want Buddy. I think they do. What they have ain't enough. What they have is not going to work. They need a shooter. They want Buddy. But the problem is you don't have nothing we want no more. Well, you have like 1 or 2 guys. That's about it.
Yeah, LeBron and Anthony Davis. Well, that's about it.
I would take THT. I would take number 22, but your money don't work no more. Your money's looking funny now, Lakers.
22 is going somewhere else.
Well, it might not, though. It might not. Your money's looking funny. Maybe, and then I saw another report that Bertans is out there. So maybe THT. Well, this is like people talking about Thibault and Maxey. I don't think the Lakers are moving on THT, but THT 22 and Bertans. Buddy goes to LA.
You know how much I love the trade machine. That was sarcasm. I do not at all.
Thought you cooked something up.
No, I didn't. Jill Adge retweeted something that shows a deal with the Lakers landing Russell Westbrook and Buddy Hield. The Kings landing Montrezl Harrell, Kyle Kuzma, and the 2021 pick. The Wizards landing Contavious Caldwell-Pope and Dennis Schroeder. This all feels stupid at this point. I don't even know. I guess if the Lakers still really want to land Buddy Hield, and maybe, as Joe mentioned there in the YouTube chat, maybe that's what it is.
The thing is that works. That works for everybody involved. The only thing is, I don't know what the Wizards are getting out of that. Cap relief, but you're not
getting a point guard. Now, Dennis Schroeder is in the camp. Dennis Schroeder's not. Schroeder, Harrell, Drummond. All 3 of those guys saw potential paydays. And Dennis Schroeder was offered a big payday from the Los Angeles Lakers. He just turned it down. I think he wanted a bigger payday. Dennis Schroeder, I think, is better than he played last year. I like Dennis Schroeder when he was with Oklahoma City.
Dennis Schroeder is a backup point guard. So if you're taking him, taking him as a starter, I think he's underqualified for that. We're talking about Buddy being an overqualified 6th man in some respects. I think Dennis is not a starter. And it's like you go on to war with like, yo, that's my point guard. I don't have nothing behind him. I only got Ish Smith behind him. That ain't it. If I was Bradley Beal, I'd be like,
Drake Q, Pro Insight, Scouts, worked for the Kings. We'll get his thoughts on the developments of the day. We'll get his thoughts on the draft, which is just a couple of hours away here. As D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage, ESPN 1320. Nah, Drake, we're calling.
You got the number, Jesse? Okay. If not, I'll shoot it to you right when I get back.
Okay. Just checking a couple of things here. Okay. Let's see here. Let's get over here in the chat, man. I haven't spent enough time in the chat today. What's happening? Yeah, that's what I thought. I think he turned down 80. Yeah, 80, 84, something like that. Lakers, man, for real. They out there working. Yep. So, okay, we would take our last break at 7:55. So okay, so we'd break at 6:32 or 6:28, and that would get the or okay. Let's do that. Let's just stay commercial free. Let's go to 55. Okay, perfect. Okay. That's dope, man. We're going commercial free for 2 hours, man. That is dope. Let's break it 6:54 to make sure we get all of the. Is that well? You know, Danny told you so. Let's do whatever Danny said. We'll do that. So we'll go 55 or 54 or whatever, and then we'll have one break in the 7 o'clock hour or two. Okay, all right, and then we'll be commercial free the last hour. All right, I'm with it. With it. Okay, sorry guys, we just found out we're gonna go commercial free for yeah, there we go. Commercial free brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin. Let's get it in. Let's do that. Yes, shows yeah, shows within the show is canceled today. They'll be back tomorrow. But yeah, canceled for today. Gonna have to, yeah, man. That's legit. That we may have just had our last bathroom break of the day. We very well may have just had our last break of the day. Oh man.
Yeah, I got you.
Casey, we're going commercial free from 5 to 7.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep. Hey man, nobody else could do it.
Hey,
nobody else can do it. Y'all can't see us.
Ooh-wee. Let's see, where is it? Yeah.
There's some good activity going over on the ESPN 1320 Twitter account. We appreciate y'all for following us there too. If you're not, go follow us. Hit the subscribe button on. That's right. 2 hours of angry KC commercial free. Daggone right, man. Believe it. Better believe that. Oh man, we appreciate y'all. We appreciate it, man. Thank y'all for hanging out. Make sure you hit the thumbs up. If it's your first time here, please hit the subscribe button. Yeah, we sitting at 316 total, man. 316 says I just whipped your ass. You know how it is. Let's get to 200 likes too. By the way, let's get to 200 likes in the in YouTube. We at 172 right now, man. Let's get to 200. Appreciate y'all hanging out with us, man. Just got a note from super producer Jesse there in the studio. We're going commercial free, not for 90 minutes. We're going commercial free for 2 hours from 5 to 7 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
When the draft begins, we'll be staying with you. We might open a bottle of that Luke Belaire Blue behind us. We might open a bottle of McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin because we're going commercial free for 2 hours. Of course,
we're crazy.
Going commercial free means we don't get a bathroom break, so we maybe want to hold off on popping the bottles back there. But that's how we roll, man. And we appreciate everybody who is watching on YouTube. We appreciate everybody who's watching on Twitch. Hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe button as well, especially if it's your first time, man. We're so thankful that you're here. And again, we ain't going nowhere. Drake Yu set to join us here in just a couple of minutes. Can't wait to get his thoughts on what we've seen here today. Though, in honesty, nothing has actually happened. There's just a bunch of reports out there. But man, those reports seem to have some legs. It felt just for the briefest of moments, and like, let's be honest, or I know how I feel. I want to ask how you feel. I think I know. Had the Kings pulled off a deal for Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, and let's say the 22 pick, that's it for Buddy. That's a hell of a pull for Monty McNair.
Absolutely.
Now it's impossible to tell if that deal was real. We believe it is because there's a lot of people who still think the Lakers still want Buddy Hield. They may be trying to acquire Russell Westbrook right now, but they, as Mark Stein wrote about a few minutes ago, this deal can't be final until August 6th. You can report it tonight. The Lakers can make a selection at 22 that's ultimately going to the Washington Wizards or potentially the Sacramento Kings. But the trade won't be executed until late next week when the new league year starts. So that gives time for Monty McNair, Rob Pelinka, Tommy Shepard to work out the framework of a potential 3-team deal. Now, I don't know what the motivation for a 3-team deal would be for Washington, because right now, if I'm Washington, I'm feeling pretty good about the deal that's on the table. The plus is for the Lakers, because the Lakers would not only land Russell Westbrook, but they would land Buddy Hield in that scenario as well.
Well, the motivation for the Wizards real quick would be the Lakers saying, if you don't do this, we're not doing the deal.
I don't think the Lakers feel that strongly about it, though. I don't think they're willing to take Russell Westbrook off the table.
Yeah, but
or push Russell Westbrook off the table to say
they got to figure something out, because that's not the team.
Okay, well, let's bring Drake Ewing, pro insight. This is what he does. He scouts players, and we'll get to the draft. But Drake, what do you think about the? It's been an interesting couple hours, Drake. What do you think about this potential Russell Westbrook in Los Angeles deal?
I'm pretty shocked when I think about the fit in LA, and I'm having to compare Russ versus Buddy. I think that, to me, naturally Buddy's a better fit, not only from a stylistic standpoint, but even looking at their contracts and where Russ is at in his career and where Buddy's at. I feel like Buddy would be a much more complimentary piece than Russ at this stage, but pretty interesting. A lot of that smoke and mirrors, like people have been talking about the last couple of days. So I've just been refreshing my Twitter feed nonstop. I'm tweeting at this is a personal career high for me. I've never tweeted in my life, but it's draft day, so.
This is the day to do it. Now, Drake, first of all, what's going on to my guy, Drake? Man, what's going on with you, big dog? Second of all, you've been in these rooms, been in these discussions, and I mean, we weren't in this discussion, so I don't think anybody knows, but is it realistic to think that the Kings are just constantly getting played? Like, nobody has any real intentions of doing some real business with them. They're just using them for leverage over and over again.
It's hard to tell. It's hard to say. I do think that the Kings probably have a reputation. I think a lot of that stems at the top, but I don't know. I feel for Monty, and I think that they've got a smart group in there that's trying to get stuff done, but I don't know whether it's a lack of real assets or people not being as interested as they're, letting on, and they're using it as bait. I'm not entirely sure, but I do think that Sacramento has the reputation, and until we start winning games, things won't necessarily change. But yeah, this time of year is crazy. I've been in war rooms where stuff's happening, 30 seconds before we're supposed to make a pick. So it's a wild day. It's a fun environment to be in. So it gives me those game day juices going.
Shout out to the homie Pete Youngman, who's listening right now. I know. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely. If you're Buddy, can you if I know Philadelphia conversations have been out there. Apparently, Memphis likes Buddy Hield. Can you, if you're Buddy Hield, or perhaps if you're Monty McNair, can Buddy Hield be in a Kings uniform next year?
You know what? I think absolutely. This is their job, and I think Buddy's at the end of the day, he's a pro. And the thing that I respect about Buddy is that he's going to give his all every night. He's going to try and play through injuries, and And to me, his effort level is never a question. I think that's just stems from a lot. Like, he just loves the game, and so this is all part of the process. And players, I think, understand that when they get to the league, is like, this is all part of the game. Would he be stoked about it? I don't know, but I think that he would definitely show up and come to work regardless.
Yeah. Drake, let me talk to you and shift gears a little bit and talk about your expertise here, evaluating these players, scouting these players. And real quick, I want to start at the top of the draft here. And I'm just of the mind, this is just me. I think, we've had enough discussions. You know how I feel about how I look at the game of basketball and how I go about some things. I feel Jalen Green has real potential to be the best player in this draft. I think today he's better than Cade Cunningham. Looks like they're going to go 1 and 2. How do you view Cade versus Jalen Green?
That's a great question. I think that's something that I personally, as I'm trying to come up with a draft day ranking myself, I think you have legitimately 3 number 1 picks, and if they were all in different drafts, I think that you can make the argument that these guys are all number 1 guys. Mm-hmm. But Jalen specifically, I think that you look at the way that the game's trending and guys that can create shots for themselves and really score at a high level at every level. At every level, I mean long range, mid range, and at the rim. Mm-hmm. I think Jalen's this unique talent that makes the game look easy. He's got real wiggle to him off the bounce, and I think he's going to be a prominent scorer in this league for years to come. To me, I would almost say that the ceiling is a little higher with Jalen. That's probably why we both kind of struggle with it, because I think Cade is a very safe pick at number 1, and I think he also fits Detroit's roster and timeline for where they're at. But Jalen, from an upside standpoint, I think he and even Evan Mobley have probably higher ceilings than Cade.
Well, the ceiling is definitely the roof for Jalen Green. Let's all remember that. And what about now? Jalen's not going to Sacramento at number 9. What do you think is happening there at number 9? I'm assuming right now the Kings are going to make that selection, and I'm assuming they're going to make that selection for them. Who do you like there in that spot right now?
For me, I would be stoked if the Kings selected Davion Mitchell at 9. I think I don't think there's a single player that would be more impactful on this roster and for the organization than Davion. As I've kind of had conversations with people around the league and even coaches, everything you get from Davion is the exact qualities that I think Sacramento's roster's been lacking as far as competitiveness, toughness. He plays with the physicality and takes a lot of pride in team and winning. And those qualities they're a lot harder to find than you would think during this draft process. And I think that with Davion, you're getting a guy that can come in from day 1, who's going to be ready to play. He's going to push guys like De'Aaron and Tyrese. And I think he has upside on the offensive end as well. And so I think that that's someone that could potentially be a culture driver. So I would be really excited about that. I think that I know that there's been a lot of talk about Franz and even Şengün at number 9. But for me personally, I would love to see Sac draft a guy like Davion. I think he'd be a fan favorite. People knock some players in this draft because of their age, but for me, I actually love guys that are mature and physically ready to play sooner rather than later. So those are the reasons. That's my Davion Mitchell pitch. I think he's pretty special, and I don't think you need to overthink a lot of his intangibles that he brings.
I love Davion too. One guy that's got steam and got connections to Sacramento all around right now is Franz Wagner. My guy, I'll say he's my guy.
That is not your guy. That's cap.
He went to the University of Michigan.
That's cap.
He went to the University of Michigan. Go Blue, all right? This is my guy, Franz. I was rooting for him all the March, okay?
You rooting for him today?
Happy if he was drafted, I'm just saying.
Okay.
All right. Now, Drake, help me see what others seem to be seeing with Franz. Because like I said, I watched pretty much his whole career in college. Liked him, nice player. I never thought, if the Kings could get him. Never thought that. Help me see it, Drake.
I'm probably more on your side on this, Kenny, but I can see the argument and the hype. I think from like a positional size standpoint, he's definitely skilled. I think more so as a passer now than as a shooter is kind of where I get more confidence from him. But there's definitely like some question marks. I'm with you. Like I've seen him live several times, watched him this year. I worry that there's times that when I talk about toughness, I don't necessarily see that as much as Franz. But I do like highly skilled players, and I've heard that he's around 6'11" now. I think he's probably a guy that anytime you draft a basketball player, I think that you're minimizing your risk a little bit. And so I think that he's someone that could come out and definitely fit in. But as far as like getting super excited about a guy, I don't know if I'm super excited about Franz, but I guess at 9, I'd be happy with it. I can see the argument, and I think like I've always kind of seen him as like a best case scenario, maybe like playing like a Bogdanovic type of role. I think he could be a solid role player in a couple of years. So there's my pitch for him, but I'm probably more in your boat.
Real quick, Damian Drake, I looked at Franz some more, and I feel, and tell me if I'm off on this, but I feel like his value is more if he turned into a 4 than how people say like, oh, he could be this big 3. I think he lacks a lot of athleticism and ability to create off the bounce for a 3. But if he was a 4 who could continue to work on that 3 ball and stretch out the offense and things of that nature, I feel like his value would be a little higher there than him being some wing defender or something like that. What do you think about that?
Totally. I think that modern day 4 position, guys that can like stretch it and then also kind of play and make decisions off the bounce are like ultra valuable. And so I almost would value him more at a 4. And, you know, and for me, I guess a lot of it stems from like, yeah, I think he's a good team defender, but he's going to get attacked on the defensive end regardless of how well we think he is on that end. And so he's going to have to be able to guard his position. And right now, I think it's probably going to be a little easy. He's going to have to get stronger. But I just sense that it'd be easier for him to guard some 4s in the league rather than some of these great 3s that he'll be seeing nightly. So,
well, I agree.
Who's the most pro-ready player that could be there at 9? Is it Davion or is it somebody else?
I would say Davion right now. I think he's a guy that, like I said, you can plug in. He'll be able to guard either guard position. And physically, I think he's probably the most ready out of those guys in that range. I think guys like Corey Kispert and Chris Duarte are 2 other guys that you could probably plug in right away, sooner rather than later. I really like Trey Murphy also. Those are kind of the probably names I would say are probably more ready to contribute than some other guys.
Drake, as we get into the second round, and there was a little bit of a buzz around here yesterday because a guy that's eligible for the draft, hell, if something crazy really happened, he could literally be the number 1 pick in the draft, but the Kings announced that he's on the Summer League roster somehow. Alex Antetokounmpo. Let's just go down, hypothetical lane and say that the Kings get Alex somehow, some way. Have you kind of studied him as a prospect? Obviously, he's not going to be Giannis, but how good can he be? What kind of prospect is he looking like?
Yeah, it's hard because I think that like his other younger brothers, we've all kind of assumed that maybe they'll be like Giannis, and they turn into more of projects. And I haven't seen enough of Alex to really feel strongly one way or the other. I did think it was funny that a guy who's in the draft tonight had already been announced on the draft.
Not shady at all.
We're just
right.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm always down, especially if you're getting a guy. We're talking about summer league or a guy that's might possibly go undrafted, and giving those guys a shot and see, especially for summer league, like get an extended look at him and see if there's something there, and maybe you 2-way him or bring him to camp. So I mean, he's got the genetics for it, so I think that you'll always be able to get a look somehow. But second round, I mean, I do like their pick at 39. I think there's some quality role players in the second round. I was hoping that 22 pick might be available because there's definitely like guys in particular that I would have loved in either like a Zaire Williams or a Nishan Highland. I think Highland is another big sleeper I like in that back end of the first round. But just guys that could probably come in and help and be interesting for Stack.
Wow.
but it is not. And then pick appears to be going to the Washington Wizards. Drake and a Woj tweet while we were talking says the whole conversation right now with the Lakers and the Wizards is centering on draft compensation. So, Drake, we appreciate you as always, man. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Likewise. Anytime.
Appreciate you, Drake.
Yeah.
Indeed. Drizzy, Drake prospectiveinsight.com. Go check out the amazing work that they do over there. You want to be a part of the show, you can. 916-349-1320 as we roll along here, just waiting for the sky to continue to fall on the Sacramento Kings. Boy, you talk about a day for Kenny Caraway. No Buddy Hield trade, no Marvin Bagley trade, and the Sacramento Kings are going to select Franz Wagner at number 9. You thought he was hot at 12 o'clock? Just wait till that commercial-free 2 hours when that selection is made, and that's what we're walking away with on the day.
I mean, Franz ain't gonna upset me. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like, okay, whatever. But this explains why when I talked to you before the show, I was like, this ain't the NFL draft day. I feel it. NFL draft day, I was miserable going up, and I woke up that day. I was like, oh, yeah.
You started
This is going to be a good day. This is going to be a great day. Let's go. I was hyped. Jazz saw me bouncing around here at like 9 a.m. that day. Like, it was glorious. It was just a vibe that I had. I woke up this morning. I was like, yeah.
You came in firing.
You came in today. I don't know about today at all.
You came out firing. As Joe Decker says over here on YouTube, we experience the 5 stages of grief here daily. Daily, we experience them as Kings fans. That's just kind of what we do. That's kind of just what happens. And so here we are. Buddy Hield, still a member of the Sacramento Kings for now. By the way, the latest tweets from Adrian Wojnarowski, the latest tweets from everybody. I know Mark Stein was speculating, could potentially this deal, because you've got several days, could grow outside of the Washington Wizards and the Los Angeles Lakers. But right now, reports from Woj and Shams don't indicate, but specifically from Woj, who was the latest one to tweet about it.
Oh, Woj, shut the hell up.
Which you're too late, fam. But he was the last one to tweet about it. There's no mention of a third team. There's no mention, it says someone check. I stopped following him years ago, but someone check Chris Broussard's account and see if Monty McNair is frantically driving around Los Angeles trying to find Rob Pelinka, or perhaps he took a charter to get to Tommy Shepard or something. Let's check on that. Somebody check Chris Broussard's account, because I ain't doing it.
I'm telling you now, all I know is these guys just aren't ready to call it the way they're calling it.
That's a pretty damn good impression of Chris Broussard. That's not bad at all right there.
Skip, you just don't understand when I'm telling you the Lakers are getting Russell Westbrook.
Bruh, that's pretty solid right there. That might be your best impression so far. That's good stuff right there.
Yesterday I saw this video, and the guy goes, and you'll get it when I say it, but he goes, if this announcer or this TV personality was on The Bachelor, and he goes, if I had to choose a woman right now to give my rose with everything on the line, Iguodala. But he did it spot on. I can't sound like Max. He sounded just like Max, had the cadence and everything. And he killed that.
I'm taking Andre Iguodala. Fam, what? Max, will you sit your ass down? You're up here talking. That was the moment. There was no return for Max Kellerman after that point. You talk about Steph Curry. I'm taking Andre Iguodala. What? Bruh. Stop it.
Oh, that's an all-timer. That is
Max.
an all-timer.
Oh, man. Multiple sources say Monty McNair is frantically driving around Los Angeles looking for Rob Pelinka.
So he could beat him up.
Oh, man.
That's what he need to be looking for.
I think there was a song.
Jalen Green, bro. Guy looks like Michael.
There was a song.
Looks like Michael.
there was a song on the Menace to Society. I think it was the Menace to Society soundtrack, and it went, you know it, you know it, you know that you've been played. Get out my face. I feel like that's blaring through the speakers of the Golden One Center right now.
Yeah, I'd be angry if Monty.
I'd be furious.
I'd be hot.
I mean, now there is another scenario here where Rob Pelinka said, "Look, we're having discussions with Washington, or perhaps we're having discussions with other teams. We like Buddy. We really do want Buddy. How can we execute this? How can we get this done?" And you start laying out, the different ways. The Lakers were pretty handcuffed because of the Montrezl Harrell thing. You couldn't do anything with that 9.7 until he opted in. You couldn't do anything with Sacramento Kings. You couldn't do anything with the Washington Wizards. You couldn't have done it with any of the other 27 teams in the league either. So it's easy for us because we're the Kings and because we've been through trauma and we're going through the 5 stages of grief on a daily basis here. But it could be just it's a negotiation. There's no exclusive rights for the Sacramento Kings to negotiate with the Los Angeles Lakers. Yeah. It could be, maybe the Kings didn't get played. Maybe they just were negotiating and Washington swooped in and maybe the Lakers had every intention on acquiring Buddy Hield. And from what everybody's talking about, the Lakers still want Buddy Hield. Mm-hmm. It's just, I don't know that the Lakers have a trade package enticing enough for Monty McNair, especially if Washington and LA are talking about draft compensation. That's not, you eliminate the draft. You've got next to nothing here we're talking about.
Facts.
And by the way, the NBA universe doesn't center on making the Lakers good or making the Lakers happy. So,
well,
it doesn't matter. They can't have it all.
Bryson, the Blood Ninjas.
Mm-hmm. No one of my favorite YouTube names.
No pun intended here. I agree with him. He says, we need Suge, he's talking about Knight, in our front office so we can start dangling other teams' GMs out the window until we get ours.
That's a rumor.
Damn good idea.
That's a rumor. Damn good idea. We don't know if Suge actually hung people out the window, though.
Well,
no other
person. Just one person.
Was it Vanilla Ice?
Yeah. And that's also a rumor.
I'd want to dangle Vanilla Ice out the window by his feet too. Like I can't really blame Suge for that. Or Suge's
what the hell did he do to you?
He didn't do nothing to me, but I can see wanting to do it. I can absolutely say, let's just hang him out the window by his feet. I totally get it. And yes, that strategy would be effective again. As I'm looking at ESPN 1320's YouTube account, and we're getting gifs of Lucy moving the football and Charlie Brown. Kings did it to me again.
Damn.
We were all ready to praise Monty McNair for a trade well executed. And now, man, this is tough. Now we just got to gear up for the selection of Franz Wagner.
Oh, and my gosh, what a day.
I understand.
Erykah Badu said, what a day, yay.
I understand some people are going to be excited about that pick. Others are not. But we'll continue to talk about the Sacramento Kings. We'll continue to talk about, actually, I really feel like we haven't spent a lot of time talking about the draft. We will, as our official draft show begins at 4:00. We're going nowhere. As a matter of fact, we ain't even halfway through today's show. Much more ahead on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Much more ahead on the Odyssey app, where you can check out some of the exclusive stations that are curated for sports listeners like you. You can find your new summer soundtrack with some of incredible channels out there, including the Beatbox channel. You'll also find your favorite artists on Odyssey 2 on the all-new Artist radio station. Check out the new Odyssey exclusive stations on the Odyssey app, brought to you in part by Macy's and Geico. We're back with more here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. See them with KC on ESPN 1320. Nah. Hey, there we go. That's what we wanted to see. 200 likes. Let's get it in. How many are on YouTube right now? 252. Okay, we see you. Let's get it in. Matt George. I tried to get Matt George on the show today, but he's being a little bitch and didn't want to come on. He was being a little. Matt George got a new gig.
Hey, congratulations! I never saw the actual announcement. I just saw the little tease.
He did the little eyeball gimmick, and the crew over there at ABC announced them on their podcast or on their YouTube video, and
that's what's up, man.
I was like, hey, you already quit? Come on the show. Got the we Odyssey's got a relationship with Locked On, but Matt's being a little scary bitch and didn't want to come on, so that's fine, Matt. Oh, but the first time Matt joins us, I'm gonna lay into him good.
I'll take you guys behind the curtain a little bit. I almost embarrassed myself here. Calvin got a shot. Look at Calvin. Almost a completely bad job by me.
Leezy feeling it right now. He's hit us with a couple of gems right here.
Almost a completely bad job by me. And this Damien might have walked off the show right now.
Uh-oh. So
we were talking about Vanilla Ice, and I was trying to think about one of his lines from Ice Ice Baby. And I was like, what was one of his lines? What was it? You ain't played, you just got played out.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh no, that's definitely not Vanilla Ice. I would have embarrassed the hell out of myself.
Yeah, that would have been bad. I would have left. There's no missing those words that I laid out. You didn't play. You just got played out. Once again, the boy blown smoke about what he want to be. But it wasn't, and it ain't never going to be possible because I got lots for. And when you rhyme, there's lots of bull. So come with it, boy. Don't even wait. Come with it, boy.
Jesse, timestamp this. Put it on Twitter. Let's go.
Because kid spelled backwards describes you best. Yeah, your internet is hating life right now.
Which is crazy because I'm on
that's all right.
Wi-Fi.
I'm on
the hard line.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what it is. That house party battle, baby. Because kid spells backwards describes you best. Yeah, I don't know, Max. Don't even worry about it.
I don't know either.
And Matt's right. Little bitch it's a term of endearment for him.
Oh, well, yeah, you're right about that. The internet just got played out.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, we all got you. KC's Chris Broussard, though. I think Chris Broussard hacked the internet after that. This looked like the Teddy Riley versus episode. Oh man, dude, that's facts. I ain't even gonna say it. I ain't even gonna risk it. I ain't even gonna risk it.
Hey, like Candyman.
Mm-hmm. Oh man.
Pretty young thing.
Ooh. Casey's internet wasn't part of the deal. This is what KC sees without his mom's glasses.
I told you I put some glasses on one day. I was like, oh my gosh.
I remember the first time that ESPN bottom line came into vision. Woo. Woo. The 2021 NBA Draft Show begins in just about 12 minutes from now. What a day it has already been. We talked to Drake Yu earlier this hour. We had a very eventful conversation with Duce and Mo as all of the news surrounding Montrezl Harrell, Buddy Hield, and then Russell Westbrook was breaking. We talked to Mr. John Haliburton, of course, Tyrese's dad, who joined us last year for the first time on draft day. We've built up a great relationship. We found out Mr. Haliburton is a Dallas Cowboy fan.
Yeah.
So that was a great time talking to him as well. You can catch these conversations over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We hope that you'll become a subscriber over there as the draft show gets underway. Coming up in about 12 minutes, Bryant West is going to be with us in the 6 o'clock hour. Jill Adge is going to be with us in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll be commercial free from 5 to 7. You heard that right. 0 commercials from 5 to 7. We've got you covered. We'll bring the draft to you live. You'll hear Adam Silver make the selections until 9 when the Sacramento Kings select. And then we will dive into the player. We'll work, no promises. We'll work to get coaches, players, different things like that after the selection is made. And of course, we've got our push notifications set up for Woj, Shams, Mark Stein, anybody who could break some NBA news here today. Been an eventful day so far. We got excited when we were talking to Duce and Mo, and Montrezl Harrell opted in to his deal with the Los Angeles Lakers. Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted moments later that this laid the groundwork now for a potential deal with Sacramento that would send Buddy Hield to Los Angeles and Kyle Kuzma along with Montrezl Harrell to Sacramento. Moments after that, Sham said not so fast. And he tweeted that the Los Angeles Lakers and the Washington Wizards were in discussions for a deal that would include Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, a variety of draft picks, and Russell Westbrook. And that's where we are right now with Sham's latest tweet, Woj's latest tweet, saying that the two teams are working on draft compensation. So,
well, I mean, one of the
Kenny's internet's working on draft compensation as well. For those who are watching, no worries. We'll fix
I don't know
that.
We haven't had no issue with the internet in a long time. Ever since I went to Hard Connection.
Cap, we haven't had no issues with your internet in a long time.
that's true. Maybe it was a rolling blackout. That's and now it's my turn.
Yeah, that's hopefully what it is.
Let me knock on some wood. But yeah, man, the thing that I just keep thinking about with all of this is Monty McNair and the Kings getting played for fools again. And that's got to stop.
I mean, but so let me ask you this, because I know you've been upset about that for a few hours. You've been talking about that for a while. What could Monty McNair have done differently?
I'm not sure if Monty could have done anything different. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not his fault that that's what happened, but that's the position that they're in right now. Maybe, well, I like it better like this, where he's engaging, he's active, he's looking to make deals. I like it better like this. But are they starting to, I mentioned earlier, it seems like they're taking this rookie for a ride right now, the GMs around the league. And are they using his aggressiveness against him at this point? His overly aggressiveness. Remember, we talked about this. Monty's in everything. He's going to be looking to change the team. Serious discussions for Dame Lillard, all this other stuff. And I like that. I like it better than the alternative. But I'm just saying, are they starting to use his aggressiveness against him? Or should I say, is that a possibility of happening in the future?
I mean, I don't think anyone's using his aggressiveness against him. Like, I don't think we're in a Daryl Morey situation. Like, I don't think, because people are audibly laughing at Daryl Morey.
Yes.
Every time a report comes out about what the 76ers asked for in return for Ben Simmons, whether it's the Toronto deal, the Golden State deal, hell, we were laughing at the thought of De'Aaron Fox in return for Ben Simmons. That wasn't even that. It was De'Aaron Fox as part of a compensation package in return for Ben Simmons. We all laughed at that. Like, I don't think it's ill-advised work. I think what Daryl Morey is doing is ill-advised. I think I don't want to go so far as to say he's burning bridges, but I think people are looking at him like, either you're doing, and part of me wondered this earlier, and I meant to bring this up when we were talking to Duce and Mo. Part of me is wondering if he's doing this on purpose. Because part of me wonders if like, because he's working with allegedly Rich Paul in a effort to get a deal done. Allegedly, everybody is in step, which I believe was a tweet from a couple of days ago. Toronto, a good team. I think that they're certainly working to get back to a different level. But Toronto still a good team. Golden State. Those are a couple of the references. Sacramento's obviously an outlier. We don't really know how that discussion went, but you're kind of weeding out the better teams, especially when you're talking about Golden State and maybe to a certain degree Toronto as well. Mm-hmm. Where you could go to Rich Paul and say, "Hey, man, look, Charlotte offered us something. Charlotte said yes," or you wind up working a deal. You're asking too much from the good teams, but you'll ask for something else from a worse team. Maybe you'll ask for different draft consideration. Maybe there's a player that you really have your eye on that you haven't had discussed yet. I don't really know what the case is with Daryl Morey, but I don't think what Daryl Morey is doing is the same as what Monty McNair is doing for multiple reasons. I don't think the Kings news, so to speak, is being put out there by the Sacramento Kings. I think it's, especially as it pertains to the Buddy Hield thing, I think this is coming directly from the Los Angeles Lakers.
I agree.
Portland, I mean, I don't know. Sacramento's name was a one-sentence mention. Teams that have been aggressive pursuing Dame Lillard, it was, and I don't remember all of the teams. Minnesota, Sacramento, I don't remember who they were. It was a few other, and then that was it. It was never brought up again.
All right.
So it's not like there were all of these in-depth discussions. Kings offered Tyrese Halliburton. None of that stuff happened. So I think Monty is just out there trying to work. The Kings name is being mentioned, and that's part of the frustration with being a Kings fan is we've seen stuff blow up before, and this has, by all accounts, blown up. And all we can do is just kind of sit there and look at it dead-faced. Like, well,
and then
been through this before.
The other aspect of this, the other side to this is it happened. It's done. What are you going to, well, it might not be done, but you know what I mean? Like the original deal that you were trying to get, looks to be off the table.
Mm-hmm.
So now, what are you going to do now, Monty? You got to, what'd you say? Pivot, not panic.
Yep.
All right. And look to get something done tonight or in the days coming ahead. You got to figure it out. Even if it is a situation where they played them, you got to be able to take that one on the chin. You're learning. You are the rookie right now. So, hey, maybe they got me on the rookie tip. All right, I'll be ready for it. Or, I'll maybe do this differently, or, maybe clarify some stuff early on. Whatever you feel you need to do to make sure you're not in that situation again. But take it on the chin and then look, hey, I got to get better here.
Mm-hmm.
Got to find a deal. Got to get better because, once again, this is a pressure cooker, period. The pressure is on. The heat is on.
And the question now is, what's better? Like, we thought the addition of Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell could make them better. Now you've got to look around the league, find someone who wants to acquire Buddy Hield, find a player that you want to acquire in return that doesn't handcuff your salary cap, that gives you maybe a little bit of relief. Maybe not this year, maybe next year, something along those lines. You have to find that perfect combination because it does feel, and I know Drake was talking about, yeah, sure, Buddy's a pro. He can come back. Does anybody believe that? And I'm not questioning whether Buddy's a pro because we've seen him work, but he don't want to be. He's already changed his avatar, for God's sakes. He don't want to be here anymore. Shoot, I don't think he wanted to be here last year. Yep. So it's a tough situation now where Monty found something that he liked, and maybe it's like, well, it wasn't option A, wasn't option B, but we do have option, C and D. Let's see what we can execute.
Yeah. Hey, this is why he gets paid the big bucks here. He's got to figure something out. So I want something to be done tonight. So if it does involve a draft, well, if it involves a draft pick. If it doesn't, I guess it really doesn't matter. But if it involves a draft pick, first or second round, I don't care. I want to get that in there today.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got about an hour or so to kind of, or maybe a little bit after that. I don't know. But if you're involving a draft pick, I'd like for it to be tonight.
I think one thing that this situation, I don't know. One thing that this situation with the Lakers has shown is Buddy's coveted. I mean, I'm not saying he's coveted like league wide. We've often asked the question, do other people see Buddy differently than we do? And the answer appears to be definitively, yes, they see him differently than we do. You disagree?
There are some people who do.
That's exactly what I said. There are people who see him differently.
There are people who do, but I wouldn't
teams that see him differently.
To say he's coveted, I don't know. I don't know about that. Right now, to be honest with you, we only got 2 teams, and one of the teams passed on him. They ain't covered him that much.
Come on, man. They passed on him for Russell Westbrook.
Yeah, but they passed on him, though. He ain't covered it that much. And then Philly, who knows what they're trying to they want for peanuts.
Probably.
So I don't think our assessment of, because we said numerous times, it's not like he's a bad ball player. Like he's good. He doesn't serve a purpose here for what they're trying to do. But he's still a good ball player. I think people look at him like that.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. We're live on the Odyssey app and on 1320 AM. The draft show begins right now. We are thrilled that you are here with us as our draft day marathon continues here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. We are with you until 8 o'clock. We will bring the NBA draft live for you at 5 o'clock. You will hear Adam Silver make the selections all the way up until the Sacramento Kings pick at number 9. And then we'll dive into a breakdown of who the selection was, what it means for the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk to Bryant West, the draft analyst for the Kings Herald. We'll talk to Jill Adge, the host of the Sacramento Kings Hoop Ball podcast as well. And then who else knows who will join us throughout the day. We would love to hear from you, 916-349-1320. And of course, we will keep an eye on everything that is happening with the Sacramento Kings today. We'll keep an eye on everything that is happening in the NBA today. Some trades have been made, some not necessarily big ones. Ricky Rubio and the Cleveland Cavaliers have engaged in something. There's rumors that the Cavs and the Oklahoma City Thunder are involved in a trade that would move the Oklahoma City Thunder up to 3. Nothing definitively there. That's just another one of the rumors out there. It's all quiet on the Marvin Bagley front, but what we continue to hear was Buddy Hield was headed to the Los Angeles Lakers until he wasn't. It appears now it is Russell Westbrook who is headed to the Los Angeles Lakers, and that leaves the Sacramento Kings holding Buddy Hield right now as we head into the draft. And what happens next, KC, who knows?
Who the heck knows what happens now? Hopefully it gets better than what it's been going on so far. This is, we kind of stopped the regular portion of D'Lo and KC. Now we got the draft portion. Maybe that's the halftime that Monty McNair and the Kings needed. And now they're going to the second half like the Toon Squad.
There we go.
Right? They're getting beat down by the Monstars in that first half. And then like the Toon Squad, they bounce back, and it's about to be glorious here in this second half, the second 4 hours.
Okay. Let's go. Let's find out. And let's start with some phone calls, man. We want to hear from you. 916-349-1320. Let's get to our man, Donald. Donald, what's going on, baby?
Man, y'all know I'm a big fan of D'Lo and KC, right?
Yes, sir.
I feel like something terrible is about to follow. What we do? What happened?
Is today the trade deadline? Is that today?
No, sir.
All right. We got time. I didn't even think Buddy Hield had a market before this week.
Mm-hmm.
And now he does. So I'm going to be like my man. Well, he ain't my man. I think he's D'Lo's man. Herald is the
Hey. He hit us with the RELAX. And that's slander. That is slander, Donald. and that is not my man's. But I think, and that's been the you know, I will admit the irony's not the right word, but I really admit it's kind of funny. We've spent essentially 4 hours talking about a trade we thought might happen, a trade that looked like it was absolutely going to happen, and then a trade that completely fell apart. And today is very much not the trade deadline. Today is the day of the NBA draft. Now, draft day is a good vehicle for trades because a lot of teams trade picks. But hey, man, we're just reporting what's out there.
Well, and also one of the issues was number 22 was supposed to be involved in a proposed trade, and that's another pick for us today, and that's why this is being talked about more than a Marvin Bagley trade. Marvin Bagley can be light for him to be traded tonight. He can be traded anytime. Buddy Hield was a little time sensitive because you were dealing with a possible draft pick for this year.
I can't help but wonder if that was put out there by the Lakers to push the urgency for the Washington Wizards. I know that's Oliver Stone conspiracy theory stuff, but you know, we had read all morning, we had read through the evening. Oh, the Lakers are attempting to sweeten the pot by throwing in the number 22 pick. And you're saying, hey, the Kings should have gotten this done by now. And I just have to assume they were like, yeah, we could do this. Just let us know the status of Montrezl Harrell.
Right.
Is he opting in or not? We can't trade for Montrezl Harrell if he opts out. We can't even trade for Montrezl Harrell if he does nothing. We have to know if he's in or he's out. And Montrezl Harrell was in, and the Sacramento Kings were out. In come the Washington Wizards and Russell Westbrook. I'm just stuck on that. Was that just kind of part of the move by the Lakers to put some news and notes out there and see if the Sacramento Kings react?
It sure seems like it.
I mean, and again, it's total conspiracy theory type stuff, but who really knows? It's certainly been an eventful first couple of hours of the show. The day started with us finding out who exactly was going number one. Not really a big deal there because that's usually pretty well known who's going number one. Cade Cunningham is going to Detroit. Adrian Wojnarowski, in his first L of the day, first of several L's of the day, tweeted that Houston was taking Jalen Green and Cleveland was taking Evan Mobley. Now, I feel like I honestly thought he was going to start reeling off picks after that. I don't know if he got a text that told him to chill. I'm not really sure, but he stopped after 3. And that's landed with Evan Mobley at 3. We'll bring those picks to you live. Nothing else has been tweeted since that. So we'll dive into that. And I mean, go ahead.
Real quick. I think Woj is on TV right now. And a lot of people are saying that Woj says on ESPN he thinks Sacramento would still, quote, still like to be aggressive in getting the deal complete with the Lakers.
Good for Sacramento.
I think Woj is saving face for his misstep and trusting his sources, but Woj is still hanging on to the Kings being a part of this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, hey, okay, hopefully so. I had read some trade proposal thing, one of those trade machine things. That Jill Adge had posted that still had the Kings landing Kyle Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell. Dennis Schroeder was involved in this, and he wound up in Washington along with Contavious Caldwell-Pope. There were some picks there involved, but it wound up with the Los Angeles Lakers having both Russell Westbrook and Buddy Hield. We knew that the Los Angeles Lakers were looking for a point guard. We knew that. We knew that the Los Angeles Lakers were looking for an elite point guard. Okay, you've got that in Russell Westbrook. What you don't have is a shooter. Now, Buddy Hield is a shooter. As much as we pick apart what he does, some people call him a flamethrower. Some people call him a sharpshooter. I'm not, whatever. Call him whatever you want to. But he can shoot. Yeah. And maybe he will be a more accurate shooter in Los Angeles. Maybe he will work to use the mid-range game a little bit more to really get him going in Los Angeles. But with the addition of Russell Westbrook and Russell Westbrook alone, Los Angeles hasn't addressed their needs. That's why Buddy Hield continues to remain in the conversation, because we know that there were active talks. Now, The deal, it can be announced tonight. It can't be completed tonight. If there's any picks involved, you would want the third team involved. Again, when number 22 comes up, the Lakers are making the pick tonight. They might not be picking for themselves,
right?
But they're making the pick tonight,
right?
And it can be included in a trade in someone else. And Washington could be on the phone and say, "Okay, put this player's name on the card. Okay, this is who we want. This is who we want you to draft." So there's still a lot at play tonight. Will we know if the deal is done? I don't know. I have no idea if we'll know tonight. I think normally in these situations you do, but when you start getting into complicated 3-team deals, perhaps you won't know tonight. Hell, maybe a sign will be who the Sacramento Kings select at 9. If you look at something, if they wind up selecting someone that has you scratching your head, maybe there's a deal out there for the be made for that 9th pick.
Here's the other deal that I'm trying to think about in my head with the Lakers and the Wizards and all this other stuff. I keep saying the Lakers getting Westbrook and giving up everything they're getting and getting Russell Westbrook, that doesn't necessarily help them. They still have like Westbrook is a great ball player, but they got zero shooting after that.
Right.
And as good as Westbrook is, he's not a good 3-point shooter. So zero shooting, zero spacing. They got to do a little bit more. And I wonder, they want Westbrook. Westbrook wants to come to the Lakers. But does that work? It's constantly constituted. Does it work?
Yeah.
Does that leave the Lakers coming back and saying, as much as we want this to work, it's not there. We can't figure it out. Dollars and cents don't add up. And do they walk away from it? I don't think so, because with the Lakers, although I don't know what their cap situation is looking like, I feel like they could still take on Westbrook and just say, well, the Buddy Hield aspect doesn't work, but we'll go sign a shooter for a 1-year deal or something like that, as opposed to having to work so hard to get Buddy Hield.
Well, we'll continue to monitor what's out there from the NBA insiders, Adrian Wojnarowski, Shams. We'll continue to monitor all that stuff, and we'll dive into the draft picks as well. Franz Wagner is a popular pick at number 9. Kai Jones is a guy that Kenny Caraway likes. Moses Moody is the guy that Kenny likes the most. And who's the player that Kenny hopes slips a couple of slots and winds up there at number 9? Well, we'll discuss that as D'Lo and KC continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay, you got to do a reset.
Yeah, let me do that.
Okay. Right now. Okay. Right, Kenny, go get that reset run here real quick. We need to monitor. Nah, for real. No, sometimes it happens, man. Who knows? Sometimes that stuff is happening. We're trying to get it cleaned up. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Goodness gracious. He ain't even. What was he resetting? Got to get him out of there and do a full on refresh. But we appreciate y'all hanging out, man. How's the YouTube situation looking over here? I think you guys said we eclipsed 2. Oh yeah, 211. We see y'all. Oh look, Dave gave us a thumbs down. All right, maybe Matt George may have hit us with the thumbs down too. That's all right. I think that's what Kenny did. Kenny just went to unplug the router. Plug it back in. Like, Casey, that's not what I meant. I meant reset the computer. He's gonna come back and it's gonna look exactly the same. Oh yeah, there we go. Maybe we can get him set up now. Now he's doing the big boy reset. D'Lo, you played me. Which, you mean that song I was singing earlier? What you mean? I don't have a sound bite that says you played me. Did I? Do I? Nope. I don't. I got that. I got this one.
My mistake. I can make a mistake.
I like this one.
I don't know. I don't know.
We need to update this soundboard, man. We need to get some more heat in here. It's always a favorite. I don't know. Sources tell me Beal right now has no desire to leave the Wizards. That's from Shams. I know Marcus Thompson reported that earlier. So credit to Marcus Thompson for having that before Shams did. Shams said that on the Stadium Show, but still. Yeah, I mean, I guess he does. I guess. Yeah, I guess Brad is good there, man. I don't know. A birdie told me Brad had kind of hit that point. Like he was good. Like he was done. So I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Roddy, you good? Everybody else? Quitters aren't in the NBA draft. Don't know what that's referencing. Oh yeah, Roddy, you got to do a reset, fam. It's a long show today, Roddy. Hit that reset, man. No one's computer is used to riding this hot this late. We got a lot coming up. Excited to have Bryant West on. Hear what he thinks about this selection. I'm still hoping, man. I'm still hoping we get something done here. Yeah, Bagley. Can we just something like give us something? All right, John Bull. What do we got here? All right, I'm off to my kids' swim lessons. Now all the chaos can happen since I'm gone. All right, John, man, have fun. We ain't going nowhere. Roddy used Casey's internet. Maybe so. Man, that's what we're about to dive into right now. Man, is Cam and the Atlanta pick worth giving up our 9? That's a good. Hey, there's that handsome face.
We good again. We good.
Yeah, it's warming up. I like it.
Come on. They need to stop messing with me, man.
Back here. That's a good look. Sorry, we went. There we go. I was waiting for we're Zelo and KC draft day special. Hey, Detroit is finalizing a trade to send Mason Plumlee and the number 37 pick to Charlotte. Oh,
you see that?
Now wait a minute. That doesn't sound like big news, but let me read this again. Detroit is finalizing a trade to send center Mason Plumlee and the number 37 pick to Charlotte for the number 57 pick.
I need to see what Mason Plumlee's making.
Center Mason Plumlee.
I got to see real quick what's that boy making.
Charlotte was a team who was expected. Now, of course, not the Woj bomb that we're looking for, but Charlotte was expected to be a aggressive suitor for Rashawn Holmes. We got a Mason Plumlee contract here.
Yeah, Mason Plumlee's not cheap. He's $8 million a year. He's got 2 years left on it. He's got 2 years left on that deal.
Okay, that's again, that's low key significant right there.
Yeah.
That's low key significant right there. Good stuff. As again, Detroit is finalizing a trade to send center Mason Plumlee to Charlotte. Charlotte, one of the teams who had coveted Rashawn Holmes. Free agency begins on Monday. We'll be able to discuss Rashawn Holmes in depth coming up on Monday as well. Our focus today, of course, on the NBA draft, as we're just waiting for more news. Again, Adrian Wojnarowski taking a lot of L's today. He's had arguably the worst draft of his career. This is the worst draft of Adrian Wojnarowski is having a Vlade Divac style draft. Let's just call it what it is. Woj has gone full Vlade here this draft. He's not particularly doing well. I teased a whole lot going into that commercial break. So let's dive into a couple of different things right here. First and foremost, the pick you want the most, the pick that you think is most likely at number 9 for the Sacramento Kings is who?
Well, you asked me 2 questions. Most likely and what I want.
The most realistic pick. No player slips, no player like following the Kenny Caraway mock draft and the draft board, and then you started sending guys here. Who do you think the Sacramento Kings wind up with at number 9?
I'm gonna stick with my mock draft 5.0, and I'm gonna say it's Moses Moody at number 9. There's a bit of like I think a lot of people are out here thinking about Franz Wagner and you know, and the matchup with Monty McNair and all this other stuff. I see it a little differently. I think Moses Moody is a guy that Monty McNair would go after, and I feel like everybody's overthinking it.
Okay,
and if he's there, he's gonna. If those 2 are there, he's picking Moses Moody over Franz Wagner.
One thing I very stupidly, and I apologize, don't have on my notes in front of me, and I have a lot of useless stuff here. How tall is Moses Moody? He's a freshman guard from Arkansas.
Off the top of my head, I'd say he's like 6'6", 6'7".
Okay, 16 points per game, 5 rebounds. He was the SEC Freshman of the Year. He had 6 25-point games this year. He's a guy that a lot of people talked about all leading into this draft. A lot of Kings fans, I should say, talked about. He was a favorite very early, and I feel like this conversation about the 9 pick has kind of gone in cycles. I feel like it started with Moses Moody. And then it evolved into Franz Wagner, and there have been other picks involved. There have been other names involved. Kai Jones was a name that was mentioned. I remember Davion Mitchell being a name that was mentioned very, very early in conversations. We had James Ham on yesterday. James Ham's reporting is important because he wrote a source had told him that the Kings had expressed interest in Josh Giddey, the kid from Australia, 18-year-old out of Australia. So there's names that have just kind of rolled in cycles again, and it all leads me back to the same thing. We could talk about Franz, we could talk about Davion Mitchell, we could talk about Moses Moody, we could talk about our preferences, we could talk about our likes and dislikes and all of that different stuff. We have no idea what Monty McNair is going to do tonight. Whether a player slips, we have no clue. We're following mock drafts. We followed mock drafts with the NFL draft. How did that go? We followed mock drafts last year with the NBA draft. Nobody talking about Tyrese Haliburton there at number 12.
No.
Something likely like that is going to happen. Now, the slight difference is, unlike last year, I think last year we knew 1, 2, 3. Maybe we were wondering the order a little bit, but we knew 1, 2, 3. This year, by all outward appearances, we certainly know the first 3. I think we know the top 5. What happens after that? Like it's the old line after the quarterbacks are selected when they're the top pick or the top 2 picks or whatever. The draft begins at 6. Well, I mean, there's the draft certainly begins at 1, but the mystery begins at 6.
Right.
What's going to happen following those top 5 picks?
And you mentioned something earlier, like the NFL draft, and when the trade was first made with the 49ers, or me and you both, first thing, that's for Trey Lance. And we had time, and we had sources and people saying stuff and reports and stories. And we went all around the world. Oh, maybe it's for Mac Jones. Maybe it's for that tight end out of Florida. Maybe da-da-da-da. And draft day got here.
Yeah.
And we were both like, nah, I think it's going to be Trey Lance. Come back full circle. Same thing could be going on with the Kings. When we first got this, the notification or after the lottery that they were going to be 9, Davion Mitchell, that was one of the guys, whatever. But I had Jalen Johnson in the first one, but I was like, nah, that's Moses Moody.
And he's there. And to be clear, I don't want to just leave that hanging out there. You knew Jalen Johnson was a reach.
Jalen Johnson was a reach, but it was also because in the original mock I had, Moses was already off the board.
Right.
If Moses would have been there, I would have gone with Moses first. So we come back around full circle. We've heard Franz Wagner. We've heard Giddey. We've heard St. John. We've heard all these guys. I think at the end of the day, Moses Moody is a Monty McNair guy. And it also goes back, who's a Kyle Shanahan guy, right? It was, well, no, he likes precision. And no, Kyle Shanahan has kind of been forced to have a Mac Jones type. He wants a Trey Lance. He was going crazy over Josh Allen. Same thing with Monty McNair. Franz doesn't do, he's not, to me, he's not a Monty McNair type because he can't shoot the rock. He can't create off the bounce. He's only a defensive guy. And I don't think that's all from the people that he signed last year or traded for last year. None of those guys are purely defensive. They can all get a bucket. Metsu can get a bucket. Terrence Davis can get a bucket. Louis the King can get a bucket. All these guys can get a bucket. That's not Franz Wagner.
Now let's go with the different scenario.
Okay.
The player who you hope falls just a couple of slots. Because
Oh,
we're really talking 6 to 9 here. We're not talking 1 to 9. We're not talking about Cade Cunningham. We're not talking about your favorite Jalen Green falling here. We're just talking from the 6th to the 9th pick, or even perhaps from the 7th pick to the 9th pick. We're just talking about a slight little drop.
just a little bit.
Who's the guy?
James Bouknight, without a shadow of a doubt.
James Bouknight, sophomore guard at a UConn. Is this a guard heavy draft? Are the best player guards? Do the Kings need a guard? I mean, are we selecting with the idea that Buddy Hield is gone? Do we not address the front court, or we've selected two guards here in our hypotheticals?
Yeah, it's a guard heavy draft. But part of drafting a guard or drafting a wing is the fact that it is a guard heavy draft, right? There's not a lot of big guys there.
Sure.
So the best players are the guards, the wings in this draft. So I know that it would create a log jam and things of that nature, but I'd go with James Bouknight in a heartbeat if he was there. Without a shadow of a doubt.
Okay. 18 points per game, 5.7 rebounds, first team, all Big East. Is James Bouknight a impact player immediately?
I think so.
And I probably should ask that same question about Moses Moody. Is Moses Moody a day one impact player?
I think he's more of a, now I'm saying maybe this is semantics here. I think he's more of a day one guy than people give him credit for. Like, I think, we talked to James Ham and, Deuce and Mo, and they, think Moses is a project. I think Moses can come in and with his ability to shoot the ball can be more productive than people give him credit for or look at him as being. So while I don't see Moses being a Tyrese Haliburton, I'm paying 32 minutes and I'm closing games in the fourth quarter right out the gate. I think he can contribute to this team fairly early.
All right. So we've laid out the hopeful pick. We've laid out the best scenario pick. Let's get you caught up on some of the different trade rumors. Let's talk about some of the other things going on in the NBA, and we will do that. We'll get you caught up with the rumors. And again, what that deal for Charlotte acquiring Mason Plumlee means for them targeting Richaun Holmes. I got to imagine that that's good news for the Sacramento Kings' chances to resign Richaun Holmes. We'll talk more about that as our draft day special continues here. The draft gets underway at 5 o'clock. We'll be bringing it to you live and commercial free for 2 straight hours as D'Lo and KC roll along here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage and Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, so part of going commercial free is we got to knock a couple of commercial breaks out the way. So we're just going to get these out the way and then just kind of sit down and chill with you. Oh, man, that's a shame. That's a shame. By the way, F those 33. F those 33 people. I'm like, what y'all doing? What are y'all doing with your life? Oh, how many 33 people are getting paid to watch her? They went to WeBuyFollowers.com. I haven't seen them in a while.
Want to be famous?
Oh, that's what it was. Want to be famous. That's what it was. Want to be famous. Yeah, haven't seen them in a while.
Well, Marvin was
well,
the one they had to move on from.
yeah. Jesse just asked if the Buddy deal not going through hurts the Rashawn Holmes stuff. There wasn't a ton of cap relief for this year because it was 13-9, right? 13-9. That's about what Buddy makes. So it wasn't like a ton of relief this year. The relief would have been later. It's like Kenny said, it's the Bagley deal that frees up space.
Which we haven't heard anything about Bagley today.
Nothing. So either they're not talking to anyone or they're not talking to anybody who's talking to someone else. Like maybe they're actually trying to get a deal done for Marvin Bagley. Maybe some other team is actually trying to get a deal done for Marvin Bagley. He might. Yeah, for real. Yeah. For real. Oh, yeah. Securing the Bagley. That's good news. Where'd he go? Securing the Bagley. That's good news for him. Kendrick Perkins thinks what will work. He thinks what will work. Curious.
Big.
Most definitely. That's 100%. It's true. They're good people.
Absolutely.
Good people.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want to be sure this is Big Al.
He's talked about the Lakers nonstop.
Today. Yeah, I guess that. I guess that. I get it. I love Perk though. Carry the hell on.
Perk, did you pay attention to the whole Jalen Rose, Kendrick Perkins thing? Did you see when that happened?
No. What did I miss?
Oh, Jalen Rose went in on Perk the day after the finals on Get Up. And
because of the Giannis stuff?
Giannis, them picking, like he did kind of come at him super aggressively out of the gates, like out of nowhere. So Perk tried to go back at him on the show, but I guess Perk like talked to ESPN about it, like, yo, he was out of pocket or whatever. So Jalen Rose made like an IG video apologizing, like, yo, I didn't mean to offend nobody. We were just cracking jokes.
I don't think what Perk said was wild. All he said was go to Chris Middleton in the final minutes of the game.
He said he was Batman and Giannis is Robin. That's wild.
Yeah, he said they're both superheroes, though. Come on, they're both superheroes. They letting fans into the draft? We're so thrilled that you're here with us. If you want to be a part of the conversation, many things that you could do. Give us a call. 916-349-1320, or you can hit us up in the chat room on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We're with you for another 3.5 hours. We'll be bringing the NBA draft to you live as Adam Silver makes the selections beginning just about 30 minutes from right now. We'll be bringing those picks to you live. We'll react to the Detroit selection and Houston and Cleveland. There's a rumored trade out there between Cleveland and Oklahoma City. Nothing official, nothing final, nothing announced, but that is out there as it pertains to that number 3 pick. Of course, we'll keep you updated along the way. Toronto's drafting at number 4, Orlando at number 5, Oklahoma City at number 6. The Golden State Warriors, an intriguing team, at number 7, as Bob Myers spoke to our good friends Damian Ratto and Kolsky over on 95.7 The Game this afternoon. The Orlando Magic are selecting at number 8, their second of 2 top 10 picks. And then, of course, your Sacramento Kings at number 9. And I think I have some old notes in front of me. Isn't Memphis selecting at number 10 now?
Yep.
Because I still have New Orleans. Yeah, that deal has Memphis selecting at number 10, as that was the first deal that went down this week. And we're waiting for more deals to be done. We mentioned this one, Mason Plumlee headed to Charlotte. Again, on the surface, who cares? Dig a little bit further. Mason Plumlee is a center who makes $8 million the next couple of years. And I know Charlotte's got money to spend. Is the idea to bring Mason Plumlee in as your backup center at $8 million per year and bring in Rashawn Holmes as your starter?
That's crazy, man. And they got $13 million left after Plumlee. You're not going to just go straight to the cap for Rashawn Holmes.
Yeah.
You're not saying $13 million. $13 million a year might not even get you Rashawn Holmes, but that's not like more realistic is it would be 11 million and you got 2 million to do whatever after that.
And that's so Charlotte's working with just a bit over $20 million.
Yeah,
that's what Charlotte's
that's
working
what
with.
Bobby Marks, I think I saw it in the tweet. He said after the Plumlee deal, there's 13 million left in cap room for Charlotte.
Man, that absolutely eliminates Rashawn Holmes from the conversation. So now we're talking Sacramento. We're talking Dallas. I'm missing one. Toronto. Okay. Well, hell, take them out one at a time. I don't care. That's fine. That's fine. Not only does it open things up for Rashawn Holmes back in Sacramento, there's no bidding war there. You know what I mean? It doesn't just take them out of the possibility of landing him. It takes them out of the possibility of being able to offer him something that Sacramento has to compete with.
Right.
So because now they're dealing with cap issues. Rashawn Holmes isn't a member of the Charlotte Hornets. Like they've got to operate within the salary cap in terms of signing him, and for them to drop down the way that they did there. I think he said $13 million, man. Perfect. Now let's see what Dallas winds up doing. Of course, Dallas is swinging for the fences with everything. And normally they come up short, which is why I believe they're absolutely good. I don't think Rashawn Holmes is their A1 target, but I do think Rashawn Holmes is a day one target for Dallas. And then, you've got Toronto out there.
Yeah, I don't think Dallas has $18 million for Rashawn Holmes. I just don't. I know they were said to be in it or whatever, but I can't see them spending $18 million on Rashawn Holmes, especially when, like, at the end of the day, I know Mark Cuban is going to be hunting for another superstar at some point. He thought
he's always hunting for another superstar.
Yeah, he thought, but I mean, he just
doesn't get anything.
Right. He thought Porzingis was that guy. 18 mil when next year is going to be a little more of a fluid and a better free agent market. I could be 100% wrong, but I think you can rule out Dallas. The only thing we're really worried about is if Toronto decides that's what they want to do.
I'm in hesitant agreement with you that you can rule out Dallas. They were kind of a late addition. We had always heard Charlotte, Toronto, even dating back to the trade deadline. We had heard Charlotte, Toronto. Dallas seemed to have been inserted into the conversation a little bit later, almost as if in passing they said to somebody, "Oh, yeah, no, we'd be interested in Rashawn Holmes too." I just, what are they willing to offer him? That's kind of just what it boils down to with all three teams. Sacramento, they have to operate, within the salary cap as well, which brings us to another trade piece that we haven't spent much time, if any time at all, discussing today, as all of our focus has been on the draft and all of our focus has been on Buddy Hield and the deal that was and then wasn't, and that's Marvin Bagley. It's all quiet on the Marvin Bagley front.
It's all quiet right now.
And
a lot. Oh, sorry to interrupt you. But it's also like our guy Donald was saying earlier. This isn't the trade deadline, so that one isn't as pressing unless you're trading a draft pick, which I don't know if that's what they're doing now with Marvin Bagley. So that one's something that you like to get taken care of. You like to get all this taken care of today. But if you can't, you still have time to move Bagley, get whatever it is that you're looking for. Maybe you're not pressed to get a draft pick in this draft from Marvin Bagley. Maybe you'll take a future.
Okay, there you go. There's something. or you don't. Is moving Marvin now just for the purpose of re-signing Rashawn Holmes?
That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like. And then it's a situation like you mentioned with Rashawn Holmes. If it's not a bidding war, then the necessity to move Marvin Bagley is off the table.
Could decrease a little bit, sure.
Yeah. So
we're not talking about the desire to move Marvin Bagley. We're talking about the necessity to move Marvin Bagley by the time Monday rolls around.
Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I mean, I'm still not there. I know everybody's saying let it go. You don't want to be here, whatever the case may be. Still not there.
So, okay, there's another option. And I know I don't think anybody's going to like this, but there is another option money-wise outside of Marvin Bagley to move in hopes of freeing up cap space for Rashawn Holmes. Not saying I necessarily agree with it. I'm just presenting the option of moving DeLon Wright.
Oh yeah, wouldn't want to do that.
Hey, I'm just mentioning it.
I know.
DeLon makes $8 million.
Yeah,
you free up that $8 million plus what you already have available. Suddenly, you still have Marvin Bagley on the roster, and you've also got Rashawn Holmes.
Yeah, no,
I'm not saying that's the way to go.
You're a broadcast journalist.
I'm a broadcast journalist.
I understand. Not mad at it.
And by the way, Terrence Davis is also a restricted free agent. Sacramento Kings have the ability to match what Terrence Davis is offered by another team. Terrence Davis's team is looking for something in the vicinity of $9 million a year. I think Terrence Davis played really well when he was here. I'm not sure that that's happening. But if, someone values him in the range of 6, I could see that. Help 6, 7. I don't know. Even part of me is wondering if that's high. But $6 to $7 million. Then if what is the Kings' desire to keep him? You got some work to do there. How important is bringing back these guys that Monty McNair picked up at the trade deadline?
I don't want to make it like they're untouchable and you have to bring them back, but I really, really, really would like to bring them back, especially if you don't have reassurance from Marvin Bagley. Like if you had reassurance from him that, hey, the conversation we always talk about, I want to be here, build here, then yeah, you can kind of do that. But if it's a situation where he just wants to go anyway, I'm not going to move DeLon Wright or not sign Terrence Davis because you want to leave. I'll find a way to get you out of here and still hold on to them. Does that make sense? Like
it does.
If he don't want to be here, I'm not going to bend over backwards with anything that I value in any type of way just to not have you leave. I'm trying to trade you. So if I like Terrence Davis and DeLon Wright, well, right now they're a higher priority than you. I'm going to make sure they're taken care of and then still see if I'm be able to move you or not.
That's a good word right there. Priority. Where does Marvin Bagley fit on the list of priorities for the Sacramento Kings? Perhaps more importantly, where does Rashawn Holmes fit on the priority list for the Sacramento Kings? Where does Terrence Davis fit on the priority list for the Sacramento Kings? These are questions that in some way, shape, or form will likely all be answered beginning at the very, or I should say that will all be answered at the very latest next week as free agency gets underway. Now, that might not have anything to do with Buddy Hield. It might not have anything to do with Marvin Bagley, but the desire to keep Terrence Davis and the desire to keep Rashawn Holmes will, I think, be made pretty clear to us early next week. Now, I say it doesn't have anything to do with Marvin Bagley, but if you want to keep them both, well, then in all likelihood, Marvin has to go. Yeah. Specifically, Marvin's $11 million has to go. 916-349-1320 if you want to get into the conversation. Let's hear our man, Stefan. Always good to hear from you, Steph. What's good?
Oh, man, it was fantastic, man. Being a real hopeful Kings fan today, even though I already know they're going to somehow this is going to end up bad. I want to say this out loud, man, because a lot of my guys out there are Faker fans because they're only there when either one of the teams, the yellow and blue, are winning. I'm talking about either Warrior fans or Laker fans because they're fair weather guys.
Speak on it.
You know what I mean? So this Westbrook thing, I hope the Lakers get Westbrook. I really, really do, because not only do they want him, but they deserve that. They deserve that black hole. You know what I mean? Because there's a reason why Westbrook doesn't get a second round of playoffs where he can't win the championship. He can't win a chip because he's a black hole, bro.
What about me makes you think I'm going to allow you to continue this phone call?
Hear me out. I know you're a hooper, and I know you know what you're talking about. There's no way in the world you can't be. So check me out. In order for Westbrook to be effective, he has to have the ball in his hand. Do you agree?
Westbrook is his.
Come on, brother. Let's keep it solid. Nothing off anything. Not a pick and roll, not a pick and pop, not a nothing. If he's that on a fast break, Westbrook might as well be Brandon Jennings. Not the lead.
Bro, pot him back up immediately.
I know you don't like to hear it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just here to tell you that that's what it is. So I hope they see him, right? Because Bron can't concede to him. Because Westbrook doesn't have a real just high basketball. That's not really going to work for Bron. You're seeing Bron get ready to leave LA and retire, and this will be Westbrook's team, Westbrook and Anthony Davis, which is not going to work anyway because Westbrook really don't. He's just not it. He's not the key. Now, I'm going to tell you what the key is.
Jesus Christ. You sound ridiculous. Get off, Steph. You stop it. Stop it. Stop it.
Oh, man.
Y'all need to calm down. That's nonsense. Y'all, okay. I get he might be a Laker, but that's my guy. Y'all need to calm down with that. That is absurd. This is ridiculous. It ain't gonna work. He gonna ask me a question. Steph gonna ask me a question and then not let me answer.
So you
think Russell D'Lo, yes or no? Russell Westbrook is best with the ball in his hands. Of course he's the best with the ball in his hands. I love Steph. I love Stephon.
Hey, now look, I'm gonna say this, Damian. Because I love West too. That's my guy. Why not? That's not enough. That alone ain't the answer.
Get him, Cole. Go on, man. Tell him what it is.
You see what's up, fellas?
It's up, Cole.
This is why I don't want my dude Russ going to the Lakers. You see Stephon over here already trying to point the finger at Russ before he can even step on the court. You know what I'm saying? This is what they do. I didn't hear nobody talking about AD when he was with the Pelicans and he wasn't doing. I can't touch on there, but y'all know what word I want to fill in right there. I don't hear nobody talking about LeBron. When LeBron just Russ every time. Russ. Yeah, if that's so that way, stop watching hoops, man. You ain't got no knowledge, bro. Your IQ is low, bro. Brandon Jennings, how dare somebody block that dude on YouTube and Twitch.
Wait a minute. I don't know what your timeline is talking about or who you follow where you say, I don't see nobody talking about LeBron. What?
I don't hear tons of hoop fans. Nobody say anything bad about it. I'm not going to talk bad about LeBron, but you don't place no blame on LeBron. You don't place no blame on AD. Who got the blame for the Lakers getting eliminated this season?
LeBron.
Everybody's going to Schroeder it. Yeah, Schroeder had a bad series, but AD also had like 2 bad games up in here. You don't hear nothing about that. But when it comes to Russ trashed in Oklahoma City with KD. Russ trashed for Harden and Houston. Russ trashed for Bradley Beal and Washington. Man, y'all, not y'all, but them people that be saying all that, stop watching basketball. Don't know nothing.
Boy.
He's clapping him. Come on, I will say this.
That's 12 o'clock KC right there for sure. Woo, boy.
I will say this, Cole. They all get the blame. AD, how many memes did we see with AD in a body cast? Okay. Talking about this is Anthony Davis. All right. LeBron, I mean, that goes without saying. We all know he gets blamed for everything when it don't go right. And then Russell Westbrook, absolutely he gets the blame unfairly a lot of the times for things that don't go right with his teams. Absolutely. They all get blamed. So it'd just be one huge blame pie if they got together.
A blame pie?
Yeah, you never heard that?
No.
So
why would I want a pie made out of blame?
So blame pie is like, we may be doing this Mondays after 49er games on Sunday. A blame pie is you got a circle. That's what a pie is. And you cut a percentage out. So for instance, as a pie,
Kenny,
if they were all blaming each other, they get 33% for Westbrook, 33% for LeBron, 33% for AD. 0.3%.
I mean, I know what a pie is.
Well, I know that, but it's a blame pie. That's you're blaming.
Look, man, I ain't doing math on this show, so we're not laying out percentages of pies to anybody. Man,
it's not enough.
How this turned into a Russell Westbrook.
Damian and Cole, I'm just telling you, it's not enough. I love Russ.
The jacked up part is I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree that it's not enough for the Los Angeles Lakers. The Los Angeles Lakers needed two things. They needed an elite point guard and they needed a shooter. Well, they've got an elite point guard. They don't have a shooter. So they have things that they need to work on their roster.
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook. Look, I lived the nightmare of Russell Westbrook, who's my favorite player in Houston, who playing alongside my least favorite player. Hey, did you know Russell Westbrook? What are we at? What, 4 or 5 years, 3 or 4 years that Russell Westbrook has averaged a triple-double? You know what year he didn't? The year he played with James Harden. He took a step back to let Harden do his thing. It got him nothing. I don't know what he's ultimately going to do this year. I don't know what that team is going to do this year. Hell, I'm stunned Russell Westbrook is going to wind up on his 4th team. Oklahoma City, Houston, Washington, Los Angeles. That's wild to me. Like he's Shaq in his 30s. Like, give me a break. How many did it was he one and done in Houston?
Yeah, 1 year.
One and done in Washington. And now he's headed to Los Angeles.
Going home. He was always going to come back home at some point, somehow, some way.
I don't disagree with that.
Or nothing like that, but it was destiny. It was meant for him to go back home at some point.
I mean, Megan. I was just going to say. I just wanted to mention Megan's going to make all of the countless vets who will sign for the minimum to go play in Los Angeles, similar to what happened in Brooklyn. But go ahead. You saw it in Brooklyn, man. Stop it.
I don't even know if that helps anything.
Okay.
Like I said, your best chance is to get a Brent Forbes or something like that. But our guy, Sacktown Baby Giraffe, Tim Maxwell, he's saying that ESPN, The Athletic, Sports Illustrated, and The Ringer all have the Kings taking, I feel like I'm always saying his name wrong, Shingun, the big guy.
The big fella.
Yeah, the big guy. I don't know if he's out of Turkey, but he played in the Turkish league.
Okay.
I mean, doesn't excite me at all.
Where did this?
And then, okay, well, how about this? You're going to take
Turkish league MVP if that helps.
Yeah, that's fine. You're going to take that guy, and you're probably going to re-sign Rashawn Holmes?
Maybe not.
I don't know, man. I'm not. I got to be honest with you. I'm not interested in him.
Well, Jill says they all see the fit if Holmes leaves. Well, maybe we're going to learn something tonight. Maybe they're conceding the loss of Rashawn Holmes tonight.
These guys. I mean, I don't know what their mock draft is looking like, but Sinjin,
19
Wagner.
points per game, 18.7 rebounds. Doesn't entice you at all?
18 rebounds. That's a good number.
No,
He-
8. Sorry. No. 19 points per game, 8.7
I'm about
rebounds.
to say, I didn't know he had 18 rebounds.
No, 8.7.
That's, that's good. It's good. I'm not even saying he's a bad ball player. I just look at it. I think you got higher upside and possibility with a guy like Moses Moody if he's there. Like the way things are shaking out, Book Night, I feel like Book Night, Kuminga, Moody, or who's the other guy I'm thinking right now?
I have no idea.
Drawing a break. But one of them is going to be there. And
Okay.
I feel like you'd be passing on one of them to take Shinjin.
Okay.
Shingun, that's what Mr. says. I'm going to say Shinjin.
Taking a quick look at Woj just tweeted draft. Yep, that's who they got. The Kings were said to be fans of Franz Wagner, who is off the board in this scenario. This is the draft scenario, as well as Sengun, who is still available and reportedly had an outstanding workout in their building. If Sacramento doesn't think it will be able to clear enough cap room to offer starting big man Rashawn Holmes the money he needs to return, Sengun could be firmly in play. He has been a favorite of analytics models thanks to his brutally effective scoring and rebounding ability, and also shows intriguing upside as a passer and shooter. The Kings are being aggressive in trade talks, and there is a chance they won't be making this pick or their second pick at number 39, as they have some contracts on their books they may look to unload with Marvin Bagley III and Buddy Hield.
You want to know something
That's ESPN, by the way.
You want to know something that makes me feel a little better? Is in that same ESPN article, I believe, in that mock, they've got the Warriors taking Franz Wagner.
Now I've seen that before, but the speculation is about to end. We're going to take our last commercial break for the next 2 hours. We will bring the draft picks to you live all the way up until the Sacramento Kings draft at number 9, and then we'll dive in to that selection and find out what it means for the Sacramento Kings. So we are coming back. Our coverage, ESPN 1320's coverage, D'Lo and KC's coverage of the NBA draft kicks off next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Almost missed that one. I was looking at the clock like, whoa, gotta go. He's better. Russ.
No,
Russ is better than okay. I need to go to the bathroom one last time.
All right.
Because I'll never get to go to the bathroom.
Let me get up to. I got 2 hours. We'll be back. I was just about to say, T.O. is top 3, top 2 in his position. Russ ain't that.
Let's go. Let's gonna be a while before the Kings pick.
David, my recycle bin ain't gonna be nowhere. Look, Franz Wagner ain't a bad player. He's not. I don't think he's bad or nothing like that. I'm just not excited by the prospects of him being with the Sacramento Kings. But he's not a bad ball player.
Oh yeah,
he's gonna be in the league for a while.
You know what it is, Brian.
Damn. You know, with the tight shot, you can't get a feel for it. But when you get the wide shot and you see how the bottles are lined up by the color and everything, and that's phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
Appreciate it. It was strategic.
Wow, phenomenal. Damien, are you wearing denim at all on Saturday?
No.
I'm not either.
Nope. Nope.
You got like some slacks or you're not wearing anything going past the ankles.
Nope. I'm definitely not. I'm not like it's summer casual, man. I got these white jogger joints, and then I got a dope navy button down. It's navy.
Yeah.
I wanted that different blue, but this was the best, and it's light. It's long sleeve, but it's light. That's what I'm wearing. I'm bringing. I have a linen jacket. It's is clean. I don't. It's 97 degrees. I just don't think I want to do that.
I can eat that.
I just don't think I want to do that. All right, then good for you. Be out there looking like Patrick Ewing in the fourth quarter. Hey man, live your life.
And we're at Rose's mansion. I'm sure we'll have the foggers, shade, all that. He ain't gonna have us out there like it's 1717 or something.
I mean, I hope so. I don't really know. Like that dude's got a big ass house. I don't know where he's got trees at and all of that stuff.
That's what I'm saying. He's got if I can pay for canopies, I know Rick Ross gets some. Get the little fogger joints that they have on the sidelines of NFL games.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be into the side, so we won't be out there ass out. I don't think. I hope.
Nah, I don't think so. Damn, I went to that break lake. Shoot. Yeah, I went to that break late. That's a bad look. Oh man, we had 866 subscribers, man. We got some new people today, man. That's a good look. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate it.
And you know what helped out is it helped us out. Really couldn't find no Kings talk this morning.
Oh man,
so
that's a shame.
It's draft day. People wanted to hear about the Kings, talk about the Kings. They had to wait till 12 noon. They were chomping at the bit.
Yeah, a lot of people in this market just like to talk to hear themselves talk. Talking loud and ain't saying nothing.
Woo, man, this is about to be a grind. I don't think I've done this before. Two straight?
Yeah, this is going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
The draft does help, though. Oh, let me get some chapstick real quick.
It's going to be tough. All right, we should be back any second. 5 seconds to be exact. Appreciate you so much for being here. Kenny Caraway and I are with you for the next 3 hours. We are with you for the next 2 hours, commercial free. You will hear Detroit make their selection. You'll hear Houston, Cleveland, Toronto. You'll hear Orlando at 5, Oklahoma City, Golden State. You'll hear Orlando again at number 8. And then you'll hear the Sacramento Kings make their selection at number 9. Is it Sengun? Is it Moody? Is it Franz? Is it book night? Is there a player who's going to fall in the draft like Tyrese Haliburton did last year? Are the Sacramento Kings going to be selecting for themselves? Are they going to be selecting for somebody else? Will a trade be made before the Sacramento Kings select at number 9. I don't know what's about to happen, but I know whatever it is, we will be bringing it to you, and we will be bringing it to you live. Bryant West is going to join us around the time the Sacramento Kings make their selection at number 9. Bryant West, of course, the draft analyst for the good folks over there at the Kings Herald. Jill Adge is going to join us in the 7 o'clock hour. And again, if you're sitting in the car, if you got us on the Odyssey app, we're going to be with you for the next 2 hours, commercial free. You will not miss anything. And for those watching on Twitch and YouTube, just screen it with us, man. Throw us on your cell phone, throw us on your laptop, throw us on your iPad, and watch along with the NBA draft on ESPN, or skip that and just throw D'Lo and Casey on the big screen.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be bringing it all to you live. We know your interest is the Sacramento Kings, and that's where we are going to keep our focus. It's still going to be a few minutes before Cade Cunningham's name is called by Adam Silver for the Detroit Pistons. Detroit now is officially on the clock. And it's been an eventful day with Buddy Hield looking like he was going to be traded to the Los Angeles Lakers, to all of a sudden Buddy Hield very much not being traded to the Los Angeles Lakers. We were all waiting to see what Montrezl Harrell was going to do, and whether Montrezl Harrell was going to opt in or out to his deal, and whether we were going to find that out today. We did find that out. Montrezl Harrell opted into the $9.7 million on his deal next year, which meant that he could be traded to the Sacramento Kings, or in this case, the Washington Wizards, as shortly after Montrezl Harrell opted into his deal, there were reports that went from reports to talks to serious talks that the Los Angeles Lakers were in discussions with the Washington Wizards to trade the same Kyle Kuzma that was involved in a trade talk with the Sacramento Kings, the same Montrezl Harrell that was involved in a trade talk with the Sacramento Kings. The number 22 pick tonight, and hell, just for funsies, they threw in Contavious Caldwell-Pope.
Oh, joy.
All of those guys appeared to be right now headed to Los Angeles in exchange for Russell Westbrook. The reaction to that has been interesting, as a lot of Laker fans have said that's not what we needed. We needed a shooter. Buddy Hield makes more sense than Russell Westbrook does. And then other reports out there say, and perhaps this is Adrian Wojnarowski just trying to save face after Shams got him, that the Kings are actually still in play with the Los Angeles Lakers, and now there's ideas of a potential 3-team deal that would let the Lakers land both Russell Westbrook and Buddy Hield, and then the Wizards and the Kings would split the remaining players. In that scenario, Dennis Schroeder gets involved in a sign and trade. It gets a little convoluted if it becomes a 3-team deal. So we have no idea when the Sacramento Kings select at number 9 if they're going to be selecting for themselves. I mean, honestly, you could say that with every pick that is going to be made, with very, very few exceptions. But with the Kings, we don't know if that pick is for them. We don't know if that pick is for somebody else. We don't know if when the Lakers pick at 22, if they're going to be picking for them or if they're going to be picking for somebody else.
It's a missed opportunity by the Kings, man. I was thinking about the possibility of having Kyle Kuzma in this lineup, playing with Tyrese Haliburton, playing with De'Aaron Fox. And I thought that was a really good fit. I thought this would be a really good move for the Kings to get Kyle Kuzma. And that's before, and Montrezl Harrell as well. But that's before we even start talking about the number 22 pick, adding another piece there. I thought that was going to be a slam dunk deal for the Kings. And now it's out the window.
Yeah. And I can't blame Monty for that. He was out there trying to work. He was out there trying to do his thing. And it didn't happen. You know, we can get into a discussion of whether the Kings were used. We can get into a discussion as to whether the public nature of the Kings' discussions with the Lakers was used as leverage to get Washington to the table, or perhaps another team to the table. We could get into that all day. But the fact is, Buddy Hield is still a member of the Sacramento Kings. Pivot, don't panic was the line we were using earlier. The deal with the Lakers didn't work out, and I thought it was a damn good deal. It didn't work out with the Lakers. Okay, what's next? What else you got? We've heard Philly. We've heard Memphis. I'm not particularly intrigued by Memphis's deal, a potential deal that involved Eric Bledsoe. We have no idea what Philly is looking to offer. I don't know how intriguing that stuff is. The Lakers one was definitely the most intriguing.
Yeah. I mean, look, the Kings here and Monty McNair I talked about it earlier. They're under a lot of pressure here to get this done, and not just a trade, but change the fortunes of this franchise.
Yeah.
These things got to change now, man. They've got to garner respect in this league, and the only way that happens is by winning and being a winning franchise. Yeah. And this is a crucial year. I've said it numerous times. I'm going to continue to say it. It's a crucial year for everybody involved. They've got to win. They got to get to the playoffs. They got to make strides to stop being the laughing stock of the league.
All right, let's go to Adam Silver.
In the 2021 NBA draft, the Detroit Pistons select Cade Cunningham.
Oh, stunning news coming out of the NBA draft. Cade Cunningham.
Starts with a shocker.
It starts with a stunner indeed. Cade Cunningham, the freshman guard from Oklahoma State, and I think fair to say the consensus #1 overall pick for the entire year.
Yep.
Is that fair?
Yep.
The entire season. 20.1 points per game, 6.2 rebounds for the Oklahoma State freshman, 3.5 assists, a 44% field goal percentage. He was the Big 10 player of the year, the fourth freshman, Big 12 player of the year, the fourth freshman to win that award, joining Marcus Smart, Michael Beasley, and Kevin Durant. Also the first Oklahoma State player to be AP first team All-American. No shocker coming out of the first selection of the draft with Cade Cunningham.
A great young prospect. A lot of people feel like he could be a potential MVP type talent in the league. And, I watched him a lot at Oklahoma State. I liked a lot about his game, man. I like Cade Cunningham. I like the handle, the size to go with it. The feel for the game on the offensive end, willing defender. I talk about this all the time, David. He's a willing defender. He's not just the turnstile out there. So there's a ton to like about his game. And he's only 18, 19 years old. He's got so much more to learn and so much more to grow with, man. So congratulations to the Pistons and to Cade Cunningham, #1 pick in the draft.
And I wanted to ask you this earlier. Do you see a top 5 pick? Let's go top 4. Do you see a top 4 pick being an all-star within, where are we at? 3 years.
The top 4 pick in this draft?
In this draft, yeah. Cade Cunningham, Jalen Green. Looks like Evan Mobley might be there at 3. We should find out here pretty soon, or will find out pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no. Now, Evan Mobley, who I'm not as high on as other people are, his position might help out with that, right? So if he's whatever conference in, being a center, there's not a lot of true centers out there. If he shows something in these first 3 years, maybe by his 3rd year, he can be an all-star in that respect. But like I said earlier, I love Cade. I think Jalen Green is the best player in the draft, and Evan Mobley really good as well. I like Jalen Suggs. Nobody's talked about Jalen Suggs, and rightfully so. Like, it's not like he should move up ahead of these guys, but he was the darling of the NCAA season, or one of them, and he did nothing but produce every single time. So, to answer your question, no, but maybe in the 4th year, these guys, one of these guys could be an all-star.
Okay. You've said this repeatedly, and this goes back to the birth of D'Lo and KC back in August. Jalen Green being your favorite player in this draft. All accounts are Jalen Green's name is about to be called here by Houston in the next couple of minutes. What is it? It obviously wasn't just the Ignite season. It was well before then that you were locked in with this young man.
He is an STAR, a star. All right. He's got the explosiveness on the offensive end. Just God-given ability to score. I look at something, and this isn't always how it is, but Jalen Green has been the #1 player in this class for probably the last 4 or 5 years. And he's met all challenges. He's played a Cade Cunningham head-to-head. He's done his thing against all these guys. Never wavered. Went to the G League and against grown men, against a Jeremy Lin, playing with the Jared Jack, all these guys. NBA talent. He showed up and showed out there.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at Jalen Green, and I just keep saying it. I just see a star. I see a certified star in Jalen Green. So I think he's the best player in the draft this year.
And he's not a dumb question. Obviously, he's a player you can build around. Is he a team? Like he's like a teammate? Like he can be a guy that you're surrounding everything that you're about to do in the upcoming future with?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. He's franchise. Franchise.
All right. Well, we believe he's going to be picked here by Houston. And I mean, Houston's got a lot of work to do. They're in the midst of it's certainly a rebuild, and Steven Silas is the head coach. There's no more James Harden. There's no James Harden lingering over this season. It's on with something new, and it looks like Jalen Green is going to be the pick here. We'll go to Adam Silver as soon as he heads to the podium. But I'm curious to KC to watch the kind of evolution of what the G League Ignite looks like, and what their players wind up looking like in the draft. I mean, obviously having a player going here at number 2, that's big for the program. You've got, this new overtime league in play as well. We've got name, image, and likenesses in college, in the NCAA, or with so-called amateurs now. That's going to change the makeup of NBA drafts a little bit moving forward. Let's go to Adam Silver.
With the second pick in the 2021 NBA draft, the Houston Rockets select Jalen Green from Merced, California, and the NBA G League Ignite.
Jalen Green looking solid with that hair and that suit, boy.
He hit them boys with the Merced, California. He had LeBron talking about Akron. He said, the Fresno's like, no, you're from Fresno. You know Merced.
Man, that's solid work right there. If Jalen Green's draft attire formed a band with Jarrett Allen's draft attire, yo, that would be the hottest disco joint perhaps throughout the entire disco era. Them
Jared
boys was bad.
Allen.
Oh, you don't remember?
The football player? Or Jared?
No,
Jared Allen. Jared with the T.
Yeah, Jared Allen.
Yeah, I'm thinking with D. Yeah. I do remember. Yeah, I do.
Isn't Jared Allen? Is Jared Allen the cowboy?
He might be.
I think Jared.
Yeah, he might be.
That'd be a different.
Yeah,
no, not a Dallas cowboy. I meant like a cowboy.
Cowboy.
Like a dude who wears a cowboy hat. I think that's how he retired. Like he
believe
jumped
that.
on a horse and rode off into the sunset. Look it up. I swear, I think that's how he retired. No, Jarrett Allen. I think he's still on the Cavs.
Yeah.
But his draft day look.
That's a good call.
With Jalen's draft day look, man, they be in good shape.
Yeah.
Jalen Green was the ESPN 100 number 1 overall recruit. And he bypassed college, obviously, to play with the G League Ignite. He's the second person to do that. Brandon Jennings also did it in 2008, which I feel like is our second Brandon Jennings mention here on the show, which is phenomenal.
We got bombs dropped.
Okay.
It's official.
There it is.
Russell Westbrook, the 2024 second round pick, 2028 second round pick have been traded to the Lakers for Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, KCP, and a 2021 first round pick.
So the deal involving the Sacramento Kings is officially dead. Russell Westbrook is a Los Angeles Laker. Kyle Kuzma, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, Montrezl Harrell, now members of the Washington Wizards.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I mean, Monty, I ain't gonna say Monty just needs to do something, because I always say I don't want him to do something just to do something. But man, that's a tough one to bounce back from. That's tough. Like the second straight off season. You have this deal that's supposedly going to get your team better, and it's ripped off the table right in front of you for the second straight off season. Damn.
Monty McNair has now lost Dante DiVincenzo, Kyle Kuzma, and Montrezl Harrell. Of course,
we should to show for it.
We should, yeah. We should push pause just a little bit on this Monty McNair thing, just because, man, Montrezl Harrell's agent very well could have called him and said, hey, there's this situation out there with Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Montrezl says, no, I'll opt out even if I'm playing for $3 million.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Montrezl, there's this situation out there with Washington. Let me explain it to you. 3 of your teammates are going with you, and Bradley Beal isn't leaving. Okay, I'm in. Tell everyone I'm opting in. And there you have it. All I'm saying is it might not be as cut and dry as Monty was played. It might not be as cut and dry as something fell apart here. It could have absolutely hinged on Montrezl Harrell. Mm-hmm. And when Montrezl Harrell found out there was something out there with Washington, a chance to play with a couple of his teammates already, 2 of his teammates instead of just 1, and Bradley Beal, he may have taken that opportunity instead.
Yeah.
He had a lot of control in this situation.
He did. He had the juice now.
Right. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
He absolutely had it. The pick is in for the Cleveland Cavaliers as soon as Adam Silver heads to the podium. Of course, we'll bring that pick to you. All accounts are that it's Evan Mobley. Now, from there, we don't have the picks. Woj, I think, got a talking to following his Jalen Green, Evan Mobley tweets. And now we're getting in Toronto, Orlando, Oklahoma City, Golden State, and another Orlando selection before we get to Sacramento. And I think things are going to open up a little bit. They'll be more interesting. If the tweets come through, we won't read them.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we won't read them out loud.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we won't read them out loud. We'll have our notes ready, and let's head to Adam Silver at the podium.
With the 3rd pick in the 2021 NBA Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Evan Mobley.
There you go.
Of Southern California.
You heard him. Freshman forward, USC, 16.4 points per game, 8.7 rebounds per game, 58% field goal percentage. He was the Pac-12 Player of the Year, Freshman of the Year, and Defensive Player of the Year. He's the first person to win all 3 of those honors in the same season. But you said you're not super high on him?
I don't like him as much as other people do. Other people are like, he could be the best player in the draft. All that. I'm not that sold on Evan Mobley. I think he's a little soft, but he's skilled. Mm-hmm. I see why people feel that way about him. I can see it. He's skilled. He's athletic. There's a lot to like about him, and I think he's a good ball player. But when you talk about being the best player in the draft, I don't see that. But it's a good fit for Cleveland. Well, I thought it was a good fit for Cleveland if they were going to keep Colin Sexton. I don't know what they're doing now with Colin Sexton. So
yeah. That's interesting.
And they have Jared Allen.
One of the Jared Allen, who's looking to get paid.
Mm-hmm.
Colin Sexton, who's looking to get paid. So you've got both of those things out there. The Cleveland Cavaliers acquired Ricky Rubio earlier.
Yeah, they did.
I don't know what to do with that. Like okay, okay, great. I don't know how old Ricky Rubio is. I feel like I've been talking about Ricky Rubio for a decade and a half, and
yeah,
it's got to be pretty damn close that we've been talking about Ricky Rubio. Like in terms of that length of time, it's got to be pretty damn close. But yeah, Colin Sexton is intriguing. It'll be interesting to follow what he's doing. It'll be interesting to follow Jared Allen as well. Both, I think Jared Allen is in their long-term plans. If he's not, it's going to create, next week is going to be a little bit more interesting. But I think Jared Allen is in their long-term plans.
I would think so too. But Evan Mobley's a center. Jared Allen's a center. Maybe you can do some Twin Towers type stuff, but.
Yeah, because that's totally 2021 basketball. DeMarcus and Anthony Davis, they did they did try that. They did try having, you know, two bigs there in the in New Orleans, and it didn't. I mean, I don't know. We'll never know. It started to work. They were playing, you know, the best basketball that they had when DeMarcus Cousins went down with the Achilles tear. So it never truly got tested.
And I know what you're talking about, but that's also DeMarcus and Anthony Davis.
Sure.
Jared Allen ain't neither one of them, and we don't know what Evan Mobley's going to be.
Indiana has acquired the 31st pick from Milwaukee.
Okay.
And we are about to have our first, I think, surprise of the draft when we go to Toronto here at number 4. There's been talk of Jalen Suggs, and I think is Jonathan Kuminga the other guy who is often
or in that top 5 is what I was thinking.
Right, in the top 5. Well, Scotty Barnes was fascinating because he, I guess, worked his way into the top, into the top 5. We were talking about Scotty Barnes with the Kings.
Yeah.
At 9. We talked about Scotty in fact, I'm pretty sure it was a running joke on the show. Scotty Barnes is going to make the Sacramento Kings better. Scotty Barnes is going to break the 15-year playoff drought. And after, you know, a couple of workouts, all of a sudden, Scotty Barnes isn't going to be there at 9 or 8. And all of a sudden he was the consensus. It had no longer become a top 4 in the NBA draft. It had become a top 5. And Scotty Barnes was believed to be there at the 5 pick as Toronto's pick is in. And we'll go to Adam Silver as soon as he goes to the podium. But the big news right now is the Lakers-Wizards deal is complete. Russell Westbrook is headed to his 4th team, his 3rd team in the last 3 years. The Los Angeles Lakers, the Washington Wizards will receive Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, and Contavious Caldwell-Pope, putting an end to any opportunity to land Buddy Hield.
Unpopular opinion here, especially after everything that's going on with Buddy Hield and the Kings. I like to see Russ in LA playing for the Lakers. That fits. If you're familiar with Russ and all them, that fits. Yeah. I like the reason pick is coming in. Let's go to it right now, Jesse. Ooh, Scotty Barnes going number 4 to Toronto. I mean, that's a surprise. That is a surprise, to say the least. Scotty Barnes, I'm trying to get the official specs on him right now. 6'9", 227-pound forward out of Florida State University. And this could be a big domino right here. Because I'm looking at the situation. I'm looking how things are going down. And Orlando's got 5. Orlando's got Cole Anthony. I don't know if they taking Jalen Suggs there. The OKC Thunder, they got SGA. Maybe they look at him as a 2 guard. Maybe they take him, but this could have ramifications all the way down. If you get to number 7 with the Warriors and he's still not taken, I don't know. Is Jalen Suggs just tumbling down the draft as we speak?
Scotty Barnes, man, that's pretty stunning. Scotty Barnes there at number 4 for the Toronto Raptors. That we didn't know he had gotten himself into the top 4. We knew he had gotten himself into the top 5, but man, that's a bit of a stunner.
It is a bit of a stunner. It is a bit of a stunner. I didn't see him getting a 4. I thought that top 4 was locked in.
Right.
Regardless of what type of order you had it. I thought it was locked in. But Scotty Barnes makes his way to number 4 going to Toronto. And let me say this. I don't know if you see it in front of you, Davion. Scotty Barnes, right now, in the lead for best dressed rookie. Oh, he looks sharp.
Okay, I got
that white suit with the turtleneck and the what. Oh, Scotty Barnes looks sharp out there today. Round of applause to that young man. He looking good.
I got Scotty Barnes highlights playing because I'm a streamer. I got the draft here on the iPad, so we'll take a look at what.
We're in the same boat today. Yeah, as you can
okay.
be in the house is not on the draft, so we're in the same boat. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Man, Scotty Barnes to the Toronto Raptors.
So okay, so what's going on here? There's a lot going on here right now. What's going on? Jalen Suggs falling, Pascal Siakam out. What's going on? What's going on?
Well, we know Siakam's not around, right?
Mm-hmm.
We know that. We know Pascal Siakam is not going to be around at very minimum to start the season. We know Pascal Siakam has been in trade discussions. There was one report, you can choose whether to believe it or not, but there was a report that Siakam is done like he wants to be done in Toronto. There was a ton of speculation about the relationship with Nick Nurse and all of that different stuff, his relationship with the organization, all of that different stuff last year. And now it appears, okay, maybe that's a wrap.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's a wrap.
The ramifications here, man. I'm really into the draft. And business and picked up in Brooklyn. Business and picked up because I want to see what Orlando's going to do now. What move is Orlando going to make here? You got Cole Anthony right there. You just picked Cole Anthony last year. You ended up having him as your starting point guard. You even have Markelle Fultz coming back as well. So if you want to do the 2-guard situation, do they go with Jalen Suggs? Or do they go elsewhere? Wow. I'm just this is intriguing now. This is intriguing.
What? Okay, I'm just throwing it out there. Was Toronto selecting for themselves?
We don't know. That's a good question.
I mean, it's a bit surprising. I don't think it's a reach. I don't think it's awful, but give me a break. It's not a reach at all. Like he had been projected at number 5.
Right.
He went number 4. That's not like a massive stunner.
Right.
Man, it's interesting. Interesting.
So now I'm trying to play this out in my head. So let's say for instance, so here's the deal. If Jalen Suggs goes at 5 to Orlando, at least in my mock, nothing really changes. You just flip Suggs and Barnes because I have Barnes going 5. But if Orlando's like, we got our point guard, we're going to go Jonathan Kuminga now at 5. Now, OKC has a decision to make. Do they go Jalen Suggs to pair up with SGA? Or do they go, I don't know, Moses Moody, Franz Wagner, whatever the case may be? One of the things I'm seeing, at least from my mock, that you guys should have been listening to the entire time.
Okay, stop it.
Is if you the 6 that are there are kind of interchangeable, right? Like Suggs, I had Suggs going 4, I had Barnes going 5, Kuminga going 6. Let's just say, for instance, Suggs goes 5 or Kuminga goes 6. Suggs all of a sudden goes 6 to OKC. And they do like a 2-guard thing out there in OKC with SGA and Jalen Suggs. Not much changes, but you still got your book nights out there. We don't know. The crazy thing is we don't know what OKC is trying to do. Is OKC open to doing a 2-guard system like that? Or were they expecting and do they want to go with a big guy or, a guy on the wing or whatever the case may be? That's where things can get interesting. If they're down to go 2-guard system with Suggs, no problem. But if not, oh boy, it's going to be interesting.
Kenny will let us know when the pick is in, and we'll head to Adam Silver to see what Orlando does. Is it as simple as Jalen Suggs? Is it someone else? Remember, this is the first of 2 picks for Orlando.
Yeah.
They've got, I should say, 2 picks in the top 10. They've got the 5 and they've got the 8. So what does it did a player fall in their lap that they weren't expecting to be there? Were they planning to draft Scotty Barnes? Was he the guy that they had their eye on? Was he their guy?
The pick is in. Okay.
And there it is.
Suggs going to Orlando. They're pairing up Suggs and Cole Anthony. I think that's the right pick. I think that's the move to make.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're down with that. Jalen Suggs, freshman guard. Gonzaga, 14.4 points per game, 5.3 rebounds, 4.5 assists, 50% from the field, 34% from three. Of course, everyone remembers his game-winning buzzer beater in overtime of the Final Four game against the UCLA. He was the second team AP All-American, first team All WCC. So he can go. But they're pairing him up with Cole Anthony out there.
He definitely go. Now, here's the deal, because you mentioned it before we went here. Orlando has another pick. Now, the way it was supposed to be set up, you would go, if you were Orlando, you'd go get your forward with Scotty Barnes or Jonathan Kuminga or whatever the case may be, and you would maybe be in the role for a shooting guard or whatever the case may be later with that. What do they have, the 8th pick? Now you've gone shooting guard to go with Cole Anthony already. That eliminates, in my opinion, Moses Moody. Now you could be looking at probably a Franz Wagner going to them at 8. I think that.
I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing.
You can eliminate the guard pick for them at 8.
I'm no manic. I see what you're doing.
I think Kuminga goes with the next pick to OKC. I think that's where it goes there, and it's gonna get really okay. All right, because now the picture is being painted here, and now I'm seeing what's going on. ESPN had Franz Wagner going to the Warriors at 7 in their latest mock, like 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
If that holds true, like I just told you, they're not going to go with another guard, I don't think, right? So they might get Giddey, but I doubt it. But a Şengün, they may go with him at 8. And then that will leave the Kings at 9 to choose between Bouknight, Moody, Keon Johnson. Like, it would be crazy for them. And then you want to see me get excited. You want to see me get hyped here for another draft. Let Franz Wagner and Şengün be off the board.
Just instant relief for Kenny Caraway when the Sacramento Kings select at 9. Just like, it's not going to be either one of those guys.
Let them boys be off the board, and you can say, you be like, let's go. But that's the way it's playing out. Toronto done done some stuff.
Yeah, the Toronto selection was interesting. It again, not a tailspin. Like, things aren't crazy. It just kind of switched things up, and I've got to imagine, like, it's hard to like, is Orlando thrilled? Are they like, okay, cool, this isn't what we were planning? Oh, cool, this isn't what we were planning, this is even better. And how does it shake out? Does it shake out the way you just laid out with Oklahoma City, Golden State, and Orlando's second pick before the Sacramento Kings select there at number 9?
It's getting crazy right now. It's getting crazy. Like I said, perfect scenario for me is if Wagner and Şengün are off the board by the time you get to 9. If I'm Orlando, I'm trying to think. I mean, they got Mo Bamba there. They're not really thrilled with him. I don't see why Orlando wouldn't take Şengün.
Speak it into existence, buddy. Speak it into existence, buddy. Come on.
I mean, so right now they got Wendell Carter Jr. as their center. I think, to be honest with you, they probably, I don't know how they look at Wendell Carter Jr. I could see him being more of a 4, and then you got Şengün as your 3, as your center. But I don't know. Maybe they look at Wendell Carter Jr. is a for sure 4. The other thing about this is I remember when I was having discussions with my NBA guy, and he was talking about how Orlando was really happy with the idea of Cole Anthony and RJ Hampton. So now maybe that goes completely out of the window. And I don't know. I don't know where Orlando's going with A. That's going to be an interesting pick.
Well, it appears we're having an internet issue in the studio. I only point that out because that prevents us from bringing the pick to you live on the stream. And I actually can't communicate with Jesse, so you can communicate with Jesse.
Okay.
But we can still bring the pick over the air, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure. Yeah, whether it's Adam Silver or me, we will bring the pick.
Well, I can bring the pick to you right now, which is what I was trying to decide to do. Which that's exactly what I think I'm going to do. Obviously, most people have their phones in their hand. We can't honor what we were trying to do because our multi-billion-dollar company buys $10 internet. So forgive us here as we roll along in this draft day show. But Oklahoma City has zeroed in on their selection. And it's Josh Giddey.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap.
The Oklahoma City Thunder are selecting Josh Giddey with the number 6 pick in the draft.
Whoa, Nelly.
So we, as they say, we've got some changes here on the big board. What is Golden State thinking right now? What is Orlando thinking right now as they gear up for their next selection?
So Kuminga's on the board still. Golden State ain't taking Kuminga. They're not taking Kuminga.
I don't think so either.
I do think Orlando might take Kuminga. I do think they might go with Kuminga. Oh, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
He is a good ball player. Like, I watched him a little bit more. Like, he can play. He can play. Like I mentioned yesterday, he reminds me of a poor man's Tyrese Haliburton. And I know that sounds disrespectful, but I don't mean it to be disrespectful. I just think Tyrese is a better player than him, but he has the same type of traits. He has the same type of feel offensively for the game, the way Tyrese Haliburton does. So he can play. I worry about him on the defensive end. I worry about him as a catch and shoot type guy. It was looking a little bit like a struggle out there from some of the stuff I've seen, but he's got flair. He looks like one of those guys that's like a pick and roll savant. He's got size. I like Josh Giddey. I like his game.
Josh Giddey, of course, of Australia. We talked about him extensively with James Ham yesterday, who had written a profile on him and had heard that the Sacramento Kings were interested in him. That's what James Ham had heard yesterday. That's what he had shared. He had written an extensive piece on Josh Giddey. So he's a guy who seemed to have gained traction. He was a guy who I think I had seen at one point in Golden State at number 7.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a stretch here that he was tied to the Kings at 9, or the Kings liked him at 9.
Mm-hmm.
Another report, the Warriors liked him at 7. So it's not like a stretch to see him here at 6. Again, we said we thought the draft would get we thought it would get interesting here at 5. It turns out it got interesting at 4 with Scotty Barnes going to Toronto. Now Jalen Suggs going to Orlando. We thought that would be flipped around, and now Oklahoma City selecting Josh Giddey. You're just over there smiling from ear to ear right now.
Because business has picked up, and it's going to be interesting to see what the Warriors do right here. The Warriors, where they go. I mean, if they go with a Wagner, I don't even think they should do that. I wouldn't do that. If they went with Wagner at 7, that would be crazy. I don't know. Let me ask you, Franz Wagner, Jonathan Kuminga at 7. Which one would you go with?
Jonathan Kuminga.
I would too. And I don't think they want to go with Jonathan Kuminga, especially after the growing pains and all that other stuff that they feel they had to deal with James Wiseman in that first year. Mm-hmm. It's going to be twofold with Jonathan Kuminga. I don't think they want anything to do with that. So after that, I don't know, because then the big carrot that's being dangled out there is book night is still hanging out there.
You mentioned the growing pains with Wiseman.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they're moving Wiseman?
I think they're willing to. I don't know if they will. I think
they're willing to for something big.
For something Bradley Beal big.
Yeah.
I don't think there's Bradley Beal big out there.
Yeah, apparently not. Bradley Beal said, "I'm good."
Right.
We said that all year. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it a week ago. I didn't believe that Bradley Beal was just all good. I thought Bradley Beal was trying to figure out how he was going to ask out.
Mm-hmm.
And the reports today, Marcus Thompson had it first. Yeah, everything I hear, Brad's good.
Mm.
He's good in DC. Just hanging out. Nothing to see here.
So with
Golden State's on the clock.
I think the Warriors hold on to Wiseman. They're in a tough spot. If I was the Warriors right now, I would go with book night.
Okay.
See, the crazy thing about that is they got Jordan Poole, who's been he looked really good last year.
Mm-hmm.
And then some of the things he's done, I know is pro-am stuff, but they got clips of him playing in Jamal Crawford's league up in Seattle, and he's looking really good. So James Bouknight isn't going to be your starting point guard or your starting shooting guard. Might not be your back. He's not a point guard. Might not be your backup shooting guard with the way Jordan Poole's playing. So I don't know if they go Bouknight either.
Okay.
They might mess around and go Franz Wagner.
They might. And
yeah. So it's just me here in the internet hating on Davion real quick, freezing out, but I'm here though. I'm here. I'm thinking it's Wagner. Now, just to let you guys know, I'm not getting any of the spoilers. I'm not doing any of that.
Oh, I got them all. I got all the spoilers.
I didn't close the chat.
You closed the chat.
I didn't close the chat. I would be surprised by all this stuff.
So we'll go to the pick live then. We've got things mostly back up and running in the studio, not 100%, but we can bring the pick to you live. So when we can, we will.
Okay.
Yeah, when we can bring the pick to you live, we definitely will. But let's say this: there are trade discussions there at number 7.
Oh.
There are trade discussions at number 7. No trade has been announced. The pick, we believe, will be made by the Golden State Warriors, and we'll bring that pick to you live when Adam Silver is ready to announce it. I'm looking at the screen right now. The pick is in, and
this is some high drama. If I was a Warriors fan, I'd really be like, you thought I was tripping on Trey Lance. Like, nah, nothing will ever equal Trey Lance. That was crazy. But it would be close if I was a Warriors fan. This is high drama.
No, this is fun. This is fun. We knew it would be. Because this is what we were saying all along.
Here we go. We got it. Pick
The Golden State Warriors select Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, Jonathan Kuminga going to the Warriors. Oh, baby.
Maybe he's going to the Warriors.
Oh, what you out? Look, I ain't even pulled up my Twitter in a little bit because, they be just.
Well, Adrian Wojnarowski went from Golden State is discussing trades with the number 7 pick, but Jonathan Kuminga is at the top of their board if they keep it. Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted, trade talks dwindling. So it appears Kuminga will stay with the Warriors. And Woj's horrible day continues.
That just cracked me up. Talking about trading 7, trade talks dwindling. Oh
man, Woj is having a day, boy.
So
Woj is having a day.
Let me tell you something. Do you want to give the specs on Kuminga real quick? Or
sure, I can do that. Jonathan Kuminga, forward, G League Ignite, number 4 ranked player in the 2020 ESPN 100, third highest ranked recruit in the ESPN 100 era since 2007 to forego college. Originally was the number 1 recruit in the 2021 class before reclassifying to 2020. He chose the G League over Texas Tech, Auburn, Duke, and Kentucky. Second leading scorer and rebounder on the Ignite with 4 double-doubles last season. He missed 3 games, including the playoff loss with a minor knee injury.
So here's the deal. I think Book Knight and Moody will be available. And they may be available with Şengün and with Wagner.
Oh, boy.
But Book Knight and Moody are going to be there. Hey, you can't be passing on Book Knight or Moody. I know people like Wagner. I know they like Şengün and all this. You can't be passing on Book Knight and Moody.
I got to be honest. I don't like waiting. I don't like waiting for Adam Silver. Things aren't working as flawlessly as they should be. We're trying to get some things done in our studio. I'd really like to share with you what I just read. I'd really like to share with you Orlando's selection. Let's bring in our man here, Bryant West. He looks like he's ready to go. Let's go ahead and bring him in here a little bit early. Bryant, KC, I'm going to do it.
Do what you got to do.
I'm going to do it. Orlando is taking Franz Wagner.
Let's go. Let's go. Oh.
Orlando is taking Franz Wagner. Bryant West, formal introduction here. Bryant West, the draft analyst for the Kings Herald, joining us here on D'Lo and KC as we approach this 9th selection for the Sacramento Kings. Bryant, what do you think about this draft so far? What do you think about Scotty Barnes going at 4 and everything that has followed?
Boy, that Scotty Barnes one did surprise me. I definitely thought that was a little early for him. I thought Jalen Suggs was going to be fantastic in Toronto. I think he's a lot more dangerous pick than Jalen Suggs, so I can't get that one. But Scotty Barnes is very much a Toronto dude. That defense is going to be insane, and if there's a perfect developmental spot for him, it is Toronto. I just clearly would have gone with Suggs. But from then, I kind of understood everybody's selection. I was surprised the Warriors have now taken the rawest possible player 2 years in a row. Jonathan Kuminga to the Warriors is very surprising for a squad that really wants to make the playoffs as soon as possible. So that one surprised me. But Franz Wagner at 8, no, that makes a ton of sense. They're always a team that prioritizes long, super versatile players. I think that he is a fantastic defender. The Kings would have been very fortunate if he had been there at number 9, but I know my buddy Kenny's going to disagree with that take. So,
Hey, look, I'm just saying. Now, look, let's be perfectly clear. I've said numerous times, Franz Wagner is a 10-year NBA player. He is going to be in the league for a long time, an NBA ball player. He ain't a number 8 or 9 pick, in my opinion. But, hey, that just is what it is. But now I want to get to the nuts and bolts of this whole thing since we know what Orlando did. I know a lot of people are on Şengün. To me, there ain't no way you could take Şengün over Book Knight and Moody. I can't do that if I'm Monty. I can't. What you think, Brian? I can't do it.
Kenny, I completely agree with you. I know that I'm never going to convince Sacramento Kings fans who grew up watching Vlade Divac and Brad Miller that Şengün is not the dude here, but I would take Moses Moody quite easily. I would completely understand taking James Book Knight here. He's probably the best player available. Şengün, to me, is a very talented offensive center. I have a ton of questions about him on defense, which makes him a lower tier prospect than these 2 other guys.
Now, and Şengün, he don't get it twisted. He can play. I like you, Brian. I like a lot of the things he does on the offensive end. His passing really surprised me. The way he finishes around the rim, he's really good at that. But like you said, the defensive thing, I don't know.
Yeah, especially for a Sacramento Kings team that was one of the historically worst defenses in league history. I very much worry about taking Alperen Şengün at 9. But if he is the pick, I'm at least going to understand what Monty McNair is going for, even if I very much disagree with his selection.
I'd like to point out to everybody, whether you've been with us since 12 or not, This is the happiest Kenny Caraway has been all day. He came in firing at noon. I mean, heat at noon. And now he's smiling. He's laughing. It's Trey Lance all over again.
Yeah, Kenny. In 3 years, we're going to be
Do we lose
laughing
Bryant?
at your comparison.
Look, man. Hey, look. Business is picking up. They got a chance to get a guy in Moody or Book Night who I think they might be from 4 to 10. It might be the best guys. They got a chance to get them.
Man, this has been so interesting. And again, just what a terrible day Adrian Wojnarowski.
Oh, bro. Whoa, you don't have to go do some push-ups, man.
Man, and you know what's crazy? The Kings are on the clock, and no one knows the pick.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
There's no Woj tweet. There's no Shams tweet. No one has the pick right now. This has not happened all day. We had Golden State's working on a trade. No, they're not. We've had all of this stuff going on with the Lakers, Russell Westbrook, Buddy Hield, all of these. No one knows the Kings pick right now. Shams and Woj are working the phones.
I feel like if I had to choose, I think I wanted to be Book Night.
I've wanted it to be Moses Moody for months now.
And I like Moses.
You have.
I ain't fronting on Moses. I like Moses a lot.
Yeah.
Either one, I'm good. Shingun, I'm not that good.
I agree with you. I feel like we're some of the few people in Sacramento who aren't in this Senguni army.
and look, and he's good. Like if the draft went how it went, and Moody and Book Night were off the board or whatever, and they took Shingun, that's one thing. But with these two on the board, I feel like there's no way that you can go him over those two, either one of these two.
I feel like Bryant West is typing on a keyboard that's at minimum 15 years old. At least it's got the
very much
thick,
is.
It's got the big, thick plastic keys. Like
those keys, you can feel them. You can feel them.
I'm running.
That's a thing.
I'm running you guys on my brand new gaming laptop that's running a 10-year-old keyboard attachment that I haven't replaced yet.
This is absolutely fascinating that no one has tweeted the pick.
No one's tweeted the pick. Well, I'm behind, but they're going down into like a minute 30 left. It's almost like the Kings don't know who they're picking.
or they're trading the pick, which is what this could be.
Or they're trading the pick. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
And here we go. Wow. The Sacramento Kings. The Sacramento Kings with the number 9 selection will select Davion Mitchell.
Davion.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
Davion Mitchell is the selection for the Sacramento Kings, the junior guard out of Baylor.
I like Davion. I'm not taking him over Book Night.
I like Davion. I'm not taking him over Book Night Moody or Sengun.
I like Davion. I mean, all right. I don't know what you're doing with that. You're not drafting a starter.
I'll try to sell this pick as best I can. There is no question, if anybody watched any Baylor game this year, there's no question why teams would love Davion Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is clearly the highest motor player maybe in the entire draft. The dude just plays with tenacity and ferocity that you just cannot find, especially for a guy his size. And if the Kings were looking for a dude whose intangibles are just gold across the board, he's absolutely a guy I think can come into that locker room and set a tone on both ends of the court. I do think that he makes some sense with De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton, just as a guy who can cover point of attack defense that neither of those two guys have proven they can at this point. And across the board, he's a very promising player. My concerns are taking another guard at the top of the class, especially one who's only like 6'1.5". I very much am not sold on his shooting being as good as he showed last year. Like he shot 44% from three. I think that's a bit of a fluke considering he shot 31% in his first 2 years. I really do wonder what the offensive fit here. And there's a part of me that thinks maybe they're trading down here, but until I'll proven otherwise, hey, Davion Mitchell makes some sense for the Sacramento Kings.
I like Davion. I do. Wow. What I really say is I like him. I don't see the fit. I don't see how it works out. I don't see where he plays, any of that. But I like him as a basketball player. And there are things to his game that, much like Scotty Barnes, right, where I wasn't crazy about him as a player, but there were things that he brings to the table, defensive intensity, just intensity, leadership, that this squad needs. The same thing with Davion Mitchell. His defensive intensity. He's a leader. You know what I mean? He's definitely a leader. I just look at him and I'm like, well, where does he play? And when does he play?
If I could give one more positive here on Davion Mitchell, I had a nice long conversation with the famous Jerry Reynolds a couple days ago on the Kings Herald podcast. And the number one guy on Jerry's board for the Sacramento Kings was Davion Mitchell. So if Jerry's all in on a guy, he's not going to be a bust.
Yeah.
One of the things ESPN said about him, Bryant, and I'm curious to get your thoughts on this, is the most pro-ready prospect. And KC, correct me if I'm wrong. This is Drake's guy too.
This is Drake.
When I asked him who was the most pro-ready prospect, he said Davion Mitchell. So our own personal scout, Drake UU, was all in on Davion Mitchell. Are you kind of in line with that thinking? Is he a guy who can step on the floor and be ready to play for the Kings right now? Bryant, that was for you.
Oh, that was for me. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking to Kenny. He's definitely a guy I expect to be ready from day one. He was the heart and the soul of a championship team at Baylor. Clearly one of the most defensive ready guys, and we know the Kings absolutely need that. And on offense, I think that he's going to be ready to be a complementary player. I'm going to be really curious to see how he learns how to play off of De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton. But he handled the ball a lot with Jared Butler on offense. So, playing in that Baylor system, if that doesn't get you ready to play with multiple handlers in an NBA system, I don't know what would.
Yeah. So here's the thing, real quick, Damien, that I wonder when you talk about Davion Mitchell is this somebody that is going to be ready to go, be a breath of fresh air? And I hate to say this as a derogatory thing, or is he going to be Frank Mason?
Oh, no. Davion Mitchell is immensely more talented than Frank Mason. Especially on defense.
Well, we say that, but remember Frank Mason coming out of Kansas. Frank Mason was a certified, this guy's going to be in the league for 10 years or whatever the case may be. Same size, same build. Davion is probably a better defender, but he's not. I don't know if he's necessarily better offensively than what Frank Mason was bringing.
Yeah, I was never a dude who was really sold on Frank Mason, even in that draft class. To me, they're worlds different on defense. I think Davion Mitchell is immensely more proven as a defender than Frank Mason ever was. But, the size comparison isn't crazy. It's just like Frank Mason would have never had good defensive moments against Cade Cunningham in college. And Davion Mitchell had some moments on defense against Cunningham. So, on defense, it's not close.
Oh, you're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. We're live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. We appreciate you so much for being here with us. A conversation for a different time and a different day. The Dodgers just landed Max Scherzer and Trey Turner from the Washington Nationals.
They scared.
a conversation for a different time and a different day. Zaire Williams is headed to Memphis. I saw his name much later in the draft. Memphis taking him at number 10. Bryant, you're giving the thumbs up. Obviously, you're a Zaire Williams fan.
Yeah, I had him 8th on my big board. I think that in any other year, he would have been a top 10 lock. But of all the players, like, I'm not going to pretend that every player in any league this year wasn't impacted by COVID, but there was nobody who was more impacted than Zaire Williams. He started the season with a knee injury. He missed almost a month of games because he lost 2 family members during the season. And Stanford had to play all their games on the road at the Santa Cruz Warriors gym. He couldn't even work out in a normal weight room. And for a dude as skinny as he is, like, weight training was the number one thing he needed. I think he's going to come in, especially to a system like the Memphis Grizzlies, who can be patient with him. Like, I think he might be their second star right there. I love that pick for Memphis.
I like Zaire, not as much as other people like him, but he can play. He can absolutely play. I love his game. I love his tenacity, his being able to be versatile on the defensive end. I love that about him.
Yeah, I think he's got incredible potential on offense and pretty good defensive potential as well.
Moses Moody is still out there.
James Bouknight is still out there.
What's going on? Like, I mean, I know draft. I know all of this stuff isn't an exact science, but damn, these feel like certainly not like a massive drop, but we saw these guys going a little bit higher.
Well, these guys, you know, your Charlottes, your San Antonios, your Indianas, they're gonna get themselves a surprisingly good ball player.
Completely agree.
So Davion Mitchell is the selection for the Sacramento Kings here in the first round. It doesn't appear. I know Drake is excited. I'm getting, you know, texts from friends just trying to catch up here on what's going on in the chat. I don't feel like Kings fans are necessarily overwhelmed with this selection. I do remember following the tournament, though, a number of people saying, hey, you know, Kings need toughness. This Davion Mitchell kid, he looks like he's tough. He looks like he could do that. He looks like he could fill some of the defensive issues that the Sacramento Kings had. That excitement seems to have gone away a little bit here, just taking a quick glance at some of the things going on in Twitch and YouTube and kind of trying to keep my eye on social media, get a pulse of the Kings fans. So I guess it's different when you're not actually making a selection, but now that the selection has been made, it feels like Kings fans are a little underwhelmed here, fellas.
Hey, and make no bones about it, Davion Mitchell provides a lot of what the Kings are lacking: a level of toughness, a level of grit, a defensive mentality, a leader. I'm not saying they don't have any leaders, but he is a leader. You know what I mean? And he's skilled and he can play. Like, it's not like he's just that and can't play. I think the kid can play. He's got talent on the offensive end as well. He checks a lot of boxes for them. Absolutely.
Yeah. I completely agree that his physicality, toughness, you know, just locker room leadership, they're all going to be a breath of fresh air in Sacramento. I think the reason that Kings fans have come down on him since his amazing tournament run is just that his measurements make him look like a dude who probably was a much better collegiate defender than he will be at the NBA level. Like, he's only 6'1.5", 6'4" wingspan. And there have been plenty of good defenders at the NBA level with those measurements. I mean, like, Fred VanVleet comes to mind. Mike Conley comes to mind. But, you know, all the guys that people were comparing him to, Drew Holiday's taller, Marcus Smart is taller. They all have more likely higher defensive range than Davion Mitchell. And for a team that, you know, your two best players going forward in your core are guards. Like, I know this is a guard-driven league, and just when you look at him from a personality standpoint, he checks all the boxes you could possibly want. Position-wise, I'm still struggling to understand the selection.
Yeah, I understand that.
So, is Terrence Davis gone? Or is
I
that
would think
inconsequential?
I mean, you can't ever. I mean, for a restricted free agent, I imagine it really comes down to his price at this point. Because I don't know, you can never have enough guards and wings, is my philosophy. But his minutes are definitely restricted. He might want to. He might hope that somebody else signs him, and the Kings don't bring him back.
Or, I mean, it could be one of those things where you've got, and this isn't necessarily ideal, but maybe they're expecting Mo Harkness not to be around, and now you've got a 3-guard lineup coming off the bench of DeLon Wright, Davion Mitchell, and Terrence Davis.
Boy, that is a small lineup right there.
Man. Well, with the Kings selecting Davion Mitchell, Bryant, Buddy Hield is still a member of the Sacramento Kings. We thought for a fleeting moment that he was not going to be a member of the Sacramento Kings when this draft got underway. What do you think about what transpired earlier with the Lakers, the Kings, the Wizards, Russell Westbrook, everything that took place in the Kings universe earlier this afternoon?
You know, I think it would have been a very decent trade for both teams. Like, I don't have to sell Buddy Hield to the Los Angeles Lakers very hard. For the Kings, it made sense. Kyle Kuzma made more sense positionally. Montrezl Harrell brought up some level of toughness and either a backup center or an emergency starter center, depending on what happened with Rashawn Holmes. And I loved the idea of the number 22 pick. I got to be honest, that was the selling point in the trade for me, because I honestly am not a massive Kyle Kuzma fan. And I think he probably would have shot his way out of Sacramento or out of our good graces pretty quickly. So I was disappointed to see that trade go sideways, but like you guys have been talking about all day, I honestly think that it looks like the Lakers were just using the Kings to drive up that price point. And it was pretty hilarious to hear that Damian's favorite player ruined a good trade for his favorite team.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Russ didn't do it. The Lakers did it. Russ
calling LeBron James and saying, "Hey, I want to come to the Lakers," didn't have anything to do with it.
That's the media speculating right there. That's why Kenny doesn't trust the media. Is Bryant West right there? It's them damn NBA writers speculating on what's happening. But and obviously we're speculating and saying that, you know, that the Kings were used to drive up the price point. James Bouknight's headed to Charlotte. Moses Moody still on the board, man, with the San Antonio Spurs now on the clock. Pacers after that. The Warriors will make their second selection at 14. Yeah, it's tough to not feel like the Kings were used in that situation, as you mentioned there, Bryant, to drive up the price point for the. I mean, we saw essentially the same deal with Contavious Caldwell-Pope thrown into it. But man, what a frustrating day! Man, there was a moment where Montrezl Harrell opts in, and this is about to get done. Montrezl Harrell coming back. Kyle Kuzma, okay. I don't see anything about the number 22 pick, but okay, let's go. And then Shams dashed all of our hopes just a handful of minutes later. So you got the selection of Davion Bouknight, but what does Monty do now? What can you do with Buddy? There's rumors Philly was interested in him. It's been tough to kind of make an intriguing deal work out of that. Memphis had their eye on him, but I think that was the idea of unloading Eric Bledsoe, and I don't know what that does, if anything, for Sacramento. So you lost a pretty solid deal with Buddy Hield, and he changed his avatar on Twitter, and kind of now what?
If Buddy Hield and the Lakers talk proves anything to me, it's something I've been saying for months. I still think that some smart team is going to know what Buddy Hield can do in a smart offense with a smart coach and want to bring him in. Now, whether that happens tonight or whether it happens in the next couple of weeks, I can't tell you. But to me, all this says is that there's still a market for Buddy Hield. Like, the league's not going to stop needing shooters. It's just never going to be a thing that there's enough of. So it would still surprise me if Buddy Hield is on this roster come training camp, but who comes back for him? What teams are interested? Like Philadelphia has always been a team that made sense. Memphis made sense, but I mean, like you talked about, their trade chips are kind of much more questionable. I don't know. Somebody is going to look at Buddy Hield and say he is the last piece we need to really make this offense work.
Is there any chance any of these teams are still picking in the first round? So you got San Antonio, you got Indiana, the Warriors, the Wizards, OKC, New Orleans, Thunder, Knicks, Heat, Hawks. Any of those teams coming up?
I think the complication, because every team there could use Buddy Hield. I think the complication is just what do they send back? Because it's not like Buddy Hield's cap holds like easy to swap for.
Sure.
I think that was even when the Lakers wanted to do it, they would have had to wait till Montrezl Harrell opted in this year to make it work. Yeah. So I don't think Buddy Hield's talent's what's holding this back. I think finding a deal that both sides can approve is probably what makes this a lot more complicated.
Well, I mean, a lot of people are like down, like, oh, like I'm reading the chat and I'm reading.
Yeah.
I mean, they got a good ball player. The Kings got a good ball. I understand the fit, all this other stuff. They got a good ball player. And a lot of people outside of myself and Brian West, nobody was really tripping off Moody before. Now all of a sudden it's, oh, why didn't we get Moody? But nobody wanted. They wanted to get Shogun before Moody. Now y'all worried about Moody. No, that ain't the case.
I don't think his name is Shogun. I just want to point. I don't think that's his name.
It's Alperen Sengun. Sengun.
Shogun. Jesus. He hasn't even been selected yet, has he?
He hasn't.
He hasn't.
Oh, to take him at 9.
Okay. Well, it wasn't real. You got to get all hot about something that didn't actually happen.
Yeah, just wait until the Kings trade Mitchell back and select Sengun after all.
Oh my gosh.
We'll see if Kenny's the Kings got a good ball player smile stays on his face.
You might be able to get Sengun at 39.
Okay.
Oh,
Stop
okay.
It. Will you
18-year-old MVP in a big European league available at 39. Stop.
Might be able to get him at 39, man.
And I thought I was low on Sengun.
Josh Primo is going to the San Antonio Spurs.
So Josh Primo, he going at 12, but it's ridiculous to think that Sengun ain't gonna go at 39. They didn't took Primo out of this man.
I think he said
Josh Primo is flooring me. My goodness.
Where is that? Was that a later first round pick? Like, hell, even in my player cards, he's way down this list.
I mean,
there he is, freshman guard out of Alabama.
I believe that he is the youngest player in this draft. He wasn't a dude I did a ton of research on, so I'm not going to sit here and pretend I've watched a ton of Alabama and Josh Primo tape, but my goodness, nothing I was seeing made me think that he was a lottery pick.
43 of 84 field goals made were threes.
Wow.
Man.
I don't know. Do with that what you will. That's. I mean, Buddy Hield is proud of that. Hey, Buddy Hield is looking at that stat like, hey, that a boy. Joshua Primo, Alabama. Now San Antonio.
Spurs going all in. All right.
All into what?
All into hoping that their developmental system can take the youngest guy in the draft and prove that he was a lottery pick. My goodness.
I guess so.
The other thing I'll say about this is with picks like that and some other, there's going to be some good ball players at 39. There's going to be some good ball players there at 39.
Oh, yeah.
Well, at this rate, Moses Moody is going to be there at 39.
I can only hope.
So the question now is, I think if Monty's on the phone, can he get somebody to take Marvin Bagley for a late first rounder?
I don't know about a late first, but if there's going to be a pick that gets him late first or second, I mean, the complication here is that if you're trying to offload Marvin Bagley here, like the other team's going to say, we're giving you cap space. What more do you want?
Yeah.
So it asking too high or expecting too high a price. I wouldn't blame Monty if every conversation he's had about Marvin Bagley had a higher price tag than he'd ask for. But like the expectation here has to be that the Kings are trying to trade Marvin Bagley for cap space in order to keep Richaun Holmes. So how much do you really think the other team's going to give back? I don't know.
I just want the pick. I just want the Knicks. I just want your pick. That's all I want.
Yeah. So Bagley's not even worth a first round pick anymore. I mean, we're not even talking lottery at this point, Bryant. Like you hesitated a little bit. Like Bagley's not even worth the first round pick anymore.
Well, to a certain team, I'm sure that there would be some teams that would probably look to trade a first round pick, but those teams have to be the same ones that have either the cap space to absorb his $11 million contract, or at least some of it to take it. And like none of the teams at the end of the first, like, Jazz, Nets, 76ers, Nuggets, Clippers, none of those teams have cap space. I think the Rockets have a little, and they got 2 late first, but they might just look at dudes who are left over. This is a pretty deep first round. They might just look at it and be like, we can have this player for a third to a fourth of Marvin Bagley's contract and take our gamble that way. So I don't know. It's a real conundrum.
Yeah. This draft, man. There's a lot of stuff going on in this draft, man.
It's been something with Cade Cunningham going number 1 to the Pistons. That was not surprising. Jalen Green went to the Rockets. Evan Mobley at 3 to the Cleveland Cavaliers. And then it got interesting. The Raptors took Scotty Barnes. The Magic took Jalen Suggs. The Thunder took Josh Giddey. The Warriors took Jonathan Kuminga. The Magic went with Franz Wagner. And the Kings selected Davion Mitchell out of Baylor.
Mm.
Leaving and that was pretty much the response.
Davion Mitchell.
No. You hit the air horns 30 minutes after he was selected. There's air horns are invalid.
I gotta be completely honest. I don't want to compare these guys as players. I don't want to compare them in terms of how I actually think they'll impact the Kings. I have not been as surprised with the Kings selection since they took Giorgio Papagiannis. This is stunning.
Wow. I'm telling you, I think. See now, I think people are going off the deep end.
I can't believe you just hit the air horns.
Well,
I can't believe you hit the air horns 30 minutes after the pick was made.
Well, there was silence. I was like, well, let me give the man some air horns.
Those are fake air horns.
Those are fake air horns.
Don't invalidate the air horns. Those are special to the show.
Hey,
you invalidated them.
I'm gonna tell you right now, on our show on Thursday, next Thursday, 2 days of the California Classic. I like Davion Mitchell. I like
yeah.
To the table. I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen on Thursday.
Davion Mitchell is going to tear apart the California Classic and Summer League. I have no worries about that. My concern with Davion Mitchell is not going to be his immediate impact. It's going to be his fit in 4 or 5 years when this team is making the playoffs.
Well, they need to be making the playoffs next year.
It's very optimistic of you. Is his fit better? Is Davion's fit with Sacramento better if Buddy is gone?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like significantly better. Okay.
Well,
then, what does that tell us?
Well, the other thing about this is the drafting of Davion Mitchell means, regardless of what happened with the Lakers, Buddy, in my opinion, should be out the door. Like Monty knows he's got another couple deals lined up or a deal. He can go somewhere with Buddy Hield. I think that's one thing it signals for me.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
Yeah, it feels like Buddy's time, and then the Kings have hit a point of no return. We speculated on this with Ben Simmons, and I feel like it has been confirmed, just maybe not in so many words. Ben Simmons' time in Philadelphia is over. It sure feels like Buddy Hield's time in Sacramento is over. And we talked to Drake Yu earlier. He said Buddy's a professional. He can come back from this should some deal not be made. And again, if you're just tuning in, it's not the trade deadline. This isn't the D'Lo and KC trade deadline special. This is the NBA draft special. It just turns out some trades were done today, and the Kings were at the focal point for the biggest one for a fleeting moment. And so it feels like, yeah, Buddy's not coming back from this. Like obviously he could play next year. They could move him at the deadline. They could keep him forever. I don't really know. This feels like that's a tough call for Monty McNair to make. Hey, Buddy, hey, just come on back. We got your jersey steamed for you. Like we just come on back. Like I don't know what else to say. But we're happy to have you here in game number 1. And Buddy would show up. Like I have no question about that. It's just it's a tough ask of Monty. It's a tough ask of Luke, and it's a tough ask of Buddy.
Yeah, I will say
I don't think Buddy wanted to be here last year.
Oh no, I completely agree. It's probably a lot harder on Monty and Buddy Hield that unlike last year's failed trade, this dude can't just leave in restricted free agency.
Yeah, so that's a solid reference by Bryant West. For those who have not paying attention to Monty McNair's tenure, he has for a brief moment as the Warriors are selecting Moses Moody with their
It's a good look for them.
Second pick of the first round, the number 14 pick overall. Moses Moody finally off the board to the Golden State Warriors. What's that deep sigh?
That was his guy.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's close.
Yeah. I am fully in Golden State Warriors territory. My father-in-law is a massive Warriors fan, and now I'm going to have to watch him playing for the Warriors night in and night out. I absolutely love the fit for the Warriors. I thought he could have been a dude they seriously considered at number 7, a dude who can play off the ball next to Curry and Klay Thompson, actually add a defensive wing. I love the fit for them at number 4. It's an absolutely fantastic pick.
Yeah. Hey, look, it looks like, I'm going to have to be the one that's optimistic and upbeat around here. I'm telling you guys are going to like Davion Mitchell, man. I'm telling you, you got it's not the perfect fit. And it's almost like a book night situation where I was like, well, he was available. But earlier I was like, if he's available, you just kind of take him and figure it out. I'm not saying he's as good as book night, but Davion, I'm telling you, Kings fans, you guys are going to be good with Davion Mitchell. You guys are going to be real good with him. You're going to like him. He's going to contribute. You guys are going to be good with Davion Mitchell. I'll tell you that. I would have took Book Knight and Moody because I think they're better players. But Davion, and I know nobody here is saying that, but Davion ain't no scrub. He ain't no slouch. You guys are going to be good with Davion Mitchell. I'm confident.
There is no doubt in my mind that Davion Mitchell is going to be a fan favorite in Sacramento. None at all.
That's also not saying much, though, Bryant. We've got a lot of fan favorites that don't play.
Kyle Guy is arguably the most popular player on the Sacramento Kings. I mean, let's be real here.
This one will deserve it.
Yeah.
Richard B says Davion is a dog. Another one here. Gonna love him for 15 to 20 minutes a night. Does that sound right for Davion Mitchell? 15 to 20 minutes a night?
That sounds about right, at least next year at best. Yeah.
I know we all want every selection now. Monty McNair's first pick as a general manager was Tyrese Haliburton. And so you've set the bar and you've set the expectation. Okay, draft us a bunch of guys who exceed the same way Tyrese Haliburton did. Mm-hmm. That's a dangerous game to play with the general manager. Yeah. That's tough. Obviously, when you're drafting at 9, you want him to do well. When you're drafting in the top 10, when you're drafting in the lottery, you want him to do well. Because the idea is, and this is a completely foreign concept to Kings fans, and I understand. The idea, despite recent history, is to not draft in the lottery year after year after year, and you want to hit on what's Monty's favorite thing? Value picks. You want to be drafting at 20, 21, 22, 23. You want to be drafting much later than the Sacramento Kings are accustomed to drafting. And I think Monty could excel doing that. As we talked about value picks, the Terrence Davis types, the DeLon Wright types, the Mo Harkless types, those types of trade deadline pickups. Hopefully we see some of those when free agency begins next week as well. But you've got to hit on your lottery picks so you're not drafting in the lottery anymore.
Yeah.
That's a hot take on my part, by the way. Like, I deserve some fire for that. Like, clip this and put it out there on social media.
Yeah.
I would love for Kenny and I to have to do draft boards for the next 10 years that only involve players taken 15 or later. I would love to do that. It would be such a great change from the last 15 years of having to pay attention to the top of draft classes.
Absolutely. You and me both, Bryant. So like I said, Davion at number 9. I wouldn't have chosen him over Book Knight and Moody. I like those two prospects better. I think they fit a little bit better. But you got Davion, and I just don't think people will be disappointed. I think they'll like him. I think it gives them, they're going to have some decisions to make with Terrence Davis and DeLon Wright moving forward. But I think you'll be all right. Buddy Hield, we'll see what you can get back from him. You were almost able to get a starter, I guess I could say starter, back for him and Kyle Kuzma. So you would think maybe whatever deal you make for him, that's what you might be getting back in return. Maybe it's a guy like, it's not a good fit for Atlanta, but maybe it's a guy like Cam Reddish. You know what I mean? Like that. You're getting a guy in Davion Mitchell who brings toughness. How many times last year did we come on these airwaves, Damian, and talk about they needed a dog? They did not have a dog out there.
Yep.
He checks that box.
Yep.
They need that bad. And he's a winner. He's a winner. I think Fox is the guy. He's going to be the guy. I could see Tyrese and Davion playing really well off each other, having some synergy with those two guys. Their energies seem to, the competitive nature that those two seem to have in general, I think could be something that really benefits this team.
Yeah. I very much agree with that. I expect Davion Mitchell and De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton to all make each other better. And like we just keep saying, the best part about Davion Mitchell is that he clearly brings something that the Kings have lacked for a long, long time: toughness, physicality, grit, and actually good defense.
I mean, talking about defense, I think one of the guys who could be, and I think is a good defender on the team, but you spruce up the pieces around him, could potentially be a really good defender should he remain on the team, is Richaun Holmes. One of the trades made earlier, Bryant, was Mason Plumlee, traded to Charlotte. That's $8 million over the course of the next couple of years. Charlotte seemed to be a suitor for Richaun Holmes, something that we had heard a lot about really dating back to the trade deadline. Do you think that takes Charlotte out of the conversation, the acquisition of Mason Plumlee today?
I think it might. I'm trying to look up the cap space as well. I have, but even if Charlotte is out, which I make it logically makes sense,
they have
there are
13
going to
million
be
left on their cap. They have 13 million left after that.
I mean, I guess they could just give that all to Richaun Holmes and keep him out of the Kings' price range, but that seems unlikely. But there are still going to be plenty of teams that have cap space that could use a center. The Toronto Raptors make sense. Dallas Mavericks make sense. So I'll be really interested to see who offers Richaun Holmes that contract, or if he just comes back to Sacramento and the Kings offer was their best bet.
Yeah, I told Damian earlier, I don't think Dallas is in there seriously, for the kind of money that it would take for them to blow Sacramento out of the water especially if they're able to trade Marvin Bagley. I don't think they want to pay $18-19 million to Rashawn Holmes. I think Dallas is always going to be big fish hunting. You know what I mean? To pair up with Luka. And when you got, like I said, $18-19 million locked into Rashawn Holmes, no disrespect to him, I don't think that's what they want to do. I don't think that's the move. So now you're just really looking at Toronto, I guess. And I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't see them doing nothing. So I think the market is shrunk for Rashawn Holmes. And that's a good thing for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. It would kind of surprise me if the Raptors went all in on Holmes, having just drafted Scotty Barnes. Like, I don't think Scotty Barnes is a starting center, but he's another dude who could play some minutes at center. So it's just another big man. They probably want to use some of their cap space elsewhere.
Right.
This feels like a really good night for the Golden State Warriors, which that sentence sucks to utter out loud here on ESPN 1320. But I'm just looking. I don't know where Kuminga was on their board. Like, I don't know that they expected Kuminga there. I don't know. Oh, look, we've got this. This is perfect. I can't imagine they thought Moses Moody would be there for him at 14. They've got to walk away feeling not only do they have a roster that can absolutely compete next year, but if you're able, and that you could argue that that's a big if you're able to develop these young guys that you have, the two from last year in Wiseman, the what did we have, 7 and 14 in Kuminga and Moody this year, you could start setting yourself up a little bit for the future as well. Now, maybe not necessarily 5 NBA finals in a row, but not going through a painful rebuild either.
Yeah. I mean, the Warriors, I know they're probably a little deflated because a lot of those guys, I think the Warriors wanted to move on from the pick. I thought they probably wanted to get.
So did Woj. Woj thought that too.
Woj wants to move on from the night. That's what he just wants to move on from the night. But I know they wanted to move on. But you get a guy in Kuminga who I got my reservations about him as a prospect and a basketball player, but athletically, he's a freak. He's a freak of nature on the athletic end. And then you got a guy like Moses Moody, who I love Moses Moody. I remember I told you my NBA guy was like, there's a lot of Bradley Beal in Moses Moody. Whether that becomes the case, whether that comes to fruition, I don't know. But in the Warriors, you could walk away at 7 and 14 with a guy like Kuminga, who, if he improves as a basketball player, the sky's the limit for him. And a guy like Moses Moody, who people are looking at like, yo, this guy could be a top shooting guard in this league. Yeah, it's a great night for them. Absolutely a great night.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. When they took Kuminga, I was a bit surprised, like I said, because this seemed like a team that really had some buyer's remorse last year when they took James Wiseman and found out that he was a really raw player. So it kind of surprised me that they would use their top pick on another guy who I think isn't going to tell us who he is as a ball player for 2-3 years. But pairing Moses Moody in there, I really think Moses Moody gives them a draft that's both built for tomorrow and for the long-term future. And it just gave them 2 more young guys that really can fit this roster, can really, I mean, Moses Moody can help this team now. Jonathan Kuminga can be a star in 2-3 years. I absolutely love what the Warriors did tonight.
Yeah.
A couple of other notes. The NBA took some time here just moments ago to recognize Terrence Clark, who passed away tragically earlier this year. The entire Twitter timeline is crying, as was everybody there in the studio, and rightfully so. So basketball-wise, some other selections out there. Corey Kispert is headed to Washington to join Bradley Beal, Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, Contavious Caldwell-Pope, and I think the number 22 pick, right? The Lakers are going to make.
Yeah, Lakers are giving 22.
They're going to make that selection for Washington. Oh, here's a note right here. Oklahoma City is trading the 16th pick to Houston. Well, that's fun. Oklahoma City is trading the number 16 pick to Houston as the first round of the NBA draft rolls along. Of course, Oklahoma City with a treasure trove of picks here. Nothing written about what's in return. We'll bring that to you if it matters. It's Sam Presti, probably accumulated 7 more first-round picks somewhere in there. Obviously, Houston, like somebody, they're in the midst of there's a rebuild, and then there's a rebuild. And they're very much, and it's Kenny's boy.
Who?
Kenny's boy is going to Houston.
Shin going to Houston?
All right. Well,
that's it.
Yeah. He made it in the first round.
Kenny's going to have to watch a ton of Houston games with both Jalen Green and Alfred Sengun on that roster now.
Yeah, so I'll give you guys in-depth analysis about our guy Sengun. I'll be watching Jalen Green. That's why.
I love that you're never going to get it right. That's the best part about all of this. It's always going to be wrong. But Houston moved up to grab Sengun at 16. So more draft day trades ahead. Hey, let's do one more, huh? What do you say? And I'm not even clapping for Woj anymore. That's what do we have? We have Woj bombs. What do we have for Shams? Because
Shams bombs. They call him Sham bombs.
Okay, because he's just been raining them on Woj all day long. So
let me ask you guys a question. Sounds crazy. I know.
Okay, all right.
Is there ever a point in time when Davion Mitchell, De'Aaron Fox, and Tyrese Haliburton is your 3-guard starting lineup?
I really struggle with that. I definitely think that, this team proved when they were closing the lineup with Fox and Buddy and Haliburton that they're just going to play their 3 best players. And I know that with Davion Mitchell's defense, like, you're going to want that in your closing lineup. But that's always been the biggest question to me, because from Davion Mitchell, 6'1", De'Aaron Fox, 6'3", Tyrese Haliburton, 6'5" in shoes, that is an incredibly small lineup. And it is a little concerning. It just means that you have to build the rest of your roster to be able to compensate for that lack of size on both ends of the court.
Bryant, you've been more than gracious with your time, my friend. We appreciate you so much for hanging out. I guess got to do it again. It's a yearly tradition now. The Sacramento Kings make their selection, and you join us. It'd be awesome if next year the selection wasn't in the lottery. But back-to-back years we've had you on, and maybe you're the good luck charm. Like Tyrese Haliburton worked out really well for the Sacramento Kings. Maybe Davion Mitchell will too. Bryant, we always appreciate what you bring for us, man. Thank you, my friend.
Appreciate you, Bryant.
I appreciate what you guys do every day. Thanks for having me on.
No problem, big dog.
All right. That's Bryant West of the Kings Herald. Check out all of his incredible work over there at the kingsherald.com. Great having him on as usual. We did last year when the Sacramento Kings selected Tyrese Haliburton. And then again this year, Davion Mitchell is the guy. And it's one of those things where we spent so much time collectively as fans, whether it was Moody, whether we do shows for 4 hours a day where we talk about, hey, who's the guy if he slips, you'd be really excited about. And it was book night, and book night slipped. And it was like, oh my goodness, it might be there for you. But wait a minute, Moses Moody is there for you. So we kind of set ourselves up. We get excited. It's like the really expensive Christmas present we asked for. Maybe we got a couple of good Christmas presents on the way. Maybe we got a really, really good one, but we didn't get the big one that we asked for. Yeah. We didn't get the PlayStation 7 or whatever is out there. But we got, something else that was really solid. And we talk ourselves into this other stuff when the fact is, Drake who he did this for a living, comes out and says, hey, man, Davion Mitchell is the guy. That's the guy that the Sacramento Kings need. If he is there, that's the guy the Sacramento Kings need to select. Davion Mitchell was there. He was the guy the Sacramento Kings selected.
I know it sounds like I've been hyping it up or whatever, but I like the young man. He brings a lot to the table. The question is the fit. And I think that's the thing. The question is, how does it fit? It's not if he's a good ball player or not. So I want people to kind of remember that. It's not this guy is an NBA guy or he can't play. It's not that. It's the fit. So you're getting a good ball player is what I'm trying to get across to everybody. You're getting a good ball player. The fit, that's something they got to figure out later.
I was kidding about Oklahoma City.
Yeah, they're crazy. Well, not there.
But I wasn't.
Yeah.
Houston is sending Oklahoma City 2 future first-round picks in exchange for that number 17 today.
I'm going to start it.
Unbelievable.
I'm going to start it now. We got to get Jalen Green out of Houston, man.
Wait a minute. Already?
I'm starting it now.
Well, they ain't even, I mean, I appreciate you for being ahead of the curve, but damn. Well, they ain't even.
We got to get Jalen Green out of Houston.
Let's talk about.
I don't know who's
about
branch.
That's a bold move to trade 2 first-round picks when your roster is in the state that it's in. That is a bold move.
Oh my gosh.
Davion Mitchell, you're talking about the fit.
Mm-hmm.
With Buddy gone, it's a significantly better fit, though. Yeah?
It is. Now, when I think
not significantly, it's just better, not significantly better.
Right. When I think about him there, like I said earlier, I almost forgot Buddy was here. Right. Still here, right?
Understandably, given.
So when I thought about it, I thought about how it was crowded. I thought about Fox, Haliburton, backed up by DeLon Wright, Terrence Davis. It's like, where's that 5th spot for Davion? I didn't even think about Buddy Hield. And that's, I mean, no shade. But I just didn't even think about, oh yeah, I forgot Buddy's still on the roster. I didn't even think about that. So that wasn't even on my radar. It's crowded with, I say that to say it's crowded with Buddy gone. If he's here, it's hella crowded. But you figure it out, man. You figure it out. And like I said, if Davion checked off a lot of boxes of what they were looking for, yeah, you go get him and you figure it out later.
This, according to Tim McMahon, the Rockets gave up future first-round picks that were owned by Wizards, the Washington Wizards, and the Detroit Pistons. So they'll have theirs. They'll give up some ones that are owed to them. At some point, if you're Sam Presti, though, you got to do something with all this.
Yeah, and
like it's cool.
I said it earlier. If I was the rest of another GM, I'd let him make all them picks. Never trade for an asset from him. You make the picks. Figure that out.
He's got an entire starting lineup that's like 19 years old.
Hell, he's not even going to be able to keep all these people. If I made him make all the picks, he's going to have to cut somebody. I'd make him make all the picks.
I mean, that's accurate. It's 100% accurate. Looks like the Thunder are on the clock. They made the Sengun selection. The Grizzlies are up. That's the pick that's going to be traded to the Pelicans. So anything else major that breaks, of course, we'll bring it to you. We have no idea what's going on in the Kings world. It's fallen very, very quiet. Now, normally there are press conferences done after drafts.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be interested to see. As a matter of fact, I got my email open right here, and there's the email from the Sacramento Kings. Davion Mitchell. Oh, that's Davion Mitchell's availability tonight. That's actually right now. We could probably pull that up if I work quick enough. But what I was looking to see is whether Monty's going to speak.
Yeah. Monty, I ain't saying he ain't got an answer or nothing like that, but I want to hear what Monty got to say.
Yeah. I'm curious. I mean, I don't know that the first question is going to be asked about Davion Mitchell. We'll see. We'll most definitely see.
Monty got to say.
And of course we'll bring that press conference live to you should should Monty schedule it. We have jumped in here. I see the Zoom is up right now, and it looks like Davion Mitchell is there. I'm just taking a look at who's in the room and whether we want to bring anything to you live. Looking to see whose hand is up is really what we're doing. Yeah, we'll pass on a couple of these guys with their hands up. Nobody needs to hear their voices on our radio station, but we'll cut these clips up and have them for you tomorrow with Davion Mitchell set to speak to the media. Apparently in a room with no light. It's really unfortunate.
What?
Yeah, he's just in a room with no light whatsoever.
Okay.
I think we could probably
why can't we
off.
Monty and Davion some light? Why?
I'm not sure.
Can we let's get these guys some lights?
So nobody's giving Davion any instructions. So we'll Dave, I got to put this up on the screen so y'all could see it. That'd be good.
The thing that I'm starting to really tap into right now.
Yeah.
Is I just look at some of these picks that have been made and everything. There's gonna be some good ball players at 39. There's gonna be some good ball players available at 39. I hope the Kings pick the right one, but there's going to be some talented guys at 39. Or if you want to package some picks, move back up into the end of the first round, that could be an option as well. But there's some guys that are still going to be on this board for the next 20 picks or so that can play, that can really go. So they got an opportunity to cash in on some stuff.
So I mean, let's expand on that because we spent a lot of time talking about like Jamias Ramsey and Woodard and some of these different guys. Ultimately, we don't see them though. Like we're starting to get into baseball territory where it's like, no, we think this guy's really good. Like there's a lot of things we like about Jamias Ramsey and Robert Woodard and some of these different guys. You're talking about the ball players that could potentially be there at 39 for the Sacramento Kings to select. And it's like, okay, yeah, like cool. But like, are we going to see an uptick? Are we going to see minutes on the floor on an NBA court from Ramsey and Woodard this year?
Woodard, maybe. Ramsey, you know how I feel about Ramsey. I like him, but he needs to be in Stockton for like a whole year. It sucks for him. He lost the year due to the G League being shut down, but that would have served him really well. So I think he needs to spend time in Stockton. But just going off of one of these tweets that I see about some of the best players available here, as they're at 17 or 18 right now. You got Keon Johnson still available. Jalen Johnson still available. Sharif Cooper out of Auburn still available. Cam Thomas out of LSU is available. Kai Jones, talked about how much I like him. He's still available. Jared Butler out of Baylor is available. Trey Mann out of Florida is available. Jaden Springer out of Tennessee is still available. And that's before you get into the guys who are already projected to go into the second round. So these guys, some of these guys that are still available, I would expect, I'll tell you this to answer your question a little bit. I'd expect to see them on the big team before Woodard and Ramsey. Like if you got Jaden Springer, I would expect to see him before Jamias Ramsey. Today, I think he's a better prospect than Jamias.
Okay.
So you got guys like that available for you.
It's going to be a fascinating couple of days, man. Between, as we get into free agency next week, the new league year and all of that stuff, what type of offers does Terrence Davis get? What ultimately does happen with Rashawn Holmes? What type of offers does Rashawn Holmes get? I don't think anybody believes Mo Harkless is going to be back here. Is there another Buddy Hield deal out there for the Sacramento Kings? Is there a Marvin Bagley deal out there for the Sacramento Kings? If there is, at least we have an idea. And I don't expect this to be universal across the league. At least we have an idea of what a Buddy Hield deal looks like.
All right.
We have no clue what a Marvin Bagley deal looks like. We can speculate, and I'm talking about Marvin Bagley on his own, not him included with something else, but a Marvin Bagley deal on his own. We have no idea what that looks like. We've speculated late first round, but they couldn't absorb, the $11 million. We've speculated second round. You got to find a team with cap space. Not a lot of teams have cap space. Charlotte was one. They took $8 million away in the acquisition of Mason Plumlee. They've only got $13 million left. I mean, it's Marvin might be a king next year, dude.
Might be.
That's what I'm just keep looking at. Like, Marvin might be a king next year.
Hey, the biggest thing about it, and I kept saying this for a long time, I'm not willing to just give him away.
I understand
completely. And that's almost like the territory that you're getting into at this point if you're trying to trade him. You're just kind of giving him away. And I don't know what the long-term outlook on it is, but as we continue to say, a lot of times it serves both parties best to be back next year. He needs to rehab. If he really wants to be out of here, the one way to do it most effectively is to improve your stock. Show that you can stay healthy for a full year and show what you can do. Kings need a good player. You know what I mean? They need a good player. They need a power forward right now.
Yeah. They need a good player. I'd argue they need a good player who wants to be here and can actually be on the floor. And I think both of those things are in question. Whether fair or not, both of those things are in question.
Absolutely.
Whether he wants to be here and whether or not he can remain on the floor for more than a handful of games.
Yeah.
But and that's part of the reason I'd imagine the Kings may be struggling in an attempt to move him. I think you're accurate. You can't just give him away. And I don't think the Kings want to just give him away. If they did, they would have.
Mm-hmm.
And as you start looking at, the 39th pick coming up, as you start looking at how this roster may shape out, man, like it's with the draft coming and going, it's the more I think that Marvin Bagley is going to be on this roster next year. Or at least the more I think Marvin Bagley is going to be on the roster when the year starts. What happens after that, I don't know. But to start the year, man.
So look, I'll add another caveat to that as well. Think about the way Richaun Holmes' market might be falling. Before, you thought you had to get rid of Marvin Bagley to be able to afford him. Now, you may be able to have both of them on the roster.
You might. Yeah, you might be. And Dallas may very well be the wild card in all of this.
Mm-hmm.
What Dallas is about to do, what Dallas's interest is in Marvin, or excuse me, in Richaun Holmes, that may very well be the deciding factor. We are 7 hours in here to the D'Lo McCasey NBA draft show. 1 hour to go. Jill Adge is going to join us. We'll wrap up with our thoughts on the game as well. But like I said, we ain't going nowhere. We got a full hour left as D'Lo and KC continue here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, and on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage, ESPN 1320.
Wow, that was
tough.
Yeah.
And 2 hours was tough. Let me see if I can.
Thank you, brother.
Let me try.
So we got one more or two.
Connected here. Yeah. All right. KC, can you drop me in there?
Mm-hmm.
Check 1, check 2.
Yep.
Okay. We couldn't do the press conference with the way that last setup was. You are? Okay. All right.
Do we want to play that at some time? Like run it back?
Yeah, we'll run it back. Yeah, we'll run it back.
I didn't want to say it on the air, but I was in there. I was like, do you want me to get the link, play it, all that other stuff? Because I was the one that was potted up, so I didn't.
Yeah. Oh, damn, you're right. You're right. That's what we could have done. We could have gone to your computer instead of mine. That was the. Yeah, if he has time, sure. Yeah, that would be great. Okay, thanks, man. And we can use that tomorrow too. We're gonna work for Jason tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe we work for both Jasons tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to start thinking because I know when we're done, I'm not gonna open the computer, man. I'm gonna be done. Because I'm hungry. If Danny in San Francisco would stop trying to kill us every time a draft rolls around. Today's the day, guys. I'm gonna free up a couple salaries here today. Watch this. It's a different version of
Let me see something. Let's listen to it. Hold on.
The 2021 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Davion Mitchell.
Surprise and applause.
Yeah. It's something that I got to be honest. I completely forgot there was a watch party.
I know, right? I
completely forgot.
The world existed. I've been in this room for 8 hours.
For real. For real. I've been out of water for a minute. Like I'm drinking melted ice at this point. Oh my gosh. The Knicks are trading the 19th pick to Charlotte for a future first rounder.
Damn, Kings could have got on that.
Oh man, what do we got? What's the chat talking about? Oscar, she ain't there, bro. Kenny's on his own. Oh, yep. I saw that pic,
That's
John.
why he's yelling so much.
Yeah, I saw.
I definitely would have got yelled at for all the yelling I've been doing today if she was here. What? The Phil?
Oh, word? Oh, that's great news. Fresh. That's great news.
I don't know, Phil, fresh out of jail, California dreaming.
Phil. Oh, Charlotte's looking at your boy Kai Jones. Man, it might be true, Max. Might be true.
This is crazy.
Jill's gonna jump in on the stream. Yeah, she'll be on the stream.
Yeah,
and we're so.
Well, Holmes is done.
We're going 7 to 7:56, right? Or when we get. Okay. Danny is definitely trying to murder us. Danny's got his own show, How to Get Away with Murder. It looks like crap. Why does that look so weird? Where are we at here? What does? Oh.
It's standing.
You standing? Oh, I gotcha. Let's see, Jill. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry we fell quiet, guys. We're just trying to get a couple of things done here because this is our last. We don't take another commercial break like we roll till the 55 or so. Right. Wait, what? I'm making a big deal about Bradley Beal congratulating the Warriors pick. Moses Moody. It's a sign.
Well, I'll ask it when we get on.
We're almost done, baby. We got this.
Oh, yeah.
The whole crew is still with us.
Man, y'all are sick in a good way, like dope.
Oh yeah, because if y'all left, I was leaving too. Be the Jesse hour. Celtics. All Celtics talk.
Say less.
We appreciate all those who have hung out with us throughout the day, and what an eventful day it has been. Our final hour here. Of course, we're going commercial free because that's what we do. We've got great sponsors like City Center Financial. We got great sponsors like McQueen and the Violet Fog Gin, Sierra Health Foundation, Quick DMV. So many people make us going commercial free during these special shows possible. So we appreciate every single one of them as the day rolls along here. Jill Adge is going to join us at the bottom of this hour. Of course, Jill Adge, the host of the Hoop Ball podcast, the Hoop Ball Kings podcast. I know she's been working for the last couple of hours, anxious to hear her thoughts not only on Davion Mitchell, but Jill get in the weeds, man. She probably got some ideas for number 39. Anxious to hear what she thinks about that as well. We started the day spending basically, Casey, the first 5 hours of the show, the first 4 hours of the show for sure, talking about a deal we thought was going to happen and then wound up not happening.
That's crazy.
It looked like Buddy Hield was headed to the Los Angeles Lakers in a deal that I think maybe not everybody loved the idea of Buddy for Kyle Kuzma, but I think most people like the idea of Buddy Hield for Kyle Kuzma in that particular scenario that involved Montrezl Harrell, potentially the number 22 pick as well. You're getting off of that $60 million. Montrezl Harrell only had 1 year left on his deal, and Kyle Kuzma has 2 more, but significantly cheaper years than Buddy Hield does. That all blew up when the Washington Wizards got involved, and now Russell Westbrook is headed to the Los Angeles Lakers instead of Buddy Hield. Now, there's been speculation and rumors and all of that different stuff that potentially 3 teams could be involved. I very seriously doubt that. As a matter of fact, there seems to be no indication outside a little bit of speculation and some trade machine posts that could wind up happening. And it centers on the belief that the Lakers still need Buddy Hield. It's great you got Russell Westbrook. You still need a guy who can hit outside shots for you. And as much as I love Russell Westbrook, I recognize that's not his strong suit. But that's kind of how the day started. It went into the NBA draft with the Sacramento Kings selecting Davion Mitchell at number 9. They'll pick again at number 39. There have been trades all throughout this first round. Just saw Atlanta selected Jalen Johnson, a guy that I know you really like. That's a home run swing for Atlanta. Perhaps a pick that they don't need to be great right now. Perhaps a guy that they could take their time on developing. But it's been an interesting day, KC, that's for sure.
It definitely has been. Definitely has been an interesting day. A lot of highs and lows, ups and downs, and it's been a roller coaster. But, the Kings taking Davion Mitchell. That's kind of where we got to after a couple of shocks earlier in the top part of that first 10 picks, getting Davion Mitchell. And it surprised a lot of people. Now, it surprised a lot of people who, when it was said that they were going to be selecting 9, some people had Davion in the top 7, had him going to the Warriors. Right. So I think as I see people, scratching their heads and not knowing how to process the Davion Mitchell thing, it's not necessarily the player. It's more the fit with this team. A guy at 6'1", maybe, you know what I mean, who is on a guard heavy squad now. Does it fit? How does that work out? And do we just pick a guy that we don't even have a spot for him to play? So a lot of questions being asked. They're only going to be answered on the court. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. And that's what it comes down to every single time. If you want to get in on the phone lines, you most definitely can, man. We've got time for you. 916-349-1320. We always got time for you. Ramsey's on the line. If Ramsey talks baseball, I'm throwing bat at him. Ramsey, what's good, buddy?
Please, no, I'm not talking baseball. I'm talking about how happy I am that the Kings got Davion Mitchell.
Okay.
I might be one of the few people that are, but I love Davion Mitchell. I'm so glad he built his game.
Mm.
You got a dog. You got somebody that plays defense. You got someone with a winning mentality who just got a chick 4 months ago.
Mm.
You can combine that with Tyrese Haliburton, De'Aaron Fox, and all 3 of them boys is quick and they can run.
Yeah. And look,
I think Ramsey's got the kids.
yeah, I think he does too.
He's got that. Yeah.
I've been there, done that.
I know.
Great aftermath. Yeah.
Sure.
But the other thing about that,
Arguably one of his worst songs ever, by the way, but go ahead. It's not here nor there. It was just that song was trash.
it just reminds me of Straight Outta Compton when he goes, "What you gonna call that label you about to start?" And he looks back, Aftermath. Should probably slapped you upside your head a couple of times for you ain't just walk out of there and be like, "I'm taking everything you can." Please, anyway, got me started. With Davion.
Mm-hmm.
Ramsey mentioned he's coming off a championship at Butler.
Yep.
Butler, super impressive in that whole championship run. Make no bones about it. The battery in that whole engine, is that how it goes? The battery in that car, or the engine to everything that
I don't think there are batteries in engines, but
I was about to say that. It doesn't sound right.
We're
But
7 hours and 8 minutes into a show, man. It's okay. If you want to put a battery in an engine, man, go for it.
The engine to that car at Baylor was Davion Mitchell.
Okay.
Now, the straw that stirred that drink was Davion Mitchell. He was the one. And that's where I talk about the leadership and the tenacity. And to a certain degree, I know it's different. It's the pros. It's not college. But if anybody on that team, on that Baylor team, didn't come with max effort, max focus, and laying it out on the line, they were going to have to answer to Davion Mitchell, the smallest guy on the court.
Mm-hmm.
He had the respect and the toughness to say, and they all knew, if we don't come with it, we're going to have to answer to Davion. That's the type of guy that you're bringing in to what you're trying to build here in Sacramento. The only negative about Davion Mitchell, which could be the reason why he went, 9 or was projected to go lower, is that he's 6'1". That's it. Everything else is everything that you would ask for this Kings team.
Yeah. But you've got DeLon Wright, Terrence Davis, Jamias Ramsey, obviously De'Aaron, Tyree. Like it's crowded.
It's very crowded.
It's crowded. I don't even think I said Buddy. I think I just did what I've erased Buddy Hield from my mind.
Yeah. We just moved on already from Buddy.
And it's terrible. Buddy Hield is still a member of the Sacramento Kings. The deal did not go through. Buddy Hield is a member of the Sacramento Kings, but I for some reason I've erased him from my brain. But yeah, we took it was the quickest of glimpses. I don't want to read too much into it. We just took a quick listen. I can't say he looked particularly thrilled standing at the press conference, but as I noted, it was dark. They couldn't get a ring light on my man, so we could see him and see the outfit that he had on and the Kings hat and all that stuff. He said he was surprised. I'm looking at a tweet from Jason Jones. Said he was surprised to be taken by the Sacramento Kings. Also said that his coach, Coach Drew, Scott Drew, has had some conversations with the Sacramento Kings as well. Sean Cunningham tweeted, Davion Mitchell said he'd rather not discuss whether he had a workout with the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, that's been a big topic of discussion.
The former Baylor star said he was kind of surprised to be picked by them, and in a prior press conference said he didn't speak to the team much during the draft process. So, that's going to be read into, picked apart, and dissected, because there'll always be the nobody wants to come here thing. Nobody wants to get drafted here. Nobody wants to sign here, and the old hashtag basketball hell. I don't really read a lot into who worked out here, who didn't, what the process was, what the process wasn't. There are scouts. There's a team to evaluate these players far past what they do in a workout, far past what they do in an interview process, and to dig into tapes, to talk to coaches, to talk to teammates, to talk to people close to them. I trust that the Sacramento Kings did that, and they didn't find all of the other stuff as important as that.
Yeah.
And that's 100% speculation on my part.
But it's a good speculation on your part, because I think he's one of those guys that you bring him in, he's just a competitor. He's going to compete. You know what I mean? I know when we were doing the NCAA tournament with on CBS 13 with our guy Marshall Harris, and it was myself and Coach Katz. Coach Katz would talk about Davion. He would rave about him all the time. He just competes. He's one of those guys where it doesn't matter if it's the NCAA title game or if it's the first game on a Saturday morning at 24-hour fitness. You're going to get the best of Davion Mitchell every single time. He's trying to win, and he's trying to take your head off when you do it. He's not backing down from nothing. Sorely missed with this team last year.
Yep.
This team was called soft on a number of different occasions last year. Davion ain't soft.
Absolutely not. And in peak frustration season for the Kings last year, the NCAA tournament was going on. And Davion Mitchell could be seen regularly. And we talked about it on this show. Man, that Mitchell kid, you talk about needing someone to hold this team accountable. You talk about needing somebody to get in somebody's face. You talk about needing somebody to kind of rally the squad a little bit, get in opponents' faces. Man, well, that was Davion Mitchell at the time.
Yes, it was.
And now here we are at the draft in July. You know, the energy is a little bit different because we've allowed ourselves to fall in love with Moses Moody. We were watching Davion Mitchell play real games. We were watching Davion Mitchell in championship situations. We're looking at highlights of Moses Moody. Now, think about the way you felt in the moment watching Davion Mitchell. Then you go and you watch highlights of Moses Moody, or you watch highlights of Book Night, Chris Sengun, whoever was your favorite player in this draft. You're watching a highlight versus what you were actually watching in the moment. Davion Mitchell was a guy we talked a lot about during the NCAA tournament. So I know it's difficult to kind of transport yourself back into that moment where, man, look at he was the talk of the talk of the show, you know, as the tournament went along. Yeah. Well, okay, he could still be the talk of the show. I'm not sure what his role is going to be. I'm with you. I think it's a fine pickup, but I just think it's a really good pickup. Okay, what's next? That's kind of my thing with Monty is, you know, what's next? Because right now as constructed, it looks weird.
And I was just gonna say, and that outlook that you have is 100% justified and okay. Like, I get it. It's like, okay, well, what's next? And you know, I want to see what this looks like. Where does he play? All that stuff. I get it 100%. And anybody feeling that way, I get it. That's the question mark of this pick. We're just gonna have to find out. We're gonna have to see.
And only, as you said a moment ago, there's only one place you see it. You see it out there on the court.
On the court.
Yeah,
here's the other thing that I said the other day when I thought it was going to be Franz Wagner. I remember all those mocks who said it was definitely going to be Franz Wagner. They all said it. And then they switched before the draft and said, it's definitely going to be Sengun. All right.
Close enough.
We all just guessing, including myself.
Yeah.
I said Moses Moody.
Yeah.
So the thing with Davion is the same as it was for me with a Franz Wagner. Really, not how I feel today, how we feel, none of it matters. Because at the end of the day, all I want is to win. And if they win with Davion, Franz, Sengun, that's all that matters. I don't care. They're only going to be Monty and Luke Walton and all these guys. They're only going to be judged by how we're talking about this team at the middle of April, on April 10th, last day of the season.
Here's Davion Mitchell talking about his fit with the Sacramento Kings.
Like I said, I mean, they just see three guards is the league is kind of different this year. I mean, it's not just position basketball. You can play three guards, you can play four guards. I mean, whoever's just out there who's playing the hardest, making winning plays is always going to end up winning. I mean, it's not about who's bigger. I mean, playing three guards is usual now in the league.
Three guards, obviously, he's talking about De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Haliburton, because he got the Buddy Hield report too. He thinks Buddy Hield is on the Lakers, and we mentioned whether he was surprised to be drafted by the Kings. Here was his response to that.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of surprised, but to me, man, it was a blessing just to be in that building. Hearing my name called is a dream come true. Just being there, doing it with my family was the most important thing. I'm glad. I know where I'm going. I was kind of nervous at first, but now I'm here.
Okay, there you go. Davion Mitchell, the newest member of your Sacramento Kings, young man at Baylor. Shot 44.7% from three last year.
That's wet.
I don't know how many threes he took. To be fair, I'm looking at something on Twitter that's touting his 3-point ability.
Nah, he could shoot it. He could shoot the rock. That's wet right there.
Man, I'm sorry.
See him, man. I really am. I'm anxious to see him. I want to see him out there next week at the California Classic.
New York, if I remember correctly, the Knicks are trading the 19th pick to Charlotte for a future first-round pick. New York is trading number 21 to Detroit.
No, they just don't want to trade this year. They don't want to draft this year.
Yeah, New York was just like, we're good. It's a hard pass for us. It's a movie. It's a movie here in New York. We don't need this.
It's going to be a no for me, dog.
The Knicks are actually a fascinating team this offseason, in my opinion. They've got cap space, as we noted. They've got Chris Paul cap space. What do they do with it? And I've always, is a James Dolan owned team more appealing with that group that they have there at the with that group that they have there in the front office, Worldwide West, some of the different figures that they have running the team, and of course the fact they're good now.
Yeah,
they were good last year, and I think this is a team that's going to continue to step forward. I thought they were a fascinating team to watch in terms of the fact that they had multiple picks. I thought any team that had multiple picks in this draft would be interesting to watch. It turns out in New York's case, in Oklahoma City, I know they made some trades earlier too to move into other drafts, but or Houston did, excuse me. But in New York's case, I actually thought they would package it to move up. I thought they would take the two picks.
More aggressive.
Yeah, and they chose a different route, but it ultimately resulted in them not selecting anything. So it's been an interesting draft day. A lot of moving around, trading in and out. Keon Johnson Keon Johnson traded to the Clippers, if I read that right. Yeah, New York is trading with the Clippers. So Keon Johnson, that's Tennessee, right? University of Tennessee product.
Yeah,
he's headed to the Los Angeles Clippers. The Knicks are still in the draft. It looks like they just swapped picks. So the Knicks are at 25 right now. Knicks are drafting 25. Wait a minute. Hold on. Did I read this right? Wait a minute. Oh no.
Oh no. Wait. What's going?
Oh no. It was Shams and Woj again. Woj tweeted, New York is trading the 21st pick to Detroit. About a second later, Clippers are selecting. The Clippers are selecting at 21 via the Knicks and taking Keon Johnson. Woj, give it up, man. It's over. Whoa, Woj, stay down. Stay down, Woj.
Oh, man.
Stay down, Woj.
Woj, this is what Woj get. I told you I don't feel bad for him tonight. He was up there trying to tweet all that stuff earlier. You shouldn't have done it.
This is the worst day in Woj's career. He follows it up with clarify. Clarify. New York is trading with the Clippers for the number 21. No, sir. Correction. New York is trading with the Clippers for the number 21 overall pick. Dude, I'm telling you, print money. Put a camera on Woj. Put a camera on Shams during the draft and during free agency and during the trade deadline. Put it on pay-per-view. I'll watch it. Put it on Peacock. Put it on Netflix. Put it somewhere because Woj has to be throwing stuff at this point.
Yeah, Woj is having a tough night.
Oh, man. Like,
tough night.
Stay down. Somebody throw in the damn towel.
Stay there. One time when Reese was about 4 or 5 years old, he gave me a stunner. We were playing around. He gave me a stunner, and then he pinned me, and he goes 1, 2, 3, and then he like gets in my face, and he goes, "Stay down, Daddy, stay down." That's when he's happened with Woj.
Woj is still trying. The Detroit part of the deal, it's actually a Detroit second round in 2024 that the Clippers own that'll come back to New York. So that's the deal. Oh man,
brother.
Woj is Apollo Creed and Shams is Ivan Drago, and this is just, oh man, this is just
Daddy,
terrible.
stay down.
Just a terrible day. A terrible day for him. 916-349-1320. Go ahead.
Real quick before we go to the phone lines, our guy Drake Yu, who was on here earlier, way back at about 3:00 here today, and he told us about Davion Mitchell. He said that's the guy that I like. That's the guy I would take if I were the Kings. He tweeted out not too long ago. He said Davion addresses so many needs for the Kings: culture driver, leader, cares about the game, plus winning in all caps. Love his potential on the offensive end with more space, super quick, shifty, believes in his jumper. Defensively, he's a dog. Haliburton-like personality.
Okay. I like it. Let's go to Carlos. 916-349-1320. What's up, Carlos?
What's up, Los?
Hey, what's up, man? D-Lo, what's going on, bro?
We good, man. How you doing up there?
Man, I'm hanging in here, man. I got a question for you guys before we end the call from a little earlier because I heard you guys talking, but I had to go back into work. But my whole thing is, man, I like my boy from Baylor.
Davion.
I just don't think, we can't win with too many of these. I don't want to see no more little people. People don't work. They try to do that in Houston with Russell Westbrook and Harden. We don't need Capella. We don't need no center. We can win without him. And that little baby ball don't work. Man. It don't work in the NBA. I was looking for, man, I don't care if we would have got somebody 6'9", 6'8", 6'9", not too good of a score, but when we have length, we can match up a lot, with some of the other teams, but playing that baby ball ain't gonna get it, man. We've been trying to do this, trying to rebuild something here since Weber. It's been a long time.
I get it. I understand the concern with Davion and his size and putting that together with the guys there. They also appreciate the call, Carlos.
Absolutely.
But I don't know, man. Like I just got a feeling like people are really going to like Davion.
I think so too.
I think they're going to fall, especially in a place like Sacramento. They're going to really like Davion.
I think so too. Let's bring in the homie Jill Adge and see what she thinks about Davion Mitchell. Jill, been an eventful day for the Sacramento Kings and certainly for Sacramento Kings fans. Anxious to get your thoughts on all of it, but let's start with Davion Mitchell. What do you think about the Kings selection at 9?
Shocked and agreeing with Mitchell that he's shocked, and apparently he was saying that he really didn't talk to them much during the whole process, and we brought in the whole first round and ended up taking a guy we barely talked to, so it was kind of shocking there. But I will say, you know what? We just watched a team win the championship with a defensive point guard, right? Drew. And Mitchell said that he actually went out to the finals to go watch Drew play, that's a guy he kind of models after. When you have one of the worst defensive teams in history, I can see going after what a lot of people say was the third best defender. On the board, you had Jerry Reynolds and Drake both saying that they felt the Kings were going to go that way. He's a guy where you can throw him in. We had years where we had Bobby Jackson, Mike Bibby, and Doug Christie. I mean, maybe you can find a way to make it work with Fox and Haliburton and Mitchell.
See, Jill's thrown Buddy Hield off the team too.
But people talk about his age. But one thing I think that doesn't get I didn't even know that it was because he transferred schools, so he had to sit out a year. That kind of prolonged his college experience. But one thing you can say about him is, yes, he's older, but he got better every single year. So yes, it's small sample sizes, but the fact that he was trending up every year to me shows he was growing every year, regardless of age. Like, this is a guy that clearly puts in the work and has improved every year. He got the Defensive Player of the Year award. He had 100 jumpers off the dribble last season and made 57% of them. Off of his jumpers off of the catch, he made 65% of them. So, the guy clearly has skills. It's just, are you going to be able to fit it on the court? And the way we hear these guys talk about trades all off season, I'm not really sold who's going to be here and who's not. So, I mean, we're talking about him now. But does he maybe take the place of DeLon Wright and get shipped somewhere? But
cap space.
Granted, right? That a bunch of people had him at 10 or 11 on their big board, which people didn't have him to the Kings necessarily because of fit. I will say at the beginning of the draft process, people did. But then they started moving because of the soft promises with Franz and then it was Sengun because he had such a good workout. But to me, it just went to show that nobody knows, right? Including Mitchell, if they didn't talk to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you just see that at the end of the day, you just don't really know. And
the soft promise with Franz, by the way, is one of my favorite things to come out of this draft. Because that was out there for weeks. Like, Franz has a soft promise to go in the top 10. Like, what?
I told you, Damien, I felt a lot of Mac Jones vibes with the way people were talking about Franz. I was like, nah, this don't even feel. And then look, maybe if he was there, maybe you would have took him. I don't know. But I was like, I'm not buying this. Now, first things first, Jill, for somebody like myself who hasn't eaten since about 11 a.m., I'm definitely going down to Safeway or Bel Air and get me some Mission tortilla chips when this is all said and done. It's just sitting there talking to me right now. Okay, so there's that. Now,
Jill brought to you by Mission tortilla chips today.
I know.
When you talk about the basketball fit of everything that's going on here with Davion Mitchell, I asked this to our guy Bryant West, and I looked and I said, is there a possibility one day, I'm not saying this year, maybe it's a year or two from now, I don't know, but one day you see a closing lineup of Davion, Fox, and Tyrese Haliburton? Do you ever see that as a possibility moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. It might depend on obviously who they're playing against because that's kind of a small lineup. But it's not like we saw Milwaukee go small because they have a Giannis, right? They had Brooke Lopez off the court and they were able to go that way. I think it can happen. Oh, geez.
Jill is so exhausted. Jill is like every Kings fan. Like, she's exhausted being a Kings fan.
I thought I'd be talking about a wing, and it's like, yeah, I mean, it's.
No one was.
I mean, it's defensively, yeah, I don't see why not. And if his shooting translates, it's sure.
Yeah.
What do you think about the first half of the day? Like,
what's crazy? Okay, is what I was gonna say was that when I mentioned earlier that he was 10 and 11 on some big boards, right? The pick after, Zaire was kind of a jump too, but the Spurs pick, people had him in the 30s on their big board. Like he was the youngest player in the draft. That we saw crazy picks all day, all over the place. So granted, it's not just the Kings that have people necessarily scratching their heads, right? And from all intents and purposes, people love the player. They're just not sure how it fits. Now, after, the rest of these picks, free agencies, what we see happen, maybe this starts to make a little bit more sense. But at this point, obviously, right, it's a head scratcher. But when it's all shaken up and said and done, it could be like, oh, okay, well, we can see a path.
Right.
But one thing I'm excited is the teams that were targeting homes seem to be taking centers. So if anything,
that's right.
I don't want to go crazy excited, but
it's good news.
maybe we can see some trending that way. Then.
I mean,
if
one, I wouldn't have expected this, but if one thing went the Kings' way, it's the fact that Mason Plumlee went to the Charlotte Hornets today.
Oh, then they drafted Kai Jones.
And then they drafted Kai Jones. That's right.
I will say, I'll say I'm more upset than anything, not the Kings, but a team like the Rockets, right? They took Green, they traded to get Sengun, and then they just took Garuba, my other guy. Like, they're taking all my guys. Like, it's nice to see a bad team actually being aggressive and, making some moves.
Wow.
Jill, what Jill's
they're
saying
swinging
now,
for the fences.
She's a Rockets fan. Jill's now she's turning in her. Her Kings fandom. The draft was the second part of the day. We started out thinking, most of us went to bed and maybe woke up thinking Buddy Hield is going to the Los Angeles Lakers, and Kyle Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, they're coming back. Maybe the number 22 pick is coming back. And then all of a sudden, that wasn't happening. Russell Westbrook instead is headed to the Los Angeles Lakers. What now for Monty McNair and Buddy Hield? And is there another team out there that you could see a Buddy Hield deal being worked out with?
They're going to have to figure it out, right? Because, similar to all the talk last season, this was the farthest you've gotten. I don't know how you walk it back again at this point, similar to what Philadelphia was doing with, Simmons.
Yeah.
And if it's true that there were better offers out there available, then there should be a market, right? Like, I'm still shocked at what they were actually going to get for him. Honestly, that was our biggest question mark, right? Going into was we heard, does he have a market? Does he not? What would the market actually be? We always just heard vague conversations of such and such team is interested. And the thing is he has an elite skill that teams want, right? It's just the Kings don't have enough talent to utilize that skill. And so what they keep saying with Buddy and Bagley, it's going to be interesting if you try and run that back and be kumbaya. I know it's a business, but at the end of the day too, these guys are humans with emotions as well. And it doesn't always mesh once your name's out there like this enough times.
Yeah. Well, see, and then the thing that me and Damien have been talking about though here is Marvin Bagley, him not getting traded today. It's like we look around and we say, well, who's he going to go? Where's he going to go? Who's he going to get traded for? Hell, he might just be back here opening night.
Right. And if you can really truly you can sign Holmes to the early bird, right? If let's say Toronto and Dallas, I think those are the other remaining teams that we know about essentially interested. If you can still grab them with those rights, then what people were speculating Marvin was going to get, traded for, doesn't need to happen. And you can run it back. And if there genuinely is no interest at this point, then he's he's young enough, and if he can stay healthy, he's proven he can, produce on the floor. It's just, can he get better defensively?
Right. Stay healthy.
And that's another like walk it back type thing, right? With Marvin out there. I mean, we look at potentially trading him now because of a cap space situation. Some have given up on him, some haven't. Some desperately want to keep him, some don't. But if that's another one that you got to just kind of bring back. Like, and if you're Monty, and Casey and I speculate about this all the time, Jill, whether Monty and Marvin have had a conversation about his future with the team. And if it gets to a situation where, oh, look at Charlotte's out of the equation for Rashawn, Dallas, they landed somebody else or didn't make as strong of a push as they thought. Toronto perhaps had a change of heart or wouldn't go a certain amount of money. And the Kings are able to do this, to a certain degree with ease. And then now you're Marvin. It's like, well, we could run it back and just kind of see how it happens. But you got to have a conversation with Marvin. Like, look, man, we tried. We weren't interested in trading you for a second round pick. Right. We weren't interested in trading you for a late first round pick. We think our best bet, we think your best bet is to go ahead and play here in Sacramento. You've got a starting spot here, for goodness sakes, and to see what you can do to help this team get better and to help yourself get better. But to me, that requires a conversation, especially with, the way things have gone this offseason. It's not just as simple as nothing happening and Marvin showing up on the first day of camp. Like, this requires a conversation not only with Monty McNair and Marvin Bagley, but perhaps with Luke Walton and Marvin Bagley as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so according to the comments that Mitchell was just on the interview behind us, right behind me, which I can't see, but that he's good with he's ready to come to SAC. He's ready to get to work. He's ready to work with Fox and Haliburton. Like, but you know what? That doesn't surprise me about his mentality either. Like this kid, like similar to what Isaiah Thomas always said, right? When you're shorter, you have to work 150% more than everybody else to get your opportunities. And I don't see why this kid won't bust his ass once he gets here. And to me, guys like that, those usually end up being the fan favorite. So for as down as people are on him right now, if he can do what he did in college and what people think he can do defensively, I don't know why he wouldn't be a fan favorite here.
Yeah. I'm all for him. Now, go ahead, Damien.
No, I was just going to say, like, you would probably expect that, like standing in front of a Zoom call, a dark Zoom call. If you saw Davion Mitchell there with the Sacramento Kings, probably a little bit different than being in front of a camera and hearing people talk back to you. So I'm glad that things went a little bit smoother that second time. And I would expect, given what we know about Davion KC, for him to be ready to go.
Absolutely. That goes without saying. I keep saying, I already said it earlier, and I'm going to say it again. Thursday on D-Lo and KC, I want everybody to tap in here and be like, oh, man, I love me some Davion. Did you see how he was a dog out there at the California Classic? They going to love Davion.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But I will say, right, that we're talking about, we took defense here. At least what is still available, there are still a lot of defensive shooting wings available in the second round pick. So if you can land one of those in the second round pick along with this, you just took a wing that fell a little bit, but you have your Herb Jones, you have your Weiskamp that has the length that can drill the three ball. 6'7", 6'11" wingspan, shot 46.2% from distance, 41% on 450 attempts throughout his college career, 50% on his catch and shoot attempts.
Is there one that you like? You really get in the weeds with second round picks. You and Drake.
Kessler Edwards. No, this is my thing, is I thought we were going to take a wing in the first round. But if you can get a Herb Jones, a JT Thor, a Weiskamp, a Kessler Edwards, to me, those are all guys that are kind of, that some people had him in the first, early second, that have some, I don't even want to say elite skills, but things that they've honed in on, where Herb Jones is defense. Wieskamp is offense. Kessler's a little bit of both.
Mhm.
And I know Doug Christie loves him because he's a Pepperdine kid. But these are all guys that they played a couple years in college, so you can throw them in right now. But they have the length, they have the size, they have the basketball IQ. That just because you didn't take one at 9 doesn't mean that you still can't find that talent in the second round. And maybe those pieces together are better than what you would have maybe had with someone else you liked at 9. Or end up fitting it when trades are all said and done.
And look, you got guys out there. If you wanted to go with a big guy, a guy that I've had my eye on. I like Charles Bassey out of Western Kentucky. There was a lot of hype out of him, and if you want to go big, you can go with him. I saw other people talking about B.J. Boston is still available. You know, a guy that was highly touted coming out of high school and was at Kentucky, and that Kentucky season was wild. So I've been saying for a little while, there's a lot of guys left in this draft and who will be there in the second round who I think the Kings can do really well by picking up and bringing into the fold.
Yeah, Denver just got a great shooter in Bones Highland. But yeah, no, this is what's so hard right now with this team is all we've heard is basically, right, everybody but Fox and Haliburton is available. So we have no idea at the end of the day what this team needs, right? Because we have no idea who they're talking to and who they're shopping. That at this point they could need every position. I mean, there's no easy one-stop answer.
Jill, go eat something of more substance than your.
You know what? I got my wine.
There you go.
You know, but like I always say, win at the end of the day, and I don't care about any of this. I enjoy talking about it, but win and doesn't matter what I say or anybody else says. Figure it out, and nobody will care that they said they hated Mitchell at the time of the pick. If you start winning, it's going to change your tune. You're not going to say, oh, well, I hated the pick then, so I have to still hate it now. Like, no, you're going to be happy if they're winning. So at the end of the day, just figure it out. Please, someone at some point, please just figure it out.
And that's where we are, ladies and gentlemen. We're at the begging phase of Kings fans. Jill, thank you so much. Thanks for hanging out with us. Go enjoy your wine and your chips. Jill's actually been busy. She's been doing the Hoop Ball Live podcast throughout the draft as well. So thanks for carving out a few minutes for us. We appreciate you so much.
Take care, Jill.
Thanks, guys.
Jill Adge. She's one of the best. Absolutely love her. And when I said Jill gets in the weeds, she gets in the weeds. She knows her first round picks. She knows her second round picks. She knows her general managers and her assistant general managers. She knows her head coaching prospects and her assistant head coaching prospects. She stays deep into that stuff, man.
Yeah, man. And it's good to get that type of insight because I keep telling you guys, there's still some players available. There's still some good guys available out there. Some of the guys she talked about, like Herb Jones, I like him. Charles Bassey, a guy that I mentioned, B.J. Boston. I mean, there's still guys out there.
And I'm with it. Like I like it. Like that's cool and all. It's just, and I know Jill just brought this up a minute ago. We don't know what the roster is going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
It's great that there are still good players available. What are you going to do with them? What are you going to do with all these guys? Because we said Jamias Ramsey was a good player who was out there. We said Bob Woodard was a great player that was out there, or a good player that was out there. All right, cool. We didn't get to watch them.
No,
I mean, it'd be great. It'd be great to watch them on Wednesday.
It'll definitely be great to watch them on Wednesday. But the thing about it is, some of these guys, I don't know. I mean, let's just say B.J. Boston, for example. I think they're better prospects than Jamias and maybe even Robert Woodard. B.J. Boston. That doesn't mean he's a better player today. And, I got to see that on the floor. But they're better prospects than those two guys. So they may jump the line in the organization like that. So,
okay.
I'd like to see one thing that I will say.
Summer League's right around the corner. we got the California Classic in a couple of days. Summer League's right after that.
The one thing that I'll say about Monty McNair and what he's doing and, the guys that he's picking up, this is very simplistic, but accumulating as much talent as possible.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like a real simple thing, but it's not. Like, I feel like he's like, yo, this guy's good. I want to pick him. I want to get him in here. It doesn't matter if, we got 3 guys, quote unquote, ahead of him in the depth chart. No, he's good. I want him here. He's talented. You know what I mean? He's just accumulating as much talent as possible, regardless of position, and trying to figure it out later. And I'm okay with that. Now, at some point, you need some bigs. You know what I'm saying? You need some guys over 6'5", but I'm okay with that. Just get as much talent in this building as possible and keep accumulating it as much as possible.
And now you get the opportunity because you have 2 drafts under your belt. You have multiple players under the belt, or you will shortly have 2 drafts under your belt.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have the chance to start to kind of formulate this roster the way you want.
Yes.
You have this full offseason now to, unlike last year, you certainly had an offseason last year, but it was pretty truncated, and you had some salary cap restraints and the bogey situation. Perhaps Monty wasn't as aggressive as some people would like during free agency last year, but he was aggressive during the trade deadline. We at least saw a chance. We saw him at least attempting to be aggressive here leading into the draft. Now it's okay. What happens next?
Yeah.
Like what are you going to do next? Like Davion Mitchell. Cool. Kings fans are going to love him. Great. Explain to us how this is going to fit. That's going to be one of the first questions asked to him. And this is something he's certainly not going to share with us. We'll see it as it develops. Is how is the rest of this roster going to shake out?
Yeah, he's got work.
Hield. Absolutely.
He got work to do.
Yep.
He's got work to do. I have no problem saying he's got work to do. I would hope that he has no problem realizing that he has work to do.
Right.
This ain't done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so like Davion Mitchell, number 9. We're done. Playoffs, baby.
Bang.
We're out of here. Nailed it.
Yeah. So, man, he got work to do. One thing that I've also noticed about Monty McNair, and he hasn't, in his short time here, in his short number of transactions here, hasn't steered me wrong. He seems to have a good eye for talent. Every person that he's brought in, I like.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I like Terrence Davis. I love our guy Freeport Metu. I like Louis the King. DeLon Wright, I like his fit. You got Mo Harkless. I like him. All these guys, Damian Jones has come in and played really well. I like the guys that he seems to have an eye for. And he's not going to be out 1,000 with this, but I'm gonna see what he can do with some of these transactions and draft picks, especially in this offseason.
And there's a lot that he's got to do.
Yeah.
Rashawn Holmes being one. What's next with Buddy Hield? That's 2. Marvin Bagley. What do you do there? Are you going to free up space for Davion Mitchell to actually have a role on this team?
I was just about to ask you, in your opinion, what's first? Tomorrow morning after you've made your draft picks, what's first? I think it's getting Buddy out.
You're exploring Buddy. You're exploring Buddy and Bagley conversations.
Mm-hmm.
And this could be naive. This could be totally naive. I feel like Monty, if nothing else, has an idea, even if it's a rough idea, of what he's dealing with in terms of Rashawn Holmes. Because Rashawn's agent has an idea of what Toronto, assuming Toronto has interest in Rashawn Holmes, I think they have his agent has an idea of what the money will be, the ballpark figure for that. Dallas, the same thing. I got to believe Monty has an idea of what these other teams are going to offer Rashawn Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
But I think your first order of business, whether it's tonight, whether it's right now, whether it's very second, whether it's exactly what he's doing, is Bagley and Buddy, and seeing if there's a market for either of those two.
Yeah,
a market that can make your team better. We have we have a framework. Kuzma, Montrezl Harrell, you know, potentially a pick, maybe not. But Kuzma and Montrezl Harrell, the framework is out there. It wasn't just salary. It was two guys who would have played on this team.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody else have that who has interest in Buddy Hield? Philly? Well, you don't think so. Memphis? I don't think so. So that's where he is. He's got to work. Like it's tough. He had something blow up in his face for the second time.
Oh my gosh.
Dante DiVincenzo, Kyle Kuzma, and Montrezl Harrell are now the most infamous members of the Sacramento Kings during the Monty McNair era. They didn't last.
That's
of course,
tough.
none of them were ever official. But that's
tough.
That's tough when those reports get out there, and that's to no fault of Monty McNair. Like, there are plenty of things that have gone wrong with this organization that I am more than willing to and more than happy to blame Vlade Divac about, or blame Pete D'Alessandro about, or blame whoever. It's hard for me to put these two failed deals on Monty McNair, or these two deals that didn't go through on Monty McNair.
And I understand that. I agree 100%. But he's here now.
Yep.
He's got the job, and he's faced with the task to get this team to the playoffs. And it don't matter really what happened before. Like, you got to get this done.
It may not be his fault. It may not be Monty McNair's fault what happened with Dante DiVincenzo. It may not be Monty McNair's fault what happened with Buddy Hield and the Los Angeles Lakers. But it's his problem.
And fix it.
It ain't his fault, but it's his problem.
Fix it.
Yep. And he's got to fix it for his job. He's got to fix it for his franchise. And he's got to fix it for this fan base. We appreciate you all so much for hanging out with us here today. I believe this is our
76 right now, man. It's crazy.
I believe this is our third 8-hour show. I think we did a 6-hour show mixed in there somewhere, and only the second one we've done on a live stream. It's by far been the biggest live stream in the history of D-Lo and KC. So we appreciate everybody who has spent some time with us, and don't go far, because we'll be back tomorrow.
We'll be right here.
And there's going to be plenty of more to talk about. We'll have the guests all booked out for you to get their opinions, and we appreciate you again so much for being with us. Subscribe and hit the thumbs up before you go, whether you're on Twitch or you're on YouTube, and we'll see you here tomorrow on Sacramento's #1 sports station. We'll see you tomorrow at noon here on ESPN 1320.
Go Kings. Woo!
Boy.
Great job. Great job. Great job. Great job, guys. Jesse, Damien, everybody that was here for 8 hours. There's people here for 8 hours.
Legit.
Thank you.
Legit. Yeah.
Thank you.
Danny said.
Man.
Danny fronting. He left and came back. You don't get credit for the test. Credit for the test. But we appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah, for real. All right. Normally we like to hang out, but the fact is, y'all need to go. We absolutely need to go, because I'm very likely to pass out any second. So we love y'all, man. That was thank you. Thank you for helping us spread the word about ESPN 1320 and D-Lo and KC, and hanging out with us for 8 hours, man. Crazy. Yeah. John Bull, that's a dope setup that you got there.
Yeah, man.
I don't know if John Bull made it. He may have skipped out on us, but he's got a nice little setup.
I just seen him a second ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Go. And Max got it. Go grab that McQueen. Go pop that Luke Belair. Pour that bamboo cream or whatever you got. And we appreciate y'all, man. We will. Yeah. No, Manny. Go to your family, Manny. Go to your family and your other family. And we'll see you tomorrow at noon. Thanks, guys.
Take care, guys.